by Henry Fielding. Tom Jones.
Book 10, Chapters 4 through 6. Chapter 4. Containing infallible nostrums for procuring universal disesteem and hatred. The lady had no sooner laid herself on her pillow than the waiting woman returned to the kitchen to regale with some of those dainties which her mistress had refused. The company, at her entrance, showed her the same respect which they had before paid to her mistress by rising. But she forgot to imitate her by desiring them to sit down again. Indeed, it was scarce possible that they should have done so, for she placed her chair in such a posture as to occupy almost the whole fire. Then she ordered a chicken to be broiled that instant, declaring, if it was not ready in a quarter of an hour, she would not stay for it. Now, though the said chicken was then at roost in the stable, and required the several ceremonies of catching, killing, and picking before it was brought to the gridiron, my landlady would nevertheless have undertaken to do all within the time. But the guest, being unfortunately admitted behind the scenes, must have witness to the forberie. The poor woman was therefore obliged to confess that she had none in the house. But, madam, she said, I can get any kind of mutton in an instant from the butcher's. Do you think, then, answered the waiting gentlewoman, that I have the stomach of a horse to eat mutton at this time of night? Sure, you people that keep inns imagine your betters are like yourselves. Indeed, I expected to get nothing at this wretched place. I wonder my lady would stop at it. I suppose none but tradesmen and greciers ever call here. The landlady fired at this indignity offered to her house. However, she suppressed her temper and contented herself with saying, very good quality frequented it, she thanked heaven. Don't tell me, cries the other, of quality. I believe I know more of people of quality than such as you. But, prithee, without troubling me with any of your impertinence, do tell me what I can have for supper. For though I cannot eat horse flesh, I am really hungry. Why, truly, madam, answered the landlady, you could not take me again at such a disadvantage, for I must confess I have nothing in the house unless a cold piece of beef, which indeed a gentleman's footman and the postboy have almost cleared to the bone. Woman, said Mrs. Abigail, so for shortness we will call her, I entreat you not to make me sick. If I had fasted a month, I could not eat what had been touched by the fingers of such fellows. Is there nothing neat or decent to be had in this horrid place? What think you of some eggs and bacon, madam? Said the landlady. Are your eggs new laid? Are you certain they were laid today? And let me have the bacon cut very nice and thin, for I can't endure anything that's gross. Prithee, try if you can, do a little tolerably for once. And don't think you have a farmer's wife, or some of those creatures in the house. The landlady began then to handle her knife, but the other stopped her, saying, Good woman, I must insist upon your first washing your hands, for I am extremely nice, and have been always used from my cradle to have everything in the most elegant manner. The landlady, who governed herself with much difficulty, began now the necessary preparations, for as to Susan, she was utterly rejected, and with such disdain that the poor wench was as hard put to it to restrain her hands from violence as her mistress had been to hold her tongue. This indeed Susan did not entirely, for though she literally kept it within her teeth, yet there it muttered many Marry come ups, as good flesh and blood as yourself, with other such indignant phrases. While the supper was preparing, Mrs. Abigail began to lament she had not ordered a fire in the parlour, but she said that was now too late. However, said she, I have novelty to recommend a kitchen, for I do not believe I ever eat in one before. Then, turning to the postboys, she asked them why they were not in the stable with their horses. If I must eat my hard fare here, madam, cries she to the landlady, I beg the kitchen may be kept clear, that I may not be surrounded with all the blackguards in town. As for you, sir, says she to Partridge, you look somewhat like a gentleman, and may sit still, if you please. I don't desire to disturb anybody but Mob. Yes, yes, madam, cries Partridge, I am a gentleman, I do assure you, and I am not so easily to be disturbed. Non semper vox causalis est verbo nominativus. This Latin she took to be some affront, and answered, You may be a gentleman, sir, but you don't show yourself as one to talk Latin to a woman. Partridge made a gentle reply, and concluded with more Latin, upon which she tossed up her nose, and contented herself by abusing him with the name of a great scholar. The supper being now on the table, Mrs. Abigail eat very heartily for so delicate a person, and while a second course of the same was by her order preparing, she said, And so, madam, you tell me your house is frequented by people of great quality? The landlady answered in the affirmative, saying, There were a great many very good quality and gentlefolks in it now. There's young Squire Allworthy, as that gentleman there knows. And pray, who is this young gentleman of quality, this young Squire Allworthy? Said Abigail. Who should he be, answered Partridge, but the son and heir of the great Squire Allworthy of Somersetshire? Upon my word, said she, you tell me strange news, for I know Mr. Allworthy of Somersetshire very well, and I know he hath no son alive. The landlady pricked up her ears at this, and Partridge looked a little confounded. However, after a short hesitation, he answered, Indeed, madam, it is true. Everybody doth not know him to be Squire Allworthy's son, for he was never married to his mother, but his son he certainly is, and will be his heir too, as certainly as his name is Jones. At that word, Abigail let drop the bacon which she was conveying to her mouth, and cried out, You surprise me, sir. Is it possible Mr. Jones should be now in the house? Quare non, answered Partridge. It is possible, and it is certain. Abigail now made haste to finish the remainder of her meal, and then repaired back to her mistress, when the conversation passed, which may be read in the next chapter. Chapter 5. Showing who the amiable lady and her unamiable maid were. As in the month of June, the damask rose, which chance hath planted among the lilies, with their candid hue, mixes his vermilion, or as some placesome heifer in the pleasant month of May diffuses her odoriferous breath over the flowery meadows, or as, in the blooming month of April, the gentle, constant dove, perched on some fair bough, sits meditating on her mate. So, looking 100 charms, and breathing as many sweets, her thoughts being fixed on her Tommy, with a heart as good and innocent as her face was beautiful, Sophia, for it was she herself, lay reclining her lovely head on her hand, when her maid entered the room, and running directly to the bed, cried, Madam, madam, Who doth your ladyship think is in the house? Sophia, starting up, cried, I hope my father hath not overtaken us. No, madam, it is one worth 100 fathers. Mr. Jones himself is here at this very instant. Mr. Jones? Said Sophia. It is impossible. I cannot be so fortunate. Her maid averred the fact, and was presently detached by her mistress to order him to be called, for she said she was resolved to see him immediately. Mrs. Honor had no sooner left the kitchen, in the manner we have before seen, than the landlady fell severely upon her. The poor woman had indeed been loading her heart with foul language for some time, and now it scoured out of her mouth, as filth doth from a mud-cart, when the board which confines it is removed. Partridge, likewise, shovelled in his share of calumny, and, what may surprise the reader, not only bespattered the maid, but attempted to sully the lily-white character of Sophia herself. Never a barrel the better herring, cries he. Nocitur a socio is a true saying. It must be confessed, indeed, that the lady in the fine garments is the civiller of the two, but I warrant neither of them are a bit better than they should be. A couple of Bath trulls, I'll answer for them. Your quality don't ride about at this time of night without servants. Spallikins, and that's true, cries the landlady. You have certainly hit upon the very matter, for quality don't come into a house without bespeaking a supper, whether they eat it or no. While they were thus discoursing, Mrs. Honor returned, and discharged her commission, by bidding the landlady immediately wake Mr. Jones, and tell him a lady wanted to speak with him. The landlady referred her to Partridge, saying, he was the squire's friend, but for her part she never called men-folks, especially gentlemen, and then walked sullenly out of the kitchen. Honor applied herself to Partridge, but he refused. For my friend, cries he, went to bed very late, and he would be very angry to be disturbed so soon. Mrs. Honor insisted still to have him called, saying, she was sure, instead of being angry, that he would be to the highest degree delighted when he knew the occasion. Another time, perhaps, he might, but non omnia possumus omnes. One woman is enough at once for a reasonable man. What do you mean by one woman, fellow? Cries Honor. None of your fellow, answered Partridge. He then proceeded to inform her plainly that Jones was in bed with a wench, and made use of an expression too indelicate to be here inserted, which so enraged Mrs. Honor that she called him jackanapes, and returned in a violent hurry to her mistress, whom she acquainted with the success of her errand, and with the account she had received, which, if possible, she exaggerated, being as angry with Jones as if he had pronounced all the words that came from the mouth of Partridge. She discharged a torrent of abuse on the master. She advised her mistress to quit all thoughts of a man who had never shown himself deserving of her. She then ripped up the story of Molly Seagrim, and gave the most malicious turn to his formerly quitting Sophia herself, which, I must confess, the present incident not a little countenanced. The spirits of Sophia were too much dissipated by concern to enable her to stop the torrent of her maid. At last, however, she interrupted her, saying, I never can believe this. Some villain hath belied him. You say you had it from his friend, but surely it is not the office of a friend to betray such secrets. I suppose, cries Honor, the fellow is his pimp, for I never saw so ill-looked a villain. Besides, such profligate rakes as Mr. Jones are never ashamed of these matters. To say the truth, this behavior of Partridge was a little inexcusable, but he had not slept off the effect of the dose which he swallowed the evening before, which had, in the morning, received the addition of above a pint of wine, or indeed rather of malt spirits, for the perry was by no means pure. Now, that part of his head which nature designed for the reservoir of drink being very shallow, a small quantity of liquor overflowed it, and opened the sluices of his heart, so that all the secrets there deposited run out. These sluices were indeed naturally very ill secured. To give the best-natured turn we can to his disposition, he was a very honest man, for as he was the most inquisitive of mortals, and eternally prying into the secrets of others, so he very faithfully paid them by communicating, in return, everything within his knowledge. While Sophia, tormented with anxiety, knew not what to believe, nor what resolution to take, Susan arrived with the sack whey. Mrs. Honour immediately advised her mistress in a whisper to pump this wench, who probably could inform her of the truth. Sophia approved it, and began as follows. "Come hither, child. Now answer me truly what I am going to ask you, and I promise you I will very well reward you. Is there a gentleman in this house, a handsome young gentleman, that—" Here Sophia blushed and was confounded. "A young gentleman," cries Honour, "that came hither in company with that saucy rascal, who is now in the kitchen." Sophia answered, "There was." "Do you know anything of any lady?" continues Sophia. "Any lady? I don't ask you whether she is handsome or no. Perhaps she is not. That's nothing to the purpose, but do you know of any lady?" "La, madam," cries Honour, "you will make a very bad examiner. Harkee, child," says she, "is not that very young gentleman now in bed with some nasty trull or other?" Here Susan smiled, and was silent. "Answer the question, child," says Sophia, "and here's a guinea for you." "A guinea, madam?" cries Susan. "La, what's a guinea? If my mistress should know it, I shall certainly lose my place that very instant." "Here's another for you," says Sophia, "and I promise you faithfully your mistress shall never know it." Susan, after a very short hesitation, took the money, and told the whole story, concluding with saying, "If you have any great curiosity, madam, I can steal softly into his room, and see whether he be in his own bed or no." She accordingly did this by Sophia's desire, and returned with an answer in the negative. Sophia now trembled and turned pale. Mrs. Honour begged her to be comforted, and not to think any more of so worthless a fellow. "Why there," says Susan, "I hope, madam, your ladyship won't be offended, but pray, madam, is not your ladyship's name Madam Sophia Western?" "How is it possible you should know me?" answered Sophia. "Why, that man that the gentlewoman spoke of, who is in the kitchen, told about you last night, and I hope your ladyship is not angry with me." "Indeed, child," said she, "I am not. Pray tell me all, and I promise you I'll reward you." "Why, madam," continued Susan, "that man told us all in the kitchen that Madam Sophia Western— indeed, I don't know how to bring it out." Here she stopped, till, having received encouragement from Sophia, and being vehemently pressed by Mrs. Honour, she proceeded thus: "He told us, madam, though to be sure it is all a lie, that your ladyship was dying for love of the young squire, and that he was going to the wars to get rid of you. I thought to myself then he was a false-hearted wretch, for now to see such a fine, rich, beautiful lady as you be, forsaken for such an ordinary woman, for to be sure so she is, and another man's wife into the bargain, It is such a strange, unnatural thing, in a manner. Sophia gave her a 3rd guinea, and telling her she would certainly be her friend if she mentioned nothing of what had passed, nor informed anyone who she was, dismissed the girl, with orders to the postboy to get the horses ready immediately. Being now left alone with her maid, she told her trusty waiting woman that she was never more easy than at present. "I am now convinced," said she, "he is not only a villain, but a low, despicable wretch. I can forgive all rather than his exposing my name in so barbarous a manner. That renders him the object of my contempt. Yes, honour, I am now easy. I am indeed. I am very easy." And then she burst into a violent flood of tears. After a short interval spent by Sophia, chiefly in crying, and assuring her maid that she was perfectly easy, Susan arrived with an account that the horses were ready, when a very extraordinary thought suggested itself to our young heroine, by which Mr. Jones would be acquainted with her having been at the inn, in a way which, if any sparks of affection for her remained in him, would be at least some punishment for his faults. The reader will be pleased to remember a little muff, which hath had the honour of being more than once remembered already in this history. This muff, ever since the departure of Mr. Jones, had been the constant companion of Sophia by day, and her bedfellow by night, and this muff she had at this very instant upon her arm, whence she took it off with great indignation, and having writ her name with her pencil upon a piece of paper, which she pinned to it, she bribed the maid to convey it into the empty bed of Mr. Jones, in which, if he did not find it, she charged her to take some method of conveying it before his eyes in the morning. Then, having paid for what Mrs. Honour had eaten, in which bill was included an account of what she herself might have eaten, she mounted her horse, and, once more assuring her companion that she was perfectly easy, continued her journey. Chapter 6, containing among other things the ingenuity of Partridge, the madness of Jones, and the folly of Fitzpatrick. It was now past 5 in the morning, and other company began to rise and come to the kitchen, among whom were the sergeant and the coachman, who, being thoroughly reconciled, made a libation, or in the English phrase, drank a hearty cup together. In this drinking nothing more remarkable happened than the behaviour of Partridge, who, when the sergeant drank a health to King George, repeated only the word king, nor could he be brought to utter more, for though he was going to fight against his own cause, yet he could not be prevailed upon to drink against it. Mr. Jones being now returned to his own bed, but from whence he returned we must beg to be excused from relating, summoned Partridge from this agreeable company, who, after a ceremonious preface, having obtained leave to offer his advice, delivered himself as follows: "It is, sir, an old saying, and a true one, that a wise man may sometimes learn counsel from a fool. I wish, therefore, I might be so bold as to offer you my advice, which is to return home again, and lead these horrida bella, these bloody wars, to fellows who are contented to swallow gunpowder, because they have nothing else to eat. Now, everybody knows your honour waits for nothing at home. When that's the case, why should any man travel abroad?" "Partridge," cries Jones, "thou art certainly a coward. I wish, therefore, thou wouldst return home thyself, and trouble me no more." "I ask your honour's pardon," cries Partridge. "I spoke on your account more than my own, for, as to me, heaven knows my circumstances are bad enough, and I am so far from being afraid, that I value a pistol, or a blunderbuss, or any such thing, no more than a pop-gun. Every man must die once, and what signifies the manner how? Besides, perhaps I may come off with the loss only of an arm or a leg. I assure you, sir, I was never less afraid in my life, and so, if your honour is resolved to go on, I am resolved to follow you. But in that case, I wish I might give my opinion. To be sure, it is a scandalous way of travelling, a great gentleman like you to walk afoot. But here are 2 or 3 good horses in the stable, which the landlord will certainly make no scruple of trusting you with. But, if he should, I can easily contrive to take them, and let the worst come to the worst. The king would certainly pardon you, as you are going to fight in his cause. Now, as the honesty of Partridge was equal to his understanding, and both dealt only in small matters, he would never have attempted a roguery of this kind, had he not imagined it altogether safe, for he was one of those who have more consideration of the gallows than of the fitness of things. But, in reality, he thought he might have committed this felony without any danger, for besides that he doubted not but the name of Mr. Allworthy would sufficiently quiet the landlord, he conceived they should be altogether safe, whatever turn affairs might take, as Jones, he imagined, would have friends enough on one side, and as his friends would as well secure him on the other. When Mr. Jones found that Partridge was in earnest in this proposal, he very severely rebuked him, and that in such bitter terms that the other attempted to laugh it off, and presently turned the discourse to other matters, saying he believed they were then in a bawdy house, and that he had with much ado prevented 2 wenches from disturbing his honour in the middle of the night. "Hey day," says he, "I believe they got into your chamber whether I would or no, for here lies the muff of one of them on the ground." Indeed, as Jones returned to his bed in the dark, he had never perceived the muff on the quilt, and in leaping into his bed, he had tumbled it on the floor. This Partridge now took up, and was going to put into his pocket, when Jones desired to see it. The muff was so very remarkable that our hero might possibly have recollected it without the information annexed, but his memory was not put to that hard office, for at the same instant he saw and read the words Sophia Western upon the paper which was pinned to it. His looks now grew frantic in a moment, and he eagerly cried out, "Oh, heavens! How came this muff here?" "I know no more than your honour," cried Partridge, "but I saw it upon the arm of one of the women who would have disturbed you, if I would have suffered them." "Where are they?" cries Jones, jumping out of bed, and laying hold of his clothes. "Many miles off, I believe, by this time," said Partridge. And now Jones, upon further inquiry, was sufficiently assured that the bearer of this muff was no other than the lovely Sophia herself. The behaviour of Jones on this occasion, his thoughts, his looks, his words, his actions, were such as beggar all description. After many bitter execrations on Partridge, and not fewer on himself, he ordered the poor fellow, who was frightened out of his wits, to run down and hire him horses at any rate, and a very few minutes afterwards, having shuffled on his clothes, he hastened downstairs to execute the orders himself, which he had just before given. But before we proceed to what passed on his arrival in the kitchen, it will be necessary to recur to what had there happened since Partridge had first left it on his master's summons. The sergeant was just marched off with his party, when the 2 Irish gentlemen arose, and came downstairs, both complaining that they had been so often waked by the noises in the inn, that they had never once been able to close their eyes all night. The coach, which had brought the young lady and her maid, and which perhaps the reader may have hitherto concluded was her own, was indeed a returned coach belonging to Mr. King, of Bath, one of the worthiest and honestest men that ever dealt in horseflesh, and whose coaches we heartily recommend to all our readers who travel that road. By which means they may perhaps have the pleasure of riding in the very coach, and being driven by the very coachman that is recorded in this history. The coachman, having but 2 passengers, and hearing Mr. Maclachlan was going to Bath, offered to carry him thither at a very moderate price. He was induced to this by the report of the hostler, who said that the horse which Mr. Maclachlan had hired from Worcester would be much more pleased with returning to his friends there than to prosecute a long journey, for that the said horse was rather a 2-legged than a 4-legged animal. Mr. Maclachlan immediately closed with the proposal of the coachman, and, at the same time, persuaded his friend Fitzpatrick to accept of the 4th place in the coach. This conveyance the soreness of his bones made more agreeable to him than a horse, and being well assured of meeting with his wife at Bath, he thought a little delay would be of no consequence. Maclachlan, who was much the sharper man of the 2, no sooner heard that this lady came from Chester, with the other circumstances which he learned from the hostler, than it came into his head that she might possibly be his friend's wife, and presently acquainted him with this suspicion, which had never once occurred to Fitzpatrick himself. To say the truth, he was one of those compositions which nature makes up in too great a hurry, and forgets to put any brains into their head. Now it happens to this sort of men, as to bad hounds, who never hit off a fault themselves, but no sooner doth a dog of sagacity open his mouth than they immediately do the same, and without the guidance of any scent, run directly forwards as fast as they are able. In the same manner, the very moment Mr. Maclachlan had mentioned his apprehension, Mr. Fitzpatrick instantly concurred, and flew directly upstairs to surprise his wife, before he knew where she was, and, unluckily, as fortune loves to play tricks with those gentlemen who put themselves entirely under her conduct, ran his head against several doors and posts to no purpose. Much kinder was she to me when she suggested that simile of the hounds, just before inserted, since the poor wife may, on these occasions, be so justly compared to a hunted hare. Like that little wretched animal, she pricks up her ears to listen after the voice of her pursuer. Like her, flies away trembling when she hears it, and, like her, is generally overtaken and destroyed in the end. This was not, however, the case at present, for, after a long, fruitless search, Mr. Fitzpatrick returned to the kitchen, where, as if this had been a real chase, entered a gentleman hallooing as hunters do when the hounds are at a fault. He was just alighted from his horse, and had many attendants at his heels. Here, reader, it may be necessary to acquaint thee with some matters, which, if thou dost know already, thou art wiser than I take thee to be. And this information thou shalt receive in the next chapter.
Chapter 7, in which are concluded the adventures that happened at the inn at Upton. In the first place, then, this gentleman just arrived was no other person than Squire Western himself, who was come hither in pursuit of his daughter, and had he fortunately been 2 hours earlier, he had not only found her, but his niece into the bargain, for such was the wife of Mr. Fitzpatrick, who had run away with her 5 years before out of the custody of that sage lady, Madam Western. Now this lady had departed from the inn much about the same time with Sophia, for having been waked by the voice of her husband, she had sent up for the landlady, and being by her apprised of the matter, had bribed the good woman at an extravagant price, to furnish her with horses for her escape. Such prevalence had money in this family, and though the mistress would have turned away her maid for a corrupt hussy if she had known as much as the reader, yet she was no more proof against corruption herself than poor Susan had been. Mr. Western and his nephew were not known to one another, nor indeed would the former have taken any notice of the latter if he had known him, for this being a stolen match, and consequently an unnatural one in the opinion of the good squire, he had, from the time of her committing it, abandoned the poor young creature, who was then no more than 18, as a monster, and had never since suffered her to be named in his presence. The kitchen was now a scene of universal confusion, Western inquiring after his daughter, and Fitzpatrick as eagerly after his wife, when Jones entered the room, unfortunately having Sophia's muff in his hand. As soon as Western saw Jones, he set up the same holla as is used by sportsmen when their game is in view. He then immediately run up and laid hold of Jones, crying, "We have got the dog, Fox! I warrant the bitch is not far off." The jargon which followed for some minutes, where many spoke different things at the same time, as it would be very difficult to describe, so would it be no less unpleasant to read. Jones having at length shaken Mr. Western off, and some of the company having interfered between them, our hero protested his innocence as to knowing anything of the lady, when Parson Supple stepped up and said, "It is folly to deny it, for why, the marks of guilt are in thy hands. I will myself asseverate, and bind it by an oath, that the muff thou bearest in thy hand belongeth unto Madam Sophia, for I have frequently observed her of later days to bear it about her." "My daughter's muff!" cries the squire in a rage. "Hath he got my daughter's muff? Bear witness the goods are found upon him. I'll have him before a justice of peace this instant. Where is my daughter, villain?" "Sir," said Jones, "I beg you would be pacified. The muff, I acknowledge, is the young lady's, but upon my honour I have never seen her." At these words Western lost all patience, and grew inarticulate with rage. Some of the servants had acquainted Fitzpatrick who Mr. Western was. The good Irishman, therefore, thinking he had now an opportunity to do an act of service to his uncle, and by that means might possibly obtain his favour, stepped up to Jones and cried out, "Upon my conscience, sir, you may be ashamed of denying your having seen the gentleman's daughter before my face, when you know I found you there upon the bed together." Then turning to Western, he offered to conduct him immediately to the room where his daughter was, which offer being accepted, he, the squire, the parson, and some others ascended directly to Mrs. Waters' chamber, which they entered with no less violence than Mr. Fitzpatrick had done before. The poor lady started from her sleep with as much amazement as terror, and beheld at her bedside a figure which might very well be supposed to have escaped out of Bedlam. Such wildness and confusion were in the looks of Mr. Western, who no sooner saw the lady than he started back, shewing sufficiently by his manner, before he spoke, that this was not the person sought after. So much more tenderly do women value their reputation than their persons, that though the latter seemed now in more danger than before, yet as the former was secure, the lady screamed not with such violence as she had done on the other occasion. However, she no sooner found herself alone than she abandoned all thoughts of further repose, and, as she had sufficient reason to be dissatisfied with her present lodging, she dressed herself with all possible expedition. Mr. Western now proceeded to search the whole house, but to as little purpose as he had disturbed poor Mrs. Waters. He then returned disconsolate into the kitchen, where he found Jones in the custody of his servants. This violent uproar had raised all the people in the house, though it was yet scarcely daylight. Among these was a grave gentleman who had the honour to be in the commission of the peace for the county of Worcester, of which Mr. Western was no sooner informed than he offered to lay his complaint before him. The justice declined executing his office, as he said he had no clerk present, nor no book about justice business, and that he could not carry all the law in his head about stealing away daughters and such sort of things. Here Mr. Fitzpatrick offered to lend him his assistance, informing the company that he had been himself bred to the law, and indeed he had served 3 years as clerk to an attorney in the north of Ireland, when, choosing a genteeler walk in life, he quitted his master, came over to England, and set up that business which requires no apprenticeship, namely, that of a gentleman, in which he had succeeded, as hath been already partly mentioned. Mr. Fitzpatrick declared that the law concerning daughters was out of the present case, that stealing a muff was undoubtedly felony, and the goods being found upon the person were sufficient evidence of the fact. The magistrate, upon the encouragement of so learned a coadjutor, and upon the violent intercession of the squire, was at length prevailed upon to seat himself in the chair of justice, where being placed, upon viewing the muff which Jones still held in his hand, and upon the parson swearing it to be the property of Mr. Western, he desired Mr. Fitzpatrick to draw up a commitment, which he said he would sign. Jones now desired to be heard, which was at last with difficulty granted him. He then produced the evidence of Mr. Partridge as to the finding it, but what was still more, Susan deposed that Sophia herself had delivered the muff to her, and had ordered her to convey it into the chamber where Mr. Jones had found it. Whether a natural love of justice or the extraordinary comeliness of Jones had wrought on Susan to make the discovery, I will not determine, but such were the effects of her evidence that the magistrate, throwing himself back in his chair, declared that the matter was now altogether as clear on the side of the prisoner as it had before been against him, with which the parson concurred, saying, the Lord forbid he should be instrumental in committing an innocent person to durance. The justice then arose, acquitted the prisoner, and broke up the court. Mr. Western now gave everyone present a hearty curse, and immediately ordering his horses, departed in pursuit of his daughter, without taking the least notice of his nephew Fitzpatrick, or returning any answer to his claim of kindred, notwithstanding all the obligations he had just received from that gentleman. In the violence, moreover, of his hurry and of his passion, he luckily forgot to demand the muff of Jones. I say luckily, for he would have died on the spot rather than have parted with it. Jones likewise, with his friend Partridge, set forward the moment he had paid his reckoning, in quest of his lovely Sophia, whom he now resolved never more to abandon the pursuit of, nor could he bring himself even to take leave of Mrs. Waters, of whom he detested the very thoughts, as she had been, though not designedly, the occasion of his missing the happiest interview with Sophia, to whom he now vowed eternal constancy. As for Mrs. Waters, she took the opportunity of the coach which was going to Bath, for which place she set out in company with the two Irish gentlemen, the landlady kindly lending her her clothes, in return for which she was contented only to receive about double their value as a recompense for the loan. Upon the road she was perfectly reconciled to Mr. Fitzpatrick, who was a very handsome fellow, and indeed did all she could to console him in the absence of his wife. Thus ended the many odd adventures which Mr. Jones encountered at his inn at Upton, where they talk to this day of the beauty and lovely behaviour of the charming Sophia, by the name of the Somersetshire Angel. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, in which the history goes backward. Before we proceed any farther in our history, it may be proper to look a little back, in order to account for the extraordinary appearance of Sophia and her father at the inn at Upton. The reader may be pleased to remember that, in the 9th chapter of the 7th book of our history, we left Sophia, after a long debate between love and duty, deciding the cause, as it usually, I believe, happens, in favour of the former. This debate had arisen, as we have there shown, from a visit which her father had just before made her, in order to force her consent to a marriage with Blifil, and which he had understood to be fully implied in her acknowledgment that she neither must nor could refuse any absolute command of his. Now, from this visit the squire retired to his evening potation, overjoyed at the success he had gained with his daughter, and as he was of a social disposition, and willing to have partakers in his happiness, the beer was ordered to flow very liberally into the kitchen, so that before 11 in the evening there was not a single person sober in the house, except only Mrs. Western herself and the charming Sophia. Early in the morning a messenger was dispatched to summon Mr. Blifil, for, though the squire imagined that young gentleman had been much less acquainted than he really was with the former aversion of his daughter, as he had not, however, yet received her consent, he longed impatiently to communicate it to him, not doubting but that the intended bride herself would confirm it with her lips. As to the wedding, it had the evening before been fixed by the male parties to be celebrated on the next morning save one. Breakfast was now set forth in the parlour, where Mr. Blifil attended, and where the squire and his sister likewise were assembled, and now Sophia was ordered to be called. O Shakespeare, had I thy pen, O Hogarth, had I thy pencil, then would I draw the picture of the poor serving-man, who, with pale countenance, staring eyes, chattering teeth, faltering tongue, and trembling limbs. E'en such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtains in the dead of night, and would have told him half his Troy was burned, entered the room and declared that Madam Sophia was not to be found. "Not to be found!" cried the squire, starting from his chair. "Zounds and damnation! Blood and fury! Where? When? How? What? Not to be found? Where?" "Law, brother," said Mrs. Western with true political coldness, "you are always throwing yourself into such violent passions for nothing. My niece, I suppose, is only walked out into the garden. I protest you are grown so unreasonable that it is impossible to live in the house with you." "Nay, nay," answered the squire, returning as suddenly to himself as he had gone from himself. "If that be all the matter, it signifies not much. But, upon my soul, my mind misgave me when the fellow said she was not to be found." He then gave orders for the bell to be rung in the garden, and sat himself contentedly down. No two things could be more the reverse of each other than were the brother and sister in most instances, particularly in this, that as the brother never foresaw anything at a distance, but was most sagacious in immediately seeing everything the moment it had happened, so the sister eternally foresaw at a distance, but was not so quick-sighted to objects before her eyes. Of both these the reader may have observed examples, and indeed both their several talents were excessive, for as the sister often foresaw what never came to pass, so the brother often saw much more than was actually the truth. This was not, however, the case at present. The same report was brought from the garden as before had been brought from the chamber, that Madam Sophia was not to be found. The squire himself now sallied forth, and began to roar forth the name of Sophia as loudly and in as hoarse a voice as whilom did Hercules that of Hylas. And as the poet tells us that the whole shore echoed back the name of that beautiful youth, so did the house, the garden, and all the neighboring fields resound nothing but the name of Sophia, in the hoarse voices of the men and in the shrill pipes of the women, while Echo seemed so pleased to repeat the beloved sound that, if there is really such a person, I believe Ovid hath belied her sex. Nothing reigned for a long time but confusion, till at last the squire, having sufficiently spent his breath, returned to the parlour, where he found Mrs. Western and Mr. Blifil, and threw himself, with the utmost dejection in his countenance, into a great chair. Here Mrs. Western began to apply the following consolation: "Brother, I am sorry for what hath happened, and that my niece should have behaved herself in a manner so unbecoming her family. But it is all your own doings, and you have nobody to thank but yourself. You know she hath been educated always in a manner directly contrary to my advice, and now you see the consequence. Have I not 1,000 times argued with you about giving my niece her own will? But you know I never could prevail upon you, and when I had taken so much pains to eradicate her headstrong opinions, and to rectify your errors in policy, you know she was taken out of my hands, so that I have nothing to answer for. Had I been trusted entirely with the care of her education, no such accident as this had ever befallen you, so that you must comfort yourself by thinking it was all your own doing, and indeed what else could be expected from such indulgence?" "Zounds, sister," answered he, "you are enough to make one mad. Have I indulged her? Have I given her her will? It was no longer ago than last night that I threatened, if she disobeyed me, to confine her to her chamber upon bread and water as long as she lived. You would provoke the patience of Job." "Did ever mortal hear the like?" replied she. "Brother, if I had not the patience of 50 Jobs, you would make me forget all decency and decorum. Why would you interfere? Did I not beg you, did I not entreat you to leave the whole conduct to me? You have defeated all the operations of the campaign by one false step. Would any man in his senses have provoked a daughter by such threats as these? How often have I told you that English women are not to be treated like Circassian slaves? We have the protection of the world. We are to be won by gentle means only, and not to be hectored and bullied and beat into compliance. I thank heaven no Salique law governs here. Brother, you have a roughness in your manner which no woman but myself would bear. I do not wonder my niece was frightened and terrified into taking this measure, and to speak honestly, I think my niece will be justified to the world for what she hath done. I repeat it to you again, brother, you must comfort yourself by remembering that it is all your own fault. How often have I advised?" Here Western rose hastily from his chair, and venting 2 or 3 horrid imprecations, ran out of the room. When he was departed, his sister expressed more bitterness, if possible, against him than she had done while he was present, for the truth of which she appealed to Mr. Blifil, who, with great complaisance, acquiesced entirely in all she said, but excused all the faults of Mr. Western, as they must be considered, he said, to have proceeded from the too inordinate fondness of a father, which must be allowed the name of an amiable weakness. So much the more inexcusable, answered the lady, for whom doth he ruin by his fondness but his own child? To which Blifil immediately agreed. Mrs. Western then began to express great confusion on the account of Mr. Blifil, and of the usage which he had received from a family to which he intended so much honour. On this subject she treated the folly of her niece with great severity, but concluded with throwing the whole on her brother, who, she said, was inexcusable to have proceeded so far without better assurances of his daughter's consent. But he was, says she, always of a violent headstrong temper, and I can scarce forgive myself for all the advice I have thrown away upon him. After much of this kind of conversation, which perhaps would not greatly entertain the reader, was it here particularly related, Mr. Blifil took his leave and returned home, not highly pleased with his disappointment, which, however, the philosophy which he had acquired from Squire, and the religion infused into him by Thwackum, together with somewhat else, taught him to bear rather better than more passionate lovers bear these kinds of evils. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Escape of Sophia. It is now time to look after Sophia, whom the reader, if he loves her half so well as I do, will rejoice to find escape from the clutches of her passionate father and from those of her dispassionate lover. 12 times did the iron register of time beat on the sonorous bell metal, summoning the ghosts to rise and walk their nightly round. In plainer language, it was 12 o'clock, and all the family, as we have said, lay buried in drink and sleep, except only Mrs. Western, who was deeply engaged in reading a political pamphlet, and except our heroine, who now softly stole downstairs, and having unbarred and unlocked one of the house doors, sallied forth and hastened to the place of appointment. Notwithstanding the many pretty arts which ladies sometimes practice to display their fears on every little occasion, almost as many as the other sex uses to conceal theirs, certainly there is a degree of courage which not only becomes a woman, but is often necessary to enable her to discharge her duty. It is indeed the idea of fierceness and not of bravery which destroys the female character, for who can read the story of the justly celebrated Arria without conceiving as high an opinion of her gentleness and tenderness as of her fortitude? At the same time, perhaps, many a woman who shrieks at a mouse or a rat may be capable of poisoning a husband, or what is worse, of driving him to poison himself. Sophia, with all the gentleness which a woman can have, had all the spirit which she ought to have. When, therefore, she came to the place of appointment, and instead of meeting her maid, as was agreed, saw a man ride directly up to her, she neither screamed out nor fainted away. Not that her pulse then beat with its usual regularity, for she was at first under some surprise and apprehension, but these were relieved almost as soon as raised, when the man, pulling off his hat, asked her, in a very submissive manner, if her ladyship did not expect to meet another lady, and then proceeded to inform her that he was sent to conduct her to that lady. Sophia could have no possible suspicion of any falsehood in this account. She therefore mounted resolutely behind the fellow, who conveyed her safe to a town about 5 miles distant, where she had the satisfaction of finding the good Mrs. Honour. They now debated what course to take in order to avoid the pursuit of Mr. Western, who they knew would send after them in a few hours. The London road had such charms for Honour that she was desirous of going on directly, alleging that, as Sophia could not be missed till 8 or 9 the next morning, her pursuers would not be able to overtake her, even though they knew which way she had gone. But Sophia had too much at stake to venture anything to chance, nor did she dare trust too much to her tender limbs in a contest which was to be decided only by swiftness. She resolved, therefore, to travel across the country for at least 20 or 30 miles, and then to take the direct road to London. So, having hired horses to go 20 miles one way when she intended to go 20 miles the other, she set forward with the same guide behind whom she had ridden from her father's house. The guide having now taken up behind him, in the room of Sophia, a much heavier as well as much less lovely burden, being indeed a huge portmanteau well stuffed with those outside ornaments by means of which the fair Honour hoped to gain many conquests and finally to make her fortune in London city. When they had gone about 200 paces from the inn on the London road, Sophia rode up to the guide, and with a voice much fuller of honey than was ever that of Plato, though his mouth is supposed to have been a beehive, begged him to take the first turning which led towards Bristol. Reader, I am not superstitious, nor any great believer of modern miracles. I do not, therefore, deliver the following as a certain truth, for indeed I can scarce credit it myself. But the fidelity of a historian obliges me to relate what hath been confidently asserted. The horse, then, on which the guide rode, is reported to have been so charmed by Sophia's voice that he made a full stop and expressed an unwillingness to proceed any farther. Perhaps, however, the fact may be true and less miraculous than it hath been represented, since the natural cause seems adequate to the effect. For as the guide at that moment desisted from a constant application of his armed right heel, for like Hudibras he wore but one spur, it is more than possible that this omission alone might occasion the beast to stop, especially as this was very frequent with him at other times. But if the voice of Sophia had really an effect on the horse, it had very little on the rider. He answered somewhat surlily that Meester had ordered him to go a different way, and that he should lose his place if he went any other than that he was ordered. Sophia, finding all her persuasions had no effect, began now to add irresistible charms to her voice, charms which, according to the proverb, makes the old mare trot instead of standing still, charms to which modern ages have attributed all that irresistible force which the ancients imputed to perfect oratory. In a word, she promised she would reward him to his utmost expectation. The lad was not totally deaf to these promises, but he disliked their being indefinite, for though perhaps he had never heard that word, yet that in fact was his objection. He said gentlefolks did not consider the case of poor volks, that he had like to have been turned away the other day for riding about the country with a gentleman from Squire Allworthy's, who did not reward him as he should have done. "With whom?" said Sophia eagerly. "With a gentleman from Squire Allworthy's," repeated the lad. "The squire's son, I think they call him." "Whither? Which way did he go?" said Sophia. "Why, a little o' one side of Bristol, about 20 miles off," answered the lad. "Guide me," said Sophia, "to the same place, and I'll give thee a guinea or two if one is not sufficient." "To be certain," said the boy, "it is honestly worth two, when your ladyship considers what a risk I run. But, however, if your ladyship will promise me the 2 guineas, I'll e'en venture. To be certain, it is a sinful thing to ride about my meester's horses, but one comfort is, I can only be turned away, and 2 guineas will partly make me amends." The bargain being thus struck, the lad turned aside into the Bristol road, and Sophia set forward in pursuit of Jones, highly contrary to the remonstrances of Mrs. Honour, who had much more desire to see London than to see Mr. Jones, for indeed she was not his friend with her mistress, as he had been guilty of some neglect in certain pecuniary civilities which are by custom due to the waiting gentlewoman in all love affairs, and more especially in those of a clandestine kind. This we impute rather to the carelessness of his temper than to any want of generosity, but perhaps she derived it from the latter motive. Certain it is that she hated him very bitterly on that account, and resolved to take every opportunity of injuring him with her mistress. It was therefore highly unlucky for her that she had gone to the very same town and inn whence Jones had started, and still more unlucky was she in having stumbled on the same guide, and on this accidental discovery which Sophia had made. Our travellers arrived at Hambrook at the break of day, where Honour was against her will charged to inquire the route which Mr. Jones had taken. Of this, indeed, the guide himself could have informed them, but Sophia, I know not for what reason, never asked him the question. This was the village where Jones met the Quaker. When Mrs. Honour had made her report from the landlord, Sophia, with much difficulty, procured some indifferent horses, which brought her to the inn where Jones had been confined, rather by the misfortune of meeting with a surgeon than by having met with a broken head. Here Honour, being again charged with a commission of inquiry, had no sooner applied herself to the landlady, and had described the person of Mr. Jones, than that sagacious woman began, in the vulgar phrase, to smell a rat. When Sophia, therefore, entered the room, instead of answering the maid, the landlady, addressing herself to the mistress, began the following speech. "Good lack-a-day! Why there now, who would have thought it? I protest the loveliest couple that ever I beheld. I fackins, madam, it is no wonder the squire run on so about your ladyship. He told me indeed you was the finest lady in the world, and to be sure so you be. Mercy on him, poor heart, I be-pitied him so I did, when he used to hug his pillow and call it his dear Madam Sophia. I did all I could to dissuade him from going to the wars. I told him there were men enow that were good for nothing else but to be killed, that had not the love of such fine ladies." "Sure," said Sophia, "the good woman is distracted." "No, no," cries the landlady, "I am not distracted. What doth your ladyship think I don't know then? I assure you he told me all." "What saucy fellow," cries Honour, "told you anything of my lady?" "No saucy fellow," answered the landlady, "but the young gentleman you inquired after, and a very pretty young gentleman he is, and he loves Madam Sophia Western to the bottom of his soul." "He love my lady? I'd have you to know, woman, she is meat for his master." "Nay, Honour," said Sophia, interrupting her, "don't be angry with the good woman. She intends no harm." "No, marry, don't I," answered the landlady, emboldened by the soft accents of Sophia, and then launched into a long narrative too tedious to be here set down, in which some passages dropped that gave a little offence to Sophia, and much more to her waiting woman, who hence took occasion to abuse poor Jones to her mistress the moment they were alone together, saying, that he must be a very pitiful fellow, and could have no love for a lady whose name he could thus prostitute in an alehouse. Sophia did not see his behaviour in so very disadvantageous a light, and was perhaps more pleased with the violent raptures of his love, which the landlady exaggerated as much as she had done every other circumstance, than she was offended with the rest, and indeed she imputed the whole to the extravagance, or rather ebullience, of his passion, and to the openness of his heart. This incident, however, being afterwards revived in her mind and placed in the most odious colours by Honour, served to heighten and give credit to those unlucky occurrences at Upton, and assisted the waiting woman in her endeavours to make her mistress depart from that inn without seeing Jones. The landlady, finding Sophia intended to stay no longer than till her horses were ready, and that without either eating or drinking, soon withdrew, when Honour began to take her mistress to task, for indeed she used great freedom, and after a long harangue in which she reminded her of her intention to go to London, and gave frequent hints of the impropriety of pursuing a young fellow, she at last concluded with this serious exhortation: "For heaven's sake, madam, consider what you are about, and whither you are going." This advice to a lady who had already rode near 40 miles, and in no very agreeable season, may seem foolish enough. It may be supposed she had well considered and resolved this already. Nay, Mrs. Honour, by the hints she threw out, seemed to think so, and this I doubt not is the opinion of many readers, who have, I make no doubt, been long since well convinced of the purpose of our heroine, and have heartily condemned her for it as a wanton baggage. But in reality this was not the case. Sophia had been lately so distracted between hope and fear, her duty and love to her father, her hatred to Blifil, her compassion, and why should we not confess the truth, her love for Jones, which last the behaviour of her father, of her aunt, of every one else, and more particularly of Jones himself, had blown into a flame, that her mind was in that confused state which may be truly said to make us ignorant of what we do, or whither we go, or rather indeed indifferent as to the consequence of either. The prudent and sage advice of her maid produced, however, some cool reflection, and she at length determined to go to Gloucester, and thence to proceed directly to London. But unluckily, a few miles before she entered that town, she met the hack attorney, who, as is before mentioned, had dined there with Mr. Jones. This fellow, being well known to Mrs. Honour, stopped and spoke to her, of which Sophia at that time took little notice more than to inquire who he was. But having had a more particular account from Honour of this man afterwards at Gloucester, and hearing of the great expedition he usually made in travelling, for which, as hath been before observed, he was particularly famous, recollecting likewise that she had overheard Mrs. Honour inform him that they were going to Gloucester, she began to fear lest her father might, by this fellow's means, be able to trace her to that city, wherefore, if she should there strike into the London road, she apprehended he would certainly be able to overtake her. She therefore altered her resolution, and having hired horses to go a week's journey a way which she did not intend to travel, she again set forward after a light refreshment, contrary to the desire and earnest entreaties of her maid, and to the no less vehement remonstrances of Mrs. Whitefield, who, from good breeding, or perhaps from good nature, for the poor young lady appeared much fatigued, pressed her very hardly to stay that evening at Gloucester. Having refreshed herself only with some tea, and with lying about 2 hours on the bed while her horses were getting ready, she resolutely left Mrs. Whitefield's about 11 at night, and striking directly into the Worcester road, within less than 4 hours arrived at that very inn where we last saw her. Having thus traced our heroine very particularly back from her departure till her arrival at Upton, we shall in a very few words bring her father to the same place, who, having received the first scent from the post-boy who conducted his daughter to Hambrook, very easily traced her afterwards to Gloucester, whence he pursued her to Upton, as he had learned Mr. Jones had taken that route, for Partridge, to use the squire's expression, left everywhere a strong scent behind him, and he doubted not in the least but Sophia travelled, or as he phrased it, ran the same way. He used indeed a very coarse expression, which need not be here inserted, as fox hunters who alone will understand it will easily suggest it to themselves.
Book 11, containing about 3 days. Chapter 1. A Quest for the Critics. In our last initial chapter, we may be supposed to have treated that formidable set of men who are called critics with more freedom than becomes us, since they exact, and indeed generally receive, great condescension from authors. We shall in this, therefore, give the reasons of our conduct to this august body, and here we shall, perhaps, place them in a light in which they have not hitherto been seen. This word critic is of Greek derivation, and signifies judgment. Hence I presume some persons who have not understood the original, and have seen the English translation of the primitive, have concluded that it meant judgment in the legal sense, in which it is frequently used as equivalent to condemnation. I am the rather inclined to be of that opinion, as the greatest number of critics hath of late years been found amongst the lawyers. Many of these gentlemen, from despair perhaps of ever rising to the bench in Westminster Hall, have placed themselves on the benches at the playhouse, where they have exerted their judicial capacity, and have given judgment, that is, condemned without mercy. The gentlemen would perhaps be well enough pleased if we were to leave them thus compared to one of the most important and honourable offices in the Commonwealth, and, if we intended to apply to their favour, we would do so. But, as we design to deal very sincerely and plainly too with them, we must remind them of another officer of justice of a much lower rank, to whom, as they not only pronounce, but execute their own judgment, they bear likewise some remote resemblance. But in reality there is another light in which these modern critics may, with great justice and propriety, be seen, and this is that of a common slanderer. If a person who pries into the characters of others, with no other design but to discover their faults and to publish them to the world, deserves the title of a slanderer of the reputations of men, why should not a critic, who reads with the same malevolent view, be as properly styled the slanderer of the reputation of books? Vice hath not, I believe, a more abject slave. Society produces not a more odious vermin. Nor can the devil receive a guest more worthy of him, nor possibly more welcome to him, than a slanderer. The world, I am afraid, regards not this monster with half the abhorrence which he deserves, and I am more afraid to assign the reason of this criminal lenity shown towards him. Yet it is certain that the thief looks innocent in the comparison. Nay, the murderer himself can seldom stand in competition with his guilt. For slander is a more cruel weapon than a sword, as the wounds which the former gives are always incurable. One method indeed there is of killing, and that the basest and most execrable of all, which bears an exact analogy to the vice here disclaimed against, and that is poison, a means of revenge so base and yet so horrible that it was once wisely distinguished by our laws from all other murders in the peculiar severity of the punishment. Besides the dreadful mischiefs done by slander, and the baseness of the means by which they are effected, there are other circumstances that highly aggravate its atrocious quality, for it often proceeds from no provocation, and seldom promises itself any reward, unless some black and infernal mind may propose a reward in the thoughts of having procured the ruin and misery of another. Shakespeare hath nobly touched this vice, when he says, "Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and hath been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, but makes me poor indeed." With all this my good reader will doubtless agree, but much of it will probably seem too severe when applied to the slanderer of books. But let it here be considered that both proceed from the same wicked disposition of mind, and are alike void of the excuse of temptation. Nor shall we conclude the injury done this way to be very slight, when we consider a book as the author's offspring, and indeed as the child of his brain. The reader who hath suffered his muse to continue hitherto in a virgin state can have but a very inadequate idea of this kind of paternal fondness, To such we may parody the tender exclamation of Macduff, "Alas, thou hast written no book." But the author whose muse hath brought forth will feel the pathetic strain, perhaps will accompany me with tears, especially if his darling be already no more, while I mention the uneasiness with which the big muse bears about her burden, the painful labour with which she produces it, and lastly, the care, the fondness with which the tender father nourishes his favourite till it be brought to maturity and produced into the world. Nor is there any paternal fondness which seems less to savour of absolute instinct, and which may so well be reconciled to worldly wisdom as this. These children may most truly be called the riches of their father, and many of them have with true filial piety fed their parent in his old age, so that not only the affection but the interest of the author may be highly injured by these slanderers, whose poisonous breath brings his book to an untimely end. Lastly, the slander of a book is in truth the slander of the author, for, as no one can call another bastard without calling the mother a whore, so neither can anyone give the names of sad stuff, horrid nonsense, etc. to a book, without calling the author a blockhead, which, though in a moral sense it is a preferable appellation to that of villain, is perhaps rather more injurious to his worldly interest. Now, however ludicrous all this may appear to some, others, I doubt not, will feel and acknowledge the truth of it, nay, may perhaps think I have not treated the subject with decent solemnity. But surely a man may speak truth with a smiling countenance. In reality, to depreciate a book maliciously, or even wantonly, is at least a very ill-natured office, and a morose, snarling critic may, I believe, be suspected to be a bad man. I will therefore endeavour in the remaining part of this chapter to explain the marks of this character, and to show what criticism I here intend to obviate, for I can never be understood, unless by the very persons here meant, to insinuate that there are no proper judges of writing, or to endeavour to exclude from the commonwealth of literature any of those noble critics to whose labours the learned world are so greatly indebted. Such were Aristotle, Horace, and Longinus among the ancients, Daché and Bossu among the French, and some perhaps among us, who have certainly been duly authorized to execute at least a judicial authority in foro literario. But without ascertaining all the proper qualifications of a critic, which I have touched on elsewhere, I think I may very boldly object to the censures of anyone passed upon works which he hath not himself read. Such censures as these, whether they speak from their own guess or suspicion, or from the report and opinion of others, may properly be said to slander the reputation of the book they condemn. Such may likewise be suspected of deserving this character, who, without assigning any particular faults, condemn the whole in general defamatory terms, such as vile, dull, damned stuff, etc., and particularly by the use of the monosyllable low, a word which becomes the mouth of no critic who is not right honourable. Again, though there may be some faults justly assigned in the work, yet if those are not in the most essential parts, or if they are compensated by greater beauties, it will savour rather of the malice of a slanderer than of the judgment of a true critic to pass a severe sentence upon the whole, merely on account of some vicious part. This is directly contrary to the sentiments of Horace. Verum ubi plura nitent in carmine, non ego paucis, offendor maculis, quas aut incuria fudit, aut humana parum cavit natura. But where the beauties more in number shine, I am not angry when a casual line, that with some trivial faults unequal flows, a careless hand or human frailty shows. Mr. Francis. For, as Marshall says, aliter non fit avite liber. No book can be otherwise composed. All beauty of character as well as of countenance, and indeed of everything human, is to be tried in this manner. Cruel indeed would it be if such a work as this history, which hath employed some thousands of hours in the composing, should be liable to be condemned, because some particular chapter, or perhaps chapters, may be obnoxious to very just and sensible objections, and yet nothing is more common than the most rigorous sentence upon books supported by such objections, which, if they were rightly taken, and that they are not always, do by no means go to the merit of the whole. In the theatre especially, a single expression which doth not coincide with the taste of the audience, or with any individual critic of that audience, is sure to be hissed, and one scene which should be disapproved would hazard the whole piece. To write within such severe rules as these is as impossible as to live up to some splenetic opinions, and if we judge according to the sentiments of some critics and of some Christians, no author will be saved in this world, and no man in the next. Chapter 2. The adventures which Sophia met with after her leaving Upton. Our history, just before it was obliged to turn about and travel backwards, had mentioned the departure of Sophia and her maid from the inn. We shall now therefore pursue the steps of that lovely creature, and leave her unworthy lover a little longer to bemoan his ill luck, or rather his ill conduct. Sophia having directed her guide to travel through by-roads across the country, they now passed the Severn, and had scarce got a mile from the inn, when the young lady, looking behind her, saw several horses coming after on full speed. This greatly alarmed her fears, and she called to the guide to put on as fast as possible. He immediately obeyed her, and away they rode at full gallop. But the faster they went, the faster were they followed, and as the horses behind were somewhat swifter than those before, so the former were at length overtaken. A happy circumstance for poor Sophia, whose fears, joined to her fatigue, had almost overpowered her spirits, but she was now instantly relieved by a female voice that greeted her in the softest manner and with the utmost civility. This greeting Sophia, as soon as she could recover her breath, with like civility and with the highest satisfaction to herself, returned. The travellers who joined Sophia, and who had given her such terror, consisted, like her own company, of 2 females and a guide. The 2 parties proceeded 3 full miles together before anyone offered again to open their mouths, when our heroine, having pretty well got the better of her fear, but yet being somewhat surprised that the other still continued to attend her, as she pursued no great road, and had already passed through several turnings, accosted the strange lady in a most obliging tone, and said, she was very happy to find they were both travelling the same way. The other, who, like a ghost, only wanted to be spoke to, readily answered, that the happiness was entirely hers, that she was a perfect stranger in that country, and was so overjoyed at meeting a companion of her own sex, that she had perhaps been guilty of an impertinence, which required great apology in keeping pace with her. More civilities passed between these 2 ladies, for Mrs. Honour had now given place to the fine habit of the stranger, and had fallen into the rear. But though Sophia had great curiosity to know why the other lady continued to travel on through the same by-roads with herself, nay, though this gave her some uneasiness, yet fear or modesty or some other consideration restrained her from asking the question. The strange lady now laboured under a difficulty which appears almost below the dignity of history to mention. Her bonnet had been blown from her head not less than 5 times within the last mile, nor could she come at any ribbon nor handkerchief to tie it under her chin. When Sophia was informed of this, she immediately supplied her with a handkerchief for this purpose, which, while she was pulling from her pocket, she perhaps too much neglected the management of her horse, for the beast, now unluckily making a false step, fell upon his forelegs and threw his fair rider from his back. Though Sophia came head foremost to the ground, she happily received not the least damage, and the same circumstances which had perhaps contributed to her fall now preserved her from confusion, for the lane which they were then passing was narrow and very much overgrown with trees, so that the moon could here afford very little light, and was moreover at present so obscured in a cloud that it was almost perfectly dark. By these means the young lady's modesty, which was extremely delicate, escaped as free from injury as her limbs, and she was once more reinstated in her saddle, having received no other harm than a little fright by her fall. Daylight at length appeared in its full lustre, and now the 2 ladies, who were riding over a common side by side, looking steadfastly at each other, at the same moment both their eyes became fixed, both their horses stopped, and both speaking together, with equal joy pronounced, the one the name of Sophia, the other that of Harriet. This unexpected encounter surprised the ladies much more than I believe it will the sagacious reader, who must have imagined that the strange lady could be no other than Mrs. Fitzpatrick, the cousin of Miss Western, whom we before mentioned to have sallied from the inn a few minutes after her. So great was the surprise and joy which these 2 cousins conceived at this meeting, for they had formerly been most intimate acquaintance and friends, and had long lived together with their Aunt Western, that it is impossible to recount half the congratulations which passed between them before either asked a very natural question of the other, namely, whither she was going. This at last, however, came first from Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but, easy and natural as the question may seem, Sophia found it difficult to give it a very ready and certain answer. She begged her cousin, therefore, to suspend all curiosity till they arrived at some inn, which I suppose, says she, can hardly be far distant, and, believe me, Harriet, I suspend as much curiosity on my side, for, indeed, I believe our astonishment is pretty equal. The conversation which passed between these ladies on the road was, I apprehend, little worth relating, and less certainly was that between the two waiting women, for they likewise began to pay their compliments to each other. As for the guides, they were debarred from the pleasure of discourse, the one being placed in the van, and the other obliged to bring up the rear. In this posture they travelled many hours, till they came into a wide and well-beaten road, which, as they turned to the right, soon brought them to a very fair, promising inn, where they all alighted. But so fatigued was Sophia that, as she had sat her horse during the last 5 or 6 miles with great difficulties, so was she now incapable of dismounting from him without assistance. This the landlord, who had hold of her horse, presently perceiving, offered to lift her in his arms from her saddle, and she too readily accepted the tender of this service. Indeed, fortune seems to have resolved to put Sophia to the blush that day, and the second malicious attempt succeeded better than the first, for my landlord had no sooner received the young lady in his arms than his feet, which the gout had lately very severely handled, gave way, and down he tumbled, but at the same time, with no less dexterity than gallantry, contrived to throw himself under his charming burden, so that he alone received any bruise from the fall. For the great injury which happened to Sophia was a violent shock given to her modesty by an immoderate grin, which, at her rising from the ground, she observed in the countenances of most of the bystanders. This made her suspect what had really happened, and what we shall not here relate, for the indulgence of those readers who are capable of laughing at the offence given to a young lady's delicacy. Accidents of this kind we have never regarded in a comical light, nor will we scruple to say that he must have a very inadequate idea of the modesty of a beautiful young woman, who would wish to sacrifice it to so paltry a satisfaction as can arise from laughter. This fright and shock, joined to the violent fatigue which both her mind and body had undergone, almost overcame the excellent constitution of Sophia, and she had scarce strength sufficient to totter into the inn, leaning on the arm of her maid. Here she was no sooner seated than she called for a glass of water, but Mrs. Honour, very judiciously in my opinion, changed it into a glass of wine. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, hearing from Mrs. Honour that Sophia had not been in bed during the last 2 nights, and observing her to look very pale and wan with her fatigue, earnestly entreated her to refresh herself with some sleep. She was yet a stranger to her history or her apprehensions, but had she known both, she would have given the same advice, for rest was visibly necessary for her, and their long journey through by-roads so entirely removed all danger of pursuit that she was herself perfectly easy on that account. Sophia was easily prevailed on to follow the counsel of a friend, which was heartily seconded by her maid. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise offered to bear her cousin company, which Sophia, with much complaisance, accepted. The mistress was no sooner in bed than the maid prepared to follow her example. She began to make many apologies to her sister Abigail for leaving her alone in so horrid a place as an inn, but the other stopped her short, being as well inclined to a nap as herself, and desired the honour of being her bedfellow. Sophia's maid agreed to give her a share of her bed, but put in her claim to all the honour. So, after many curtsies and compliments, to bed together went the waiting women, as their mistresses had done before them. It was usual with my landlord, as indeed it is with the whole fraternity, to inquire particularly of all coachmen, footmen, postboys, and others, into the names of all his guests, what their estate was, and where it lay. It cannot therefore be wondered at that the many particular circumstances which attended our travellers, and especially their retiring all to sleep at so extraordinary and unusual an hour as 10 in the morning, should excite his curiosity. As soon, therefore, as the guides entered the kitchen, he began to examine who the ladies were, and whence they came, but the guides, though they faithfully related all they knew, gave him very little satisfaction. On the contrary, they rather inflamed his curiosity than extinguished it. This landlord had the character, among all his neighbours, of being a very sagacious fellow. He was thought to see farther and deeper into things than any man in the parish, the parson himself not excepted. Perhaps his look had contributed not a little to procure him this reputation, for there was in this something wonderfully wise and significant, especially when he had a pipe in his mouth, which, indeed, he seldom was without. His behaviour, likewise, greatly assisted in promoting the opinion of his wisdom. In his deportment he was solemn, if not sullen, and when he spoke, which was seldom, he always delivered himself in a slow voice, and, though his sentences were short, they were still interrupted with many hums and ha's, ayes, and other expletives, so that, though he accompanied his words with certain explanatory gestures, such as shaking or nodding the head, or pointing with his forefinger, he generally left his hearers to understand more than he expressed. Nay, he commonly gave them a hint that he knew much more than he thought proper to disclose. This last circumstance alone may, indeed, very well account for his character of wisdom, since men are strangely inclined to worship what they do not understand. A grand secret, upon which several imposers on mankind have totally relied for the success of their frauds. This polite person, now taking his wife aside, asked her what she thought of the ladies lately arrived. "Think of them?" said the wife. "Why, what should I think of them?" "I know," answered he, "what I think. The guides tell strange stories. One pretends to be come from Gloucester, and the other from Upton, and neither of them, for what I can find, can tell whither they are going. But what people ever travel across the country from Upton hither, especially to London? And one of the maidservants, before she alighted from her horse, asked if this was not the London road. Now I have put all these circumstances together, and whom do you think I have found them out to be?" "Nay," answered she, "you know I never pretend to guess at your discoveries." "It is a good girl," replied he, chucking her under the chin. "I must own you have always submitted to my knowledge of these matters. Why then, depend upon it, mind what I say, depend upon it, they are certainly some of the rebel ladies, who, they say, travel with the young Chevalier, and have taken a roundabout way to escape the Duke's army." "Husband," quoth the wife, "you have certainly hit it, for one of them is dressed as fine as any princess, and, to be sure, she looks for all the world like one. But yet, when I consider one thing—" "When you consider," cries the landlord contemptuously. "Come, pray let's hear what you consider." "Why, it is," answered the wife, "that she is too humble to be any very great lady, for, while our Betty was warming the bed, she called her nothing but child, and my dear, and sweetheart, and, when Betty offered to pull off her shoes and stockings, she would not suffer her, saying she would not give her the trouble." "Pah!" answered the husband, "that is nothing. Dost think, because you have seen some great ladies rude and uncivil to persons below them, that none of them know how to behave themselves when they come before their inferiors? I think I know people of fashion when I see them. I think I do. Did not she call for a glass of water when she came in? Another sort of women would have called for a dram. You know they would. If she be not a woman of very great quality, sell me for a fool. And I believe those who buy me will have a bad bargain. Now, would a woman of her quality travel without a footman, unless upon some such extraordinary occasion?" "Nay, to be sure, husband," cries she, "you know these matters better than I or most folk." "I think I do know something," said he. "To be sure," answered the wife, "the poor little heart looked so piteous when she sat down in the chair, I protest I could not help having a compassion for her almost as much as if she had been a poor body. But what's to be done, husband? Even she being a rebel, I suppose you intend to betray her up to the court. Well, she is a sweet-tempered, good-humoured lady, be she what she will, and I shall hardly refrain from crying when I hear she is hanged or beheaded." "Pooh!" answered the husband. "But as to what's to be done, it is not so easy a matter to determine. I hope, before she goes away, we shall have the news of a battle, for if the Chevalier should get the better, she may gain us interest at court, and make our fortunes without betraying her." "Why, that is true," replied the wife, "and I heartily hope she will have it in her power. Certainly she is a sweet good lady. It would go horribly against me to have her come to any harm." "Pooh!" cries the landlord, "women are always so tender-hearted. Why, you would not harbour rebels, would you?" "No, certainly," answered the wife, "and as for betraying her, come what will on it, nobody can blame us. It is what anybody would do in our case." While our prolific landlord, who had not, we see, undeservedly the reputation of great wisdom among his neighbours, was engaged in debating this matter with himself, for he paid little attention to the opinion of his wife, news arrived that the rebels had given the Duke the slip, and had got a day's march towards London, and soon after arrived a famous Jacobite squire, who, with great joy in his countenance, shook the landlord by the hand, saying, "All's our own, boy. 10,000 honest Frenchmen are landed in Suffolk. Old England for ever. 10,000 French, my brave lad. I'm going to tap away directly." This news determined the opinion of the wise man, and he resolved to make his court to the young lady when she arose, for he had now, he said, discovered that she was no other than Madam Jenny Cameron herself. Chapter 3. A very short chapter, in which, however, is a sun, a moon, a star, and an angel. The sun, for he keeps very good hours at this time of the year, had been some time retired to rest, when Sophia arose greatly refreshed by her sleep, which, short as it was, nothing but her extreme fatigue could have occasioned, for though she had told her maid, and perhaps herself too, that she was perfectly easy when she left Upton, yet it is certain her mind was a little affected with that malady which is attended with all the restless symptoms of a fever, and is perhaps the very distemper which physicians mean, if they mean anything, by the fever on the spirits. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise left her bed at the same time, and, having summoned her maid, immediately dressed herself. She was really a very pretty woman, and, had she been in any other company but that of Sophia, might have been thought beautiful. But when Mrs. Honour of her own accord attended, for her mistress would not suffer her to be waked, and had equipped our heroine, the charms of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who had performed the office of the morning star, and had preceded greater glories, shared the fate of that star, and were totally eclipsed the moment those glories shone forth. Perhaps Sophia never looked more beautiful than she did at this instant. We ought not, therefore, to condemn the maid of the inn for her hyperbole, who, when she descended, after having lighted the fire, declared and ratified it with an oath that if ever there was an angel upon earth, she was now above stairs. Sophia had acquainted her cousin with her design to go to London, and Mrs. Fitzpatrick had agreed to accompany her, for the arrival of her husband at Upton had put an end to her design of going to Bath or to her Aunt Western. They had therefore no sooner finished their tea than Sophia proposed to set out, the moon then shining extremely bright, and as for the frost, she defied it. Nor had she any of those apprehensions which many young ladies would have felt at travelling by night, for she had, as we have before observed, some little degree of natural courage, and this her present sensations, which bordered somewhat on despair, greatly increased. Besides, as she had already travelled twice with safety by the light of the moon, she was the better emboldened to trust to it a third time. The disposition of Mrs. Fitzpatrick was more timorous, for, though the greater terrors had conquered the less, and the presence of her husband had driven her away at so unseasonable an hour from Upton, yet, being now arrived at a place where she thought herself safe from his pursuit, these lesser terrors of I know not what operated so strongly that she earnestly entreated her cousin to stay till the next morning, and not expose herself to the dangers of travelling by night. Sophia, who was yielding to an excess, when she could neither laugh nor reason her cousin out of these apprehensions, at last gave way to them. Perhaps, indeed, had she known of her father's arrival at Upton, it might have been more difficult to have persuaded her, for, as Sir Jones, she had, I am afraid, no great horror at the thoughts of being overtaken by him. Nay, to confess the truth, I believe she rather wished than feared it, though I might honestly enough have concealed this wish from the reader, as it was one of those secret spontaneous emotions of the soul to which the reason is often a stranger. When our young ladies had determined to remain all that evening in their inn, they were attended by the landlady, who desired to know what their ladyships would be pleased to eat. Such charms were there in the voice, in the manner, and in the affable deportment of Sophia, that she ravished the landlady to the highest degree, and that good woman, concluding that she had attended Jenny Cameron, became in a moment a staunch Jacobite, and wished heartily well to the young pretender's cause, from the great sweetness and affability with which he had been treated by his supposed mistress. The two cousins began now to impart to each other their reciprocal curiosity to know what extraordinary accidents on both sides occasioned this so strange and unexpected meeting. At last Mrs. Fitzpatrick, having obtained of Sophia a promise of communicating likewise in her turn, began to relate what the reader, if he is desirous to know her history, may read in the ensuing chapter.
Chapter 4. The History of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, after a silence of a few moments, fetching a deep sigh, thus began. It is natural to the unhappy to feel a secret concern in recollecting those periods of their lives which have been most delightful to them. The remembrance of past pleasures affects us with a kind of tender grief, like what we suffer for departed friends, and the ideas of both may be said to haunt our imaginations. For this reason I never reflect without sorrow on those days, the happiest far of my life, which we spent together when both were under the care of my Aunt Western. Alas, why are Miss Graveairs and Miss Giddy no more? You remember, I am sure, when we knew each other by no other names. Indeed, you gave the latter appellation with too much cause. I have since experienced how much I deserved it. You, my Sophia, was always my superior in everything, and I heartily hope you will be so in your fortune. I shall never forget the wise and matronly advice you once gave me, when I lamented being disappointed of a ball, though you could not be then 14 years old. Oh, my Sophie, how blessed must have been my situation when I could think such a disappointment a misfortune, and when indeed it was the greatest I had ever known. And yet, my dear Harriet, answered Sophia, it was then a serious matter with you. Comfort yourself, therefore, with thinking that whatever you now lament may hereafter appear as trifling and contemptible as a ball would at this time. Alas, my Sophia, replied the other lady, you yourself will think otherwise of my present situation, for greatly must that tender heart be altered if my misfortunes do not draw many a sigh, nay, many a tear from you. The knowledge of this should perhaps deter me from relating what I am convinced will so much affect you. Here Mrs. Fitzpatrick stopped, till, at the repeated entreaties of Sophia, she thus proceeded. Though you must have heard much of my marriage, yet, as matters may probably have been misrepresented, I will set out from the very commencement of my unfortunate acquaintance with my present husband, which was at Bath, soon after you left my aunt and returned home to your father. Among the gay young fellows who were at this season at Bath, Mr. Fitzpatrick was one. He was handsome, dégagé, extremely gallant, and in his dress exceeded most others. In short, my dear, if you was unluckily to see him now, I could describe him no better than by telling you he was the very reverse of everything which he is, for he hath rusticated himself so long that he is become an absolute wild Irishman. But to proceed in my story, the qualifications which he then possessed so well recommended him that, though the people of quality at that time lived separate from the rest of the company, and excluded them from all their parties, Mr. Fitzpatrick found means to gain admittance. It was perhaps no easy matter to avoid him, for he required very little or no invitation, and as, being handsome and genteel, he found it no very difficult matter to ingratiate himself with the ladies, so, he having frequently drawn his sword, the men did not care publicly to affront him. Had it not been for some such reason, I believe he would have been soon expelled by his own sex, for surely he had no strict title to be preferred to the English gentry, nor did they seem inclined to show him any extraordinary favour. They all abused him behind his back, which might probably proceed from envy, for by the women he was well received, and very particularly distinguished by them. My aunt, though no person of quality herself, as she had always lived about the court, was enrolled in that party, for by whatever means you get into the polite circle when you are once there, it is sufficient merit for you that you are there. This observation, young as you was, you could scarce avoid making from my aunt, who was free or reserved with all people just as they had more or less of this merit. And this merit, I believe, it was, which principally recommended Mr. Fitzpatrick to her favour, in which he so well succeeded that he was always one of her private parties. Nor was he backward in returning such distinction, for he soon grew so very particular in his behaviour to her that the Scandal Club first began to take notice of it, and the better disposed persons made a match between them. For my own part, I confess, I made no doubt but that his designs were strictly honourable, as the phrase is, that is, to rob a lady of her fortune by way of marriage. My aunt was, I conceive, neither young enough nor handsome enough to attract much wicked inclination, but she had matrimonial charms in great abundance. I was the more confirmed in this opinion from the extraordinary respect which he showed to myself from the first moment of our acquaintance. This I understood as an attempt to lessen, if possible, that disinclination which my interest might be supposed to give me towards the match. And I know not but in some measure it had that effect. For, as I was well contented with my own fortune, and of all people the least a slave to interested views, so I could not be violently the enemy of a man with whose behaviour to me I was greatly pleased. And the more so, as I was the only object of such respect, for he behaved at the same time to many women of quality without any respect at all. Agreeable as this was to me, he soon changed it into another kind of behaviour, which was perhaps more so. He now put on much softness and tenderness, and languished and sighed abundantly. At times, indeed, whether from art or nature I will not determine, he gave his usual loose to gaiety and mirth, but this was always in general company and with other women. For even in a country dance, when he was not my partner, he became grave, and put on the softest look imaginable the moment he approached me. Indeed, he was in all things so very particular towards me, that I must have been blind not to have discovered it. And you was more pleased still, my dear Harriet, cries Sophia. You need not be ashamed, added she, sighing, for sure there are irresistible charms and tenderness, which too many men are able to affect. True, answered her cousin. Men, who in all other instances want common sense, are very Machiavels in the art of loving. I wish I did not know an instance. Well, scandal now began to be as busy with me as it had before been with my aunt, and some good ladies did not scruple to affirm that Mr. Fitzpatrick had an intrigue with us both. But what may seem astonishing, my aunt never saw, nor in the least seemed to suspect, that which was visible enough, I believe, from both our behaviours. One would indeed think that love quite puts out the eyes of an old woman. In fact, they so greedily swallow the addresses which are made to them that, like an outrageous glutton, they are not at leisure to observe what passes amongst others at the same table. This I have observed in more cases than my own, and this was so strongly verified by my aunt that, though she often found us together at her return from the pump, the least canting word of his, pretending impatience at her absence, effectually smothered all suspicion. One artifice succeeded with her to admiration. This was his treating me like a little child, and never calling me by any other name in her presence but that of pretty miss. This indeed did him some disservice with your humble servant, but I soon saw through it, especially as in her absence he behaved to me, as I have said, in a different manner. However, if I was not greatly disobliged by a conduct of which I had discovered the design, I smarted very severely for it, for my aunt really conceived me to be what her lover, as she thought him, called me, and treated me in all respects as a perfect infant. To say the truth, I wonder she had not insisted on my again wearing leading strings. At last, my lover, for so he was, thought proper, in a most solemn manner, to disclose a secret which I had known long before. He now placed all the love which he had pretended to my aunt to my account. He lamented, in very pathetic terms, the encouragement she had given him, and made a high merit of the tedious hours in which he had undergone her conversation. What shall I tell you, my dear Sophia? Then I will confess the truth. I was pleased with my man. I was pleased with my conquests. To rival my aunt delighted me. To rival so many other women charmed me. In short, I am afraid I did not behave as I should do, even upon the very first declaration. I wish I did not almost give him positive encouragement before we parted. The bath now talked loudly. I might almost say roared against me. Several young women affected to shun my acquaintance, not so much perhaps from any real suspicion as from a desire of banishing me from a company in which I too much engrossed their favourite man. And here I cannot omit expressing my gratitude to the kindness intended me by Mr. Nash, who took me one day aside, and gave me advice, which if I had followed, I had been a happy woman. "Child," says he, "I am sorry to see the familiarity which subsists between you and a fellow who is altogether unworthy of you, and I am afraid will prove your ruin. As for your old stinking aunt, if it was to be no injury to you and my pretty Sophia Western, I assure you I repeat his words, I should be heartily glad that the fellow is in possession of all that belongs to her. I never advise old women, for if they take it into their heads to go to the devil, it is no more possible than worthwhile to keep them from him. Innocence and youth and beauty are worthy a better fate, and I would save them from his clutches. Let me advise you, therefore, dear child, never suffer this fellow to be particular with you again." Many more things he said to me which I have now forgotten, and indeed I attended very little to them at the time, for inclination contradicted all he said, and besides I could not be persuaded that women of quality would condescend to familiarity with such a person as he described. But I am afraid, my dear, I shall tire you with the detail of so many minute circumstances. To be concise, therefore, imagine me married. Imagine me with my husband at the feet of my aunt, and then imagine the maddest woman in Bedlam in a raving fit, and your imagination will suggest to you no more than what really happened. The very next day my aunt left the place, partly to avoid seeing Mr. Fitzpatrick or myself, and as much perhaps to avoid seeing anyone else. For, though I am told she hath since denied everything stoutly, I believe she was then a little confounded at her disappointment. Since that time I have written to her many letters, but never could obtain an answer, which I must own sits somewhat the heavier, as she herself was, though undesignedly, the occasion of all my sufferings. For, had it not been under the colour of paying his addresses to her, Mr. Fitzpatrick would never have found sufficient opportunities to have engaged my heart, which, in other circumstances, I still flatter myself would not have been an easy conquest of such a person. Indeed, I believe I should not have erred so grossly in my choice if I had relied on my own judgment, but I trusted totally to the opinion of others, and very foolishly took the merit of a man for granted whom I saw so universally well received by the women. What is the reason, my dear, that we, who have understandings equal to the wisest and greatest of the other sex, so often make choice of the silliest fellows for companions and favourites? It raises my indignation to the highest pitch to reflect on the numbers of women of sense who have been undone by fools. Here she paused a moment. But, Sophia making no answer, she proceeded as in the next chapter. Chapter 5, in which the history of Mrs. Fitzpatrick is continued. We remained at Bath no longer than a fortnight after our wedding, for as to any reconciliation with my aunt there were no hopes, and of my fortune not one farthing could be touched till I was of age, of which I now wanted more than 2 years. My husband, therefore, was resolved to set out for Ireland, against which I remonstrated very earnestly, and insisted on a promise which he had made me before our marriage that I should never take this journey against my consent. And indeed I never intended to consent to it, nor will anybody, I believe, blame me for that resolution. But this, however, I never mentioned to my husband, and petitioned only for the reprieve of a month. But he had fixed the day, and to that day he obstinately adhered. The evening before our departure, as we were disputing this point with great eagerness on both sides, he started suddenly from his chair and left me abruptly, saying he was going to the rooms. He was hardly out of the house when I saw a paper lying on the floor, which I suppose he had carelessly pulled from his pocket, together with his handkerchief. This paper I took up, and, finding it to be a letter, I made no scruple to open and read it. And indeed I read it so often that I can repeat it to you almost word for word. This, then, was the letter. To Mr. Brian Fitzpatrick. Sir, yours received, and am surprised you should use me in this manner, as have never seen any of your cash, unless for one linsey woolsey coat, and your bill now is upwards of £150. Consider, sir, how often you have fobbed me off with your being shortly to be married to this lady and t'other lady. But I can neither live on hopes or promises, nor will my woolen draper take any such in payment. You tell me you are secure of having either the aunt or the niece, and that you might have married the aunt before this, whose jointure you say is immense, but that you prefer the niece on account of her ready money. Pray, sir, take a fool's advice for once, and marry the first you can get. You will pardon my offering my advice, as you know I sincerely wish you well. Shall draw on you per next post in favour of Messrs. John Drugget and Company, at 14 days, which doubt not your honouring, and am, sir, your humble servant, Sam Cosgrave. This was the letter word for word. Guess, my dear girl, guess how this letter affected me. You prefer the niece on account of her ready money. If every one of these words had been a dagger, I could with pleasure have stabbed them into his heart. But I will not recount my frantic behaviour on the occasion. I had pretty well spent my tears before his return home, but sufficient remains of them appeared in my swollen eyes. He threw himself sullenly into his chair, and for a long time we were both silent. At length, in a haughty tone, he said, I hope, madam, your servants have packed up all your things, for the coach will be ready by 6 in the morning. My patience was totally subdued by this provocation, and I answered, No, sir, there is a letter still remains unpacked. And then throwing it on the table, I fell to upbraiding him with the most bitter language I could invent. Whether guilt or shame or prudence restrained him, I cannot say. But though he is the most passionate of men, he exerted no rage on this occasion. He endeavoured, on the contrary, to pacify me by the most gentle means. He swore the phrase in the letter to which I principally objected was not his, nor had he ever written any such. He owned, indeed, the having mentioned his marriage, and that preference which he had given to myself, but denied with many oaths the having mentioned any such matter at all on account of the straits he was in for money, arising, he said, from his having too long neglected his estate in Ireland. And this, he said, which he could not bear to discover to me, was the only reason of his having so strenuously insisted on our journey. He then used several very endearing expressions, and concluded by a very fond caress and many violent protestations of love. There was one circumstance which, though he did not appeal to it, had much weight with me in his favour, and that was the word jointure in the tailor's letter, whereas my aunt never had been married, and this Mr. Fitzpatrick well knew. As I imagined, therefore, that the fellow might have inserted this of his own head, or from hearsay, I persuaded myself he might have ventured likewise on that odious line on no better authority. What reasoning was this, my dear? Was I not an advocate rather than a judge? But why do I mention such a circumstance as this, or appeal to it for the justification of my forgiveness? In short, had he been guilty of 20 times as much, half the tenderness and fondness which he used would have prevailed on me to have forgiven him. I now made no farther objections to our setting out, which we did the next morning, and in a little more than a week arrived at the seat of Mr. Fitzpatrick. Your curiosity will excuse me from relating any occurrences which passed during our journey, for it would indeed be highly disagreeable to travel it over again, and no less so to you to travel it over with me. This seat, then, is an ancient mansion house. If I was in one of those merry humours in which you have so often seen me, I could describe it to you ridiculously enough. It looked as if it had been formerly inhabited by a gentleman. Here was room enough, and not the less room on account of the furniture, for indeed there is very little in it. An old woman, who seemed coeval with the building, and greatly resembled her whom Chamont mentions in The Orphan, received us at the gate, and in a house scarce human, and to me unintelligible, welcomed her master home. In short, the whole scene was so gloomy and melancholy that it threw my spirits into the lowest dejection, which my husband discerning, instead of relieving, increased by 2 or 3 malicious observations. "There are good houses, madam," says he, "as you find in other places besides England, but perhaps you would rather be in a dirty lodgings at Bath." Happy, my dear, is the woman who, in any state of life, hath a cheerful, good-natured companion to support and comfort her. But why do I reflect on happy situations only to aggravate my own misery? My companion, far from clearing up the gloom of solitude, soon convinced me that I must have been wretched with him in any place, and in any condition. In a word, he was a surly fellow, a character perhaps you have never seen, for indeed no woman ever sees it exemplified but in a father, a brother, or a husband. And though you have a father, he is not of that character. This surly fellow had formerly appeared to me the very reverse, and so he did still to every other person. Good heaven, how is it possible for a man to maintain a constant lie in his appearance abroad and in company, and to content himself with showing disagreeable truth only at home? Here, my dear, they make themselves amends for the uneasy restraint which they put on their tempers in the world. For I have observed, the more merry and gay and good-humoured my husband hath at any time been in company, the more sullen and morose he was sure to become at our next private meeting. How shall I describe his barbarity? To my fondness he was cold and insensible. My little comical ways, which you, my Sophie, and which others have called so agreeable, he treated with contempt. In my most serious moments he sung and whistled, and whenever I was thoroughly dejected and miserable, he was angry and abused me, for though he was never pleased with my good humour, nor ascribed it to my satisfaction in him, yet my low spirits always offended him, and those he imputed to my repentance of having, as he said, married an Irishman. You will easily conceive, my dear Graveairs, I ask your pardon, I really forgot myself, that when a woman makes an imprudent match in the sense of the world, that is, when she is not an arrant prostitute to pecuniary interest, she must necessarily have some inclination and affection for her man. You will as easily believe that this affection may possibly be lessened. Nay, I do assure you, contempt will wholly eradicate it. This contempt I now began to entertain for my husband, whom I now discovered to be, I must use the expression, an arrant blockhead. Perhaps you will wonder I did not make this discovery long before, but women will suggest 1,000 excuses to themselves for the folly of those they like. Besides, give me leave to tell you, it requires a most penetrating eye to discern a fool through the disguises of gaiety and good breeding. It will be easily imagined that, when I once despised my husband, as I confess to you I soon did, I must consequently dislike his company. And indeed I had the happiness of being very little troubled with it, for our house was now most elegantly furnished, our cellars well stocked, and dogs and horses provided in great abundance. As my gentleman therefore entertained his neighbours with great hospitality, so his neighbours resorted to him with great alacrity, and sports and drinking consumed so much of his time that a small part of his conversation, that is to say, of his ill humours, fell to my share. Happy would it have been for me if I could as easily have avoided all other disagreeable company, but, alas, I was confined to some which constantly tormented me, and the more as I saw no prospect of being relieved from them. These companions were my own racking thoughts, which plagued and in a manner haunted me night and day. In this situation I passed through a scene, the horrors of which can neither be painted nor imagined. Think, my dear, figure if you can to yourself, what I must have undergone. I became a mother by the man I scorned, hated, and detested. I went through all the agonies and miseries of a lying in, 10 times more painful in such a circumstance than the worst labour can be when one endures it for a man one loves. in a desert, or rather indeed a scene of riot and revel, without a friend, without a companion, or without any of those agreeable circumstances which often alleviate, and perhaps sometimes more than compensate, the sufferings of our sex at that season. Chapter 6, in which the mistake of the landlord throws Sophia into a dreadful consternation. Mrs. Fitzpatrick was proceeding in her narrative when she was interrupted by the entrance of dinner, greatly to the concern of Sophia, for the misfortunes of her friend had raised her anxiety, and left her no appetite but what Mrs. Fitzpatrick was to satisfy by her relation. The landlord now entered with a plate under his arm, and with the same respect in his countenance and address which he would have put on had the ladies arrived in a coach and six. The married lady seemed less affected with her own misfortunes than was her cousin, for the former eat very heartily, whereas the latter could hardly swallow a morsel. Sophia likewise showed more concern and sorrow in her countenance than appeared in the other lady, who, having observed these symptoms in her friend, begged her to be comforted, saying, "Perhaps all may yet end better than either you or I expect." Our landlord thought he had now an opportunity to open his mouth, and was resolved not to omit it. "I am sorry, madam," cries he, "that your ladyship can't eat, for to be sure you must be hungry after so long fasting. I hope your ladyship is not uneasy at anything, for, as madam there says, all may end better than anybody expects. A gentleman who was here just now brought excellent news, and perhaps some folks who have given other folks the slip may get to London before they are overtaken, and if they do, I make no doubt but they will find people who will be very ready to receive them. All persons under the apprehension of danger convert whatever they see and hear into the objects of that apprehension. Sophia, therefore, immediately concluded from the foregoing speech that she was known and pursued by her father. She was now struck with the utmost consternation, and for a few minutes deprived of the power of speech, which she no sooner recovered than she desired the landlord to send his servants out of the room, and then, addressing herself to him, said, "I perceive, sir, you know who we are, but I beseech you, nay, I am convinced if you have any compassion or goodness, you will not betray us." "I betray your ladyship," quoth the landlord. "No." And then he swore several very hearty oaths. "I would sooner be cut into 10,000 pieces. I hate all treachery. I never betrayed anyone in my life yet, and I am sure I shall not begin with so sweet a lady as your ladyship. All the world would very much blame me if I should, since it will be in your ladyship's power so shortly to reward me. My wife can witness for me. I knew your ladyship the moment you came into the house. I said it was your honour before I lifted you from your horse, and I shall carry the bruises I got in your ladyship's service to the grave. But what signified that, as long as I saved your ladyship? To be sure, some people this morning would have thought of getting a reward, but no such thought ever entered into my head. I would sooner starve than take any reward for betraying your ladyship." "I promise you, sir," says Sophia, "if it be ever in my power to reward you, you shall not lose by your generosity." "Alack-a-day, madam," answered the landlord, "in your ladyship's power. Heaven put it as much into your will. I am only afraid your honour will forget such a poor man as an innkeeper, but if your ladyship should not, I hope you will remember what reward I refused. Refused! That is, I would have refused, and to be sure it may be called refusing, for I might have had it certainly, and to be sure you might have been in some houses. But for my part would not, methinks, for the world have your ladyship wronged me so much as to imagine I ever thought of betraying you, even before I heard the good news." "What news, pray?" says Sophia, something eagerly. "Hath not your ladyship heard it, then?" cries the landlord. "Nay, like enough, for I heard it only a few minutes ago. And if I had never heard it, may the devil fly away with me this instant if I would have betrayed your honour. No, if I would, may I—" Here he subjoined several dreadful imprecations, which Sophia at last interrupted, and begged to know what he meant by the news. He was going to answer when Mrs. Honour came running into the room, all pale and breathless, and cried out, "Madam, we are all undone, all ruined. They are come, they are come!" These words almost froze up the blood of Sophia, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick asked Honour who were come. "Who?" answered she. "Why, the French. Several hundred thousands of them are landed, and we shall all be murdered and ravished." As a miser, who hath in some well-built city a cottage, valued 20 shillings, when at a distance he is alarmed with the news of a fire, turns pale and trembles at his loss. But when he finds the beautiful palaces only are burnt, and his own cottage remains safe, he comes instantly to himself, and smiles at his good fortunes. Or as, for we dislike something in the former simile, the tender mother, when terrified with the apprehension that her darling boy is drowned, is struck senseless and almost dead with consternation. But when she is told the little master is safe, and the Victory only, with 1,200 brave men, gone to the bottom, life and sense again return, maternal fondness enjoys the sudden relief from all its fears, and the general benevolence which at another time would have deeply felt the dreadful catastrophe lies fast asleep in her mind. So Sophia, than whom none was more capable of tenderly feeling the general calamity of her country, found such immediate satisfaction from the relief of those terrors she had of being overtaken by her father, that the arrival of the French scarce made any impression on her. She gently chid her maid for the fright into which she had thrown her, and said she was glad it was no worse, for that she had feared somebody else was come. Ay, quoth the landlord, smiling, her ladyship knows better things. She knows the French are our very best friends, and come over hither only for our good. They are the people who are to make old England flourish again. I warrant her honour thought the Duke was coming, and that was enough to put her into a fright. I was going to tell your ladyship the news. His honour's majesty, heaven bless him, hath given the Duke the slip, and is marching as fast as he can to London, and 10,000 French are landed to join him on the road. Sophia was not greatly pleased with this news, nor with the gentleman who related it, but, as she still imagined he knew her, for she could not possibly have any suspicion of the real truth, she durst not show any dislike. And now the landlord, having removed the cloth from the table, withdrew, but at his departure frequently repeated his hopes of being remembered hereafter. The mind of Sophia was not at all easy under the supposition of being known at this house, for she still applied to herself many things which the landlord had addressed to Jenny Cameron. She therefore ordered her maid to pump out of him by what means he had become acquainted with her person, and who had offered him the reward for betraying her. She likewise ordered the horses to be in readiness by 4 in the morning, at which hour Mrs. Fitzpatrick promised to bear her company, and then, composing herself as well as she could, she desired that lady to continue her story.
Chapter 7, in which Mrs. Fitzpatrick concludes her history. While Mrs. Honour, in pursuance of the commands of her mistress, ordered a bowl of punch, and invited my landlord and landlady to partake of it, Mrs. Fitzpatrick thus went on with her relation. Most of the officers who were quartered at a town in our neighbourhood were of my husband's acquaintance. Among these there was a lieutenant, a very pretty sort of man, and who was married to a woman, so agreeable both in her temper and conversation, that from our first knowing each other, which was soon after my lying in, we were almost inseparable companions, for I had the good fortune to make myself equally agreeable to her. The lieutenant, who was neither a sot nor a sportsman, was frequently of our parties. Indeed, he was very little with my husband, and no more than good breeding constrained him to be, as he lived almost constantly at our house. My husband often expressed much dissatisfaction at the lieutenant's preferring my company to his. He was very angry with me on that account, and gave me many a hearty curse for drawing away his companion, saying, I ought to be damned for having spoiled one of the prettiest fellows in the world by making a milksop of him. You will be mistaken, my dear Sophia, if you imagine that the anger of my husband arose from my depriving him of a companion, for the lieutenant was not a person with whose society a fool could be pleased. And if I should admit the possibility of this, so little right had my husband to place the loss of his companion to me, that I am convinced it was my conversation alone which induced him ever to come to the house. No, child, it was envy, the worst and most rancorous kind of envy. The envy of superiority of understanding. The wretch could not bear to see my conversation preferred to his, by a man of whom he could not entertain the least jealousy. Oh, my dear Sophie, you are a woman of sense. If you marry a man, it is most probable you will, of less capacity than yourself, make frequent trials of his temper before marriage, and see whether he can bear to submit to such a superiority. Promise me, Sophie, you will take this advice, for you will hereafter find its importance. It is very likely I shall never marry at all, answered Sophia. I think, at least, I shall never marry a man in whose understanding I see any defects before marriage, and I promise you I would rather give up my own than see any such afterwards. Give up your understanding? Replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Oh, fie, child, I will not believe so meanly of you. Everything else I might myself be brought to give up, but never this. Nature would not have allotted this superiority to the wife in so many instances if she had intended we should all of us have surrendered it to the husband. This, indeed, men of sense never expect of us, of which the lieutenant I have just mentioned was one notable example, for though he had a very good understanding, he always acknowledged, as was really true, that his wife had a better. And this, perhaps, was one reason of the hatred my tyrant bore her. Before he would be so governed by a wife, he said, especially such an ugly bitch, for indeed she was not a regular beauty, but very agreeable and extremely genteel, he would see all the women upon earth at the devil, which was a very usual phrase with him. He said, he wondered what I could see in her to be so charmed with her company. Since this woman, says he, had come among us, there is an end of your beloved reading, which you pretended to like so much that you could not afford time to return the visits of the ladies in this country. And I must confess I had been guilty of a little rudeness this way, for the ladies there are at least no better than the mere country ladies here, and I think I need make no other excuse to you for declining any intimacy with them. This correspondence, however, continued a whole year, even all the while the lieutenant was quartered in that town, for which I was contented to pay the tax of being constantly abused in the manner above mentioned by my husband, I mean when he was at home, for he was frequently absent a month at a time at Dublin, and once made a journey of 2 months to London, in all which journeys I thought it a very singular happiness that he never once desired my company. Nay, by his frequent censures on men who could not travel, as he phrased it, without a wife tied up to their tail, he sufficiently intimated that, had I been never so desirous of accompanying him, my wishes would have been in vain. But heaven knows such wishes were very far from my thoughts. At length my friend was removed from me, and I was again left to my solitude, to the tormenting conversation with my own reflections, and to apply to books for my only comfort. I now read almost all day long. How many books do you think I read in 3 months? I can't guess, indeed, cousin, answered Sophia. Perhaps 60. 60? 1,000, child, answered the other. I read a good deal in Daniel's English History of France, a great deal in Plutarch's Lives, the Atalantis, Pope's Homer, Dryden's plays, Chillingworth, the Countess d'Aulnoy, and Locke's Human Understanding. During this interval I wrote 3 very supplicating, and I thought, moving letters to my aunt, but as I received no answer to any of them, my disdain would not suffer me to continue my application. Here she stopped, and looking earnestly at Sophia, said, Methinks, my dear, I read something in your eyes which reproaches me of a neglect in another place, where I should have met with a kinder return. Indeed, dear Harriet, answered Sophia, your story is an apology for any neglect, but indeed I feel that I have been guilty of a remissness, without so good an excuse. Yet pray proceed, for I long, though I tremble, to hear the end. Thus, then, Mrs. Fitzpatrick resumed her narrator. My husband now took a second journey to England, where he continued upwards of 3 months. During the greater part of this time I led a life which nothing but having led a worse could make me think tolerable, for perfect solitude can never be reconciled to a social mind like mine, but when it relieves you from the company of those you hate. But added to my wretchedness was the loss of my little infant. Not that I pretend to have had for it that extravagant tenderness of which I believe I might have been capable under other circumstances, but I resolved, in every instance, to discharge the duty of the tenderest mother, and this care prevented me from feeling the weight of that heaviest of all things, when it can be at all said to lie heavy on our hands. I had spent full 10 weeks almost entirely by myself, having seen nobody all that time, except my servants and a very few visitors, when a young lady, a relation to my husband, came from a distant part of Ireland to visit me. She had stayed once before a week at my house, and then I gave her a pressing invitation to return, for she was a very agreeable woman, and had improved good natural parts by a proper education. Indeed, she was to me a welcome guest. A few days after her arrival, perceiving me in very low spirits without inquiring the cause, which indeed she very well knew, the young lady fell to compassionating my case. She said, though politeness had prevented me from complaining to my husband's relations of his behaviour, Yet they all were very sensible of it, and felt great concern upon that account, but none more than herself. And after some more general discourse on this head, which I own I could not forbear countenancing, at last, after much previous precaution and enjoined concealment, she communicated to me, as a profound secret, that my husband kept a mistress. You will certainly imagine I heard this news with the utmost insensibility. Upon my word, if you do, your imagination will mislead you. Contempt had not so kept down my anger to my husband, but that hatred rose again on this occasion. What can be the reason of this? Are we so abominably selfish that we can be concerned at others having possession even of what we despise? Or are we not rather abominably vain, and is not this the greatest injury done to our vanity? What think you, Sophia? I don't know, indeed, answered Sophia. I have never troubled myself with any of these deep contemplations, but I think the lady did very ill in communicating to you such a secret. And yet, my dear, this conduct is natural, replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and when you have seen and read as much as myself, you will acknowledge it to be so. I am sorry to hear it is natural, returned Sophia, for I want neither reading nor experience to convince me that it is very dishonourable and very ill-natured. Nay, it is surely as ill-bred to tell a husband or wife of the faults of each other as to tell them of their own. Well, continued Mrs. Fitzpatrick, my husband at last returned, and if I am thoroughly acquainted with my own thoughts, I hated him now more than ever, but I despised him rather less, for certainly nothing so much weakens our contempt as an injury done to our pride or our vanity. He now assumed a carriage to me so very different from what he had lately worn, and so nearly resembling his behaviour the first week of our marriage, that had I now had any spark of love remaining, he might possibly have rekindled my fondness for him. But though hatred may succeed to contempt, and may perhaps get the better of it, love, I believe, cannot. The truth is, the passion of love is too restless to remain contented without the gratification which it receives from its object, and one can no more be inclined to love without loving than we can have eyes without seeing. When a husband, therefore, ceases to be the object of this passion, it is most probable some other man, I say, my dear, if your husband grows indifferent to you, if you once come to despise him, I say, that is, if you have the passion of love in you, Lud, I have bewildered myself so. But one is apt, in these abstracted considerations, to lose the concatenation of ideas, as Mr. Locke says. In short, the truth is, I scarce know what it is. But as I was saying, my husband returned, and his behaviour at first greatly surprised me, but he soon acquainted me with the motive, and taught me to account for it. In a word, then, he had spent and lost all the ready money of my fortune, and, as he could mortgage his own estate no deeper, he was now desirous to supply himself with cash for his extravagance, by selling a little estate of mine, which he could not do without my assistance, and to obtain this favour was the whole and sole motive of all the fondness which he now put on. With this I peremptorily refused to comply. I told him, and I told him truly, that had I been possessed of the Indies at our first marriage, he might have commanded it all, for it had been a constant maxim with me, that where a woman disposes of her heart, she should always deposit her fortune. But, as he had been so kind long ago to restore the former into my possession, I was resolved likewise to retain what little remained of the latter. I will not describe to you the passion into which these words and the resolute air in which they were spoken threw him, nor will I trouble you with the whole scene which succeeded between us. Out came, you may be well assured, the story of the mistress, and out it did come, with all the embellishments which anger and disdain could bestow upon it. Mr. Fitzpatrick seemed a little thunderstruck with this, and more confused than I had seen him, though his ideas are always confused enough, heaven knows. He did not, however, endeavour to exculpate himself, but took a method which almost equally confounded me. What was this but recrimination? He affected to be jealous. He may, for aught I know, be inclined enough to jealousy in his natural temper. Nay, he must have had it from nature, or the devil must have put it into his head, for I defy all the world to cast a just aspersion on my character. Nay, the most scandalous tongues have never dared censure my reputation. My fame, I thank heaven, hath always been as spotless as my life, and let falsehood itself accuse that if it dare. No, my dear Graveairs, however provoked, however ill-treated, however injured in my love, I have firmly resolved never to give the least room for censure on this account. And yet, my dear, there are some people so malicious, some tongues so venomous, that no innocence can escape them. The most undesigned word, the most accidental look, the least familiarity, the most innocent freedom, will be misconstrued, and magnified into I know not what, by some people. But I despise, my dear Graveairs, I despise all such slander. No such malice, I assure you, ever gave me an uneasy moment. No, no, I promise you I am above all that. But where was I? Oh, let me see. I told you my husband was jealous. And of whom, I pray? Why, of whom but the lieutenant I mentioned to you before? He was obliged to resort above a year and more back to find any object for this unaccountable passion, if indeed he really felt any such, and was not an arrant counterfeit in order to abuse me. But I have tired you already with too many particulars. I will now bring my story to a very speedy conclusion. In short, then, after many scenes very unworthy to be repeated, in which my cousin engaged so heartily on my side, that Mr. Fitzpatrick at last turned her out of doors, when he found I was neither to be soothed nor bullied into compliance, he took a very violent method indeed. Perhaps you will conclude he beat me, but this, though he had approached very near to it, he never actually did. He confined me to my room, without suffering me to have either pen, ink, paper, or book, and a servant every day made my bed and brought me my food. When I had remained a week under this imprisonment, he made me a visit, and with the voice of a schoolmaster, or what is often much the same, of a tyrant, asked me if I would yet comply. I answered very stoutly that I would die first. Then so you shall, and be damned, cries he, for you shall never go alive out of this room. Here I remained a fortnight longer, and, to say the truth, my constancy was almost subdued, and I began to think of submission, when one day, in the absence of my husband, who was gone abroad for some short time, by the greatest good fortune in the world, an accident happened. I, at a time when I began to give way to the utmost despair, everything would be excusable at such a time. At that very time I received, but it would take up an hour to tell you all particulars. In one word, then, for I will not tire you with circumstances, gold, the common key to all padlocks, opened my door, and set me at liberty. I now made haste to Dublin, where I immediately procured a passage to England, and was proceeding to Bath, in order to throw myself into the protection of my aunt, or of your father, or of any relation who would afford it me. My husband overtook me last night at the inn where I lay, and which you left a few minutes before me, but I had the good luck to escape him, and to follow you. And thus, my dear, ends my history. A tragical one, I am sure, it is to myself, but perhaps I ought rather to apologize to you for its dullness. Sophia heaved a deep sigh, and answered, Indeed, Harriet, I pity you from my soul. But what could you expect? Why would you marry an Irishman? Upon my word, replied her cousin, your censure is unjust. There are among the Irish men of as much worth and honour as any among the English. Nay, to speak the truth, generosity of spirit is rather more common among them. I have known some examples there too, of good husbands, and I believe these are not very plenty in England. Ask me, rather, what I could expect when I married a fool, and I will tell you a solemn truth. I did not know him to be so. Can no man, said Sophia, in a very low and altered voice, do you think, make a bad husband who is not a fool? That, answered the other, is too general a negative, but none, I believe, is so likely as a fool to prove so. Among my acquaintance, the silliest fellows are the worst husbands, and I will venture to assert as a fact that a man of sense rarely behaves very ill to a wife who deserves very well. Chapter 8. A dreadful alarm in the inn, with the arrival of an unexpected friend of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Sophia now, at the desire of her cousin, related not what follows, but what hath gone before in this history, for which reason the reader will, I suppose, excuse me for not repeating it over again. One remark, however, I cannot forbear making on her narrative, namely, that she made no more mention of Jones, from the beginning to the end, than if there had been no such person alive. This I will neither endeavour to account for nor to excuse. Indeed, if this may be called a kind of dishonesty, it seems the more inexcusable from the apparent openness and explicit sincerity of the other lady. But so it was. Just as Sophia arrived at the conclusion of her story, there arrived in the room where the two ladies were sitting a noise, not unlike in loudness to that of a pack of hounds just let out from their kennel, nor in shrillness to cats when caterwauling, or to screech owls, or indeed more like, for what animal can resemble a human voice, to those sounds which, in the pleasant mansions of that gate which seems to derive its name from a duplicity of tongues, issue from the mouths and sometimes from the nostrils of those fair river nymphs, ycleped of old the Naiades, in the vulgar tongue translated oyster wenches, for when instead of the antient libations of milk and honey and oil, the rich distillation from the juniper berry, or perhaps from malt, hath, by the early devotion of their votaries, been poured forth in great abundance, should any daring tongue with unhallowed license profane, i.e. depreciate, the delicate fat Milton oyster, the place sounded firm, the flounder as much alive as when in the water, the shrimp as big as a prawn, the fine cod alive but a few hours ago, or any other of the various treasures which those water deities who fish the sea and rivers have committed to the care of the nymphs. The angry Naiades lift up their immortal voices, and the profane wretches struck deaf for his impiety. Such was the noise which now burst from one of the rooms below, and soon the thunder, which long had rattled at a distance, began to approach nearer and nearer, till having ascended by degrees upstairs, it at last entered the apartment where the ladies were. In short, to drop all metaphor and figure, Mrs. Honour, having scolded violently below stairs, and continued the same all the way up, came in to her mistress in a most outrageous passion, crying out, "What doth your ladyship think? Would you imagine that this impudent villain, the master of this house, hath the impudence to tell me, nay, to stand it out to my face, that your ladyship is that nasty stinking whore, Jenny Cameron they call her, that runs about the country with a pretender? Nay, the lying saucy villain had the assurance to tell me that your ladyship had owned yourself to be so, but I have clawed the rascal. I have left the marks of my nails in his impudent face. My lady, says I, you saucy scoundrel, my lady is meet for no pretenders. She is a young lady of as good fashion and family and fortunate as any in Somersetshire. Did you never hear of the great Squire Western, Sarah? She is his only daughter. She is an heiress to all his great estate. My lady to be called a nasty Scotch whore by such a varlet. To be sure, I wish I had knocked his brains out with a punch bowl." The principal uneasiness with which Sophia was affected on this occasion Honour had herself caused, by having in her passion discovered who she was. However, as this mistake of the landlord sufficiently accounted for those passages which Sophia had before mistaken, she acquired some ease on that account, nor could she, upon the whole, forbear smiling. This enraged Honour, and she cried, "Indeed, madam, I did not think your ladyship would have made a laughing matter of it, to be called whore by such an impudent low rascal. Your ladyship may be angry with me for aught I know, for taking your part, since proffered service, they say, stings, but to be sure I could never bear to hear a lady of mine called whore. Nor will I bear it. I am sure your ladyship is as virtuous a lady as ever set foot on English ground, and I will claw any villain's eyes out who dares for to offer to presume, for to say the least word to the contrary. Nobody ever could say the least ill of the character of any lady that ever I waited upon. Hincule lacrimae." In plain truth, Honour had as much love for her mistress as most servants have, that is to say, but besides this, her pride obliged her to support the character of the lady she waited on, for she thought her own was in a very close manner connected with it. In proportion as the character of her mistress was raised, hers likewise, as she conceived, was raised with it, and on the contrary, she thought the one could not be lowered without the other. On this subject, reader, I must stop a moment to tell thee a story. The famous Nell Gwynn, stepping one day from a house where she had made a short visit into her coach, saw a great mob assembled, and their footman all bloody and dirty. The fellow, being asked by his mistress the reason of his being in that condition, answered, "I have been fighting, madam, with an impudent rascal who called your ladyship a whore." "You blockhead," replied Mrs. Gwynn, "at this rate you must fight every day of your life. Why, you fool, all the world knows it." "Do they?" cries the fellow in a muttering voice, after he had shut the coach door. "They shan't call me a horse footman, for all that." Thus the passion of Mrs. Honour appears natural enough, even if it were to be no otherwise accounted for. But, in reality, there was another cause of her anger, for which we must beg leave to remind our reader of a circumstance mentioned in the above simile. There are indeed certain liquors which, being applied to our passions, or to fire, produce effects the very reverse of those produced by water, as they serve to kindle and inflame rather than to extinguish. Among these, the generous liquor called punch is one. It was not therefore without reason that the learned Dr. Cheney used to call drinking punch pouring liquid fire down your throat. Now, Mrs. Honour had unluckily poured so much of this liquid fire down her throat that the smoke of it began to ascend into her pericranium and blinded the eyes of reason, which is there supposed to keep her residence, while the fire itself from the stomach easily reached the heart, and there inflamed the noble passion of pride. So that, upon the whole, we shall cease to wonder at the violent rage of the waiting woman, though at first sight we must confess the cause seems inadequate to the effect. Sophia and her cousin both did all in their power to extinguish these flames which had roared so loudly all over the house. They at length prevailed, or, to carry the metaphor one step farther, the fire, having consumed all the fuel which the language affords, to wit, every reproachful term in it, at last went out of its own accord. But, though tranquillity was restored above stairs, it was not so below, where my landlady, highly resenting the injury done to the beauty of her husband by the flesh spades of Mrs. Honour, called aloud for revenge and justice. As to the poor man, who had principally suffered in the engagement, he was perfectly quiet. Perhaps the blood which he lost might have cooled his anger, for the enemy had not only applied her nails to his cheeks, but likewise her fist to his nostrils, which lamented the blow with tears of blood in great abundance. To this we may add reflections on his mistake, but indeed nothing so effectually silenced his resentment as the manner in which he now discovered his error, for as to the behaviour of Mrs. Honour, it had the more confirmed him in his opinion, but he was now assured by a person of great figure, and who was attended by a great equipage, that one of the ladies was a woman of fashion, and his intimate acquaintance. By the orders of this person, the landlord now ascended, and acquainted our fair travellers that a great gentleman below desired to do them the honour of waiting on them. Sophia turned pale and trembled at this message, though the reader will conclude it was too civil, notwithstanding the landlord's blunder, to have come from her father. But fear hath the common fault of a justice of peace, and is apt to conclude hastily from every slight circumstance without examining the evidence on both sides. To ease the reader's curiosity, therefore, rather than his apprehensions, we proceed to inform him that an Irish peer had arrived very late that evening at the inn, in his way to London. This nobleman, having sallied from his supper at the Hurricane before commemorated, had seen the attendant of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and upon a short inquiry was informed that her lady, with whom he was very particularly acquainted, was above. This information he had no sooner received than he addressed himself to the landlord, pacified him, and sent him upstairs with compliments rather civiller than those which were delivered. It may perhaps be wondered at that the waiting woman herself was not the messenger employed on this occasion, but we are sorry to say she was not at present qualified for that, or indeed for any other office. The rum, for so the landlord chose to call the distillation from malt, had basely taken the advantage of the fatigue which the poor woman had undergone, and had made terrible depredations on her noble faculties, at a time when they were very unable to resist the attack. We shall not describe this tragical scene too fully, but we thought ourselves obliged, by that historic integrity which we profess, shortly to hint a matter which we would otherwise have been glad to have spared. Many historians, indeed, for want of this integrity, or of diligence, to say no worse, often lead the reader to find out these little circumstances in the dark, and sometimes to his great confusion and perplexity. Sophia was very soon eased of her causeless fright by the entry of the noble peer, who was not only an intimate acquaintance of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but in reality a very particular friend of that lady. To say truth, it was by his assistance that she had been enabled to escape from her husband, for this nobleman had the same gallant disposition with those renowned knights of whom we read in heroic story, and had delivered many an imprisoned nymph from durance. He was indeed as bitter an enemy to the savage authority too often exercised by husbands and fathers over the young and lovely of the other sex, as ever knight errant was to the barbarous power of enchanters. Nay, to say truth, I have often suspected that those very enchanters with which romance everywhere abounds were in reality no other than the husbands of those days, and matrimony itself was, perhaps, the enchanted castle in which the nymphs were said to be confined. This nobleman had an estate in the neighbourhood of Fitzpatrick, and had been for some time acquainted with the lady. No sooner, therefore, did he hear of her confinement than he earnestly applied himself to procure her liberty, which he presently effected, not by storming the castle according to the example of antient heroes, but by corrupting the governor, in conformity with the modern art of war, in which craft is held to be preferable to valour, and gold is found to be more irresistible than either lead or steel. This circumstance, however, as the lady did not think it material enough to relate to her friend, we would not at that time impart it to the reader. We rather chose to leave him a while under a supposition that she had found, or coined, or by some very extraordinary, perhaps supernatural means, had possessed herself of the money with which she had bribed her keeper, than to interrupt her narrative by giving a hint of what seemed to her of too little importance to be mentioned. The peer, after a short conversation, could not forbear expressing some surprise at meeting the lady in that place, nor could he refrain from telling her he imagined she had been gone to Bath. Mrs. Fitzpatrick very freely answered that she had been prevented in her purpose by the arrival of a person she need not mention. In short, says she, I was overtaken by my husband, for I need not affect to conceal what the world knows too well already. I had the good fortune to escape in a most surprising manner, and am now going to London with this young lady, who is a near relation of mine, and who hath escaped from as great a tyrant as my own. His lordship, concluding that this tyrant was likewise a husband, made a speech full of compliments to both the ladies, and as full of invectives against his own sex, nor indeed did he avoid some oblique glances at the matrimonial institution itself, and at the unjust powers given by it to man over the more sensible and more meritorious part of the species. He ended his oration with an offer of his protection, and of his coach and six, which was instantly accepted by Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and at last, upon her persuasions, by Sophia. Matters being thus adjusted, his lordship took his leave, and the ladies retired to rest, where Mrs. Fitzpatrick entertained her cousin with many high encomiums on the character of the noble peer, and enlarged very particularly on his great fondness for his wife, saying, she believed he was almost the only person of high rank who was entirely constant to the marriage bed. Indeed, added she, my dear Sophy, that is a very rare virtue amongst men of condition. Never expect it when you marry, for believe me, if you do, you will certainly be deceived. A gentle sigh stole from Sophia at these words, which perhaps contributed to form a dream of no very pleasant kind. But, as she never revealed this dream to anyone, so the reader cannot expect to see it related here. Chapter 9. The morning introduced in some pretty writing, a stagecoach, the civility of chambermaids, the heroic temper of Sophia, her generosity, the return to it, the departure of the company, and their arrival at London, with some remarks for the use of travellers. Those members of society who are born to furnish the blessings of life now began to light their candles, in order to pursue their daily labours for the use of those who are born to enjoy these blessings. The sturdy hind now attends the levee of his fellow labourer the ox. The cunning artificer, the diligent mechanic, spring from their hard mattress. And now the bonny housemaid begins to repair the disordered drum-room, while the riotous authors of that disorder, in broken, interrupted slumbers, tumble and toss as if the hardness of down disquieted their repose. In simple phrase, the clock had no sooner struck 7 than the ladies were ready for their journey, and at their desire his lordship and his equipage were prepared to attend them. And now a matter of some difficulty arose, and this was how his lordship himself should be conveyed, for though in stage-coaches, where passengers are properly considered as so much luggage, the ingenious coachman stows half a dozen with perfect ease into the place of 4. For well he contrives that the fat hostess, or well-fed alderman, may take up no more room than the slim miss, or taper master, it being the nature of guts, when well squeezed, to give way, and to lie in a narrow compass. Yet in these vehicles, which are called, for distinction's sake, gentlemen's coaches, though they are often larger than the others, this method of packing is never attempted. His lordship would have put a short end to the difficulty by very gallantly desiring to mount his horse, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to it. It was therefore concluded that the Abigails should, by turns, relieve each other on one of his lordship's horses, which was presently equipped with a side saddle for that purpose. Everything being settled at the inn, the ladies discharged their former guides, and Sophia made a present to the landlord, partly to repair the bruise which he had received under herself, and partly on account of what he had suffered under the hands of her enraged waiting woman. And now Sophia first discovered a loss which gave her some uneasiness, and this was of the £100 bank bill which her father had given her at their last meeting, and which, within a very inconsiderable trifle, was all the treasure she was at present worth. She searched everywhere, and shook and tumbled all her things to no purpose. The bill was not to be found, and she was at last fully persuaded that she had lost it from her pocket when she had the misfortune of tumbling from her horse in the dark lane, as before recorded, a fact that seemed the more probable as she now recollected some discomposure in her pockets which had happened at that time, and the great difficulty with which she had drawn forth her handkerchief the very instant before her fall, in order to relieve the distress of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Misfortunes of this kind, whatever inconveniences they may be attended with, are incapable of subduing a mind in which there is any strength, without the assistance of avarice. Sophia, therefore, though nothing could be worse timed than this accident at such a season, immediately got the better of her concern, and with her wonted serenity and cheerfulness of countenance, returned to her company. His lordship conducted the ladies into the vehicle, as he did likewise Mrs. Honour, who, after many civilities and more dear madams, at last yielded to the well-bred importunities of her sister Abigail, and submitted to be complimented with the first ride in the coach, in which indeed she would afterwards have been contented to have pursued her whole journey, had not her mistress, after several fruitless intimations, at length forced her to take her turn on horseback. The coach, now having received its company, began to move forwards, attended by many servants, and led by 2 captains, who had before rode with his lordship, and who would have been dismissed from the vehicle upon a much less worthy occasion than was this of accommodating 2 ladies. In this they acted only as gentlemen, but they were ready at any time to have performed the office of a footman, or indeed would have condescended lower for the honour of his lordship's company, and for the convenience of his table. My landlord was so pleased with the present he had received from Sophia, that he rather rejoiced in than regretted his bruise or his scratches. The reader will perhaps be curious to know the quantum of this present, but we cannot satisfy his curiosity. Whatever it was, it satisfied the landlord for his bodily hurt, but he lamented he had not known before how little the lady valued her money. For to be sure, says he, one might have charged every article double, and she would have made no capital at the reckoning. His wife, however, was far from drawing this conclusion. Whether she really felt any injury done to her husband more than he did himself, I will not say. Certain it is she was much less satisfied with the generosity of Sophia. Indeed, cried she, my dear, the lady knows better how to dispose of her money than you imagine. She might very well think we should not put up such a business without some satisfaction, and the law would have cost her an infinite deal more than this poor little matter, which I wonder you would take. You are always so bloodily wise, quoth the husband. It would have cost her more, would it? Dost fancy I don't know that as well as thee? But would any of that more, or so much, have come into our pockets? Indeed, if son Tom the lawyer had been alive, I could have been glad to have put such a pretty business into his hands. He would have got a good picking out of it. But I have no relation now who is a lawyer, and why should I go to law for the benefit of strangers? Nay, to be sure, answered she, you must know best. I believe I do, replied he. I fancy, when money is to be got, I can smell it out as well as another. Everybody, let me tell you, would not have talked people out of this. Mind that, I say. Everybody would not have cajoled this out of her. Mind that. The wife then joined in the applause of her husband's sagacity, and thus ended the short dialogue between them on this occasion. We will therefore take our leave of these good people, and attend his lordship and his fair companions, who made such good expedition that they performed a journey of 90 miles in 2 days, and on the second evening arrived in London, without having encountered any one adventure on the road worth the dignity of this history to relate. Our pen therefore shall imitate the expedition which it describes, and our history shall keep pace with the travellers who are its subject. Good writers will, indeed, do well to imitate the ingenious traveller in this instance, who always proportions his stay at any place to the beauties, elegancies, and curiosities which it affords. At Esher, at Stowe, at Wilton, at Eastbury, and at Friars Park, days are too short for the ravished imagination, while we admire the wondrous power of art in improving nature. In some of these, art chiefly engages our admiration. In others, nature and art contend for our applause, but in the last, the former seems to triumph. Here, nature appears in her richest attire, and art, dressed with the modestest simplicity, attends her benignant mistress. Here, nature indeed pours forth the choicest treasures which she hath lavished on this world, and here, human nature presents you with an object which can be exceeded only in the other. The same taste, the same imagination, which luxuriously riots in these elegant scenes, can be amused with objects of far inferior note. The woods, the rivers, the lawns of Devon and of Dorset, attract the eye of the ingenious traveller, and retard his pace, which delay he afterwards compensates by swiftly scouring over the gloomy heath of Bagshot, or that pleasant plain which extends itself westward from Stockbridge, where no other object than one single tree only in 16 miles presents itself to the view, unless the clouds, in compassion to our tired spirits, kindly open their variegated mansions to our prospect. Not so travels the money-meditating tradesman, the sagacious justice, the dignified doctor, the warm-clad grazier, with all the numerous offspring of wealth and dullness. On they jog with equal pace, through the verdant meadows or over the barren heath, their horses measuring 4 miles and a half per hour with the utmost exactness, the eyes of the beast and of his master being alike directed forwards, and employed in contemplating the same objects in the same manner. With equal rapture the good writer surveys the proudest boast of the architect, and those fair buildings with which some unknown name hath adorned the rich clothing town, where heaps of bricks are piled up as a kind of monument to show that heaps of money had been piled there before. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion, for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expecting to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning. Yet we shall not indulge thy laziness, where nothing but thy own attention is required. For thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion, for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expect thee to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning, yet we shall not indulge thy laziness, where nothing but thy own attention is required. For thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. Chapter 10, containing a hint or two concerning virtue, and a few more concerning suspicion. Our company, being arrived at London, were sat down at his lordship's house, where, while they refreshed themselves after the fatigue of their journey, servants were dispatched to provide a lodging for the two ladies, for, as her ladyship was not then in town, Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to accept a bed in the mansion of the peer. Some readers will, perhaps, condemn this extraordinary delicacy, as I may call it, of virtue, as too nice and scrupulous, but we must make allowances for her situation, which must be owned to have been very ticklish, and when we consider the malice of censorious tongues, we must allow, if it was a fault, the fault was an excess on the right side, in which every woman who is in the self-same situation will do well to imitate. The most formal appearance of virtue, when it is only an appearance, may perhaps, in very abstracted considerations, seem to be rather less commendable than virtue itself without this formality, but it will, however, be always more commended, and this I believe will be granted by all, that it is necessary, unless in some very particular cases, for every woman to support either the one or the other. A lodging being prepared, Sophia accompanied her cousin for that evening, but resolved early in the morning to inquire after the lady into whose protection, as we have formerly mentioned, she had determined to throw herself when she quitted her father's house. And this she was the more eager in doing from some observations she had made during her journey in the coach. Now, as we would by no means fix the odious character of suspicion on Sophia, we are almost afraid to open to our reader the conceits which filled her mind concerning Mrs. Fitzpatrick, of whom she certainly entertained at present some doubts, which, as they are very apt to enter into the bosoms of the worst of people, we think proper not to mention more plainly till we have first suggested a word or two to our reader touching suspicion in general. Of this there have always appeared to me to be two degrees. The first of these I choose to derive from the heart, as the extreme velocity of its discernment seems to denote some previous inward impulse, and the rather as this superlative degree often forms its own objects, sees what is not, and always more than really exists. This is that quick-sighted penetration whose hawk's eyes no symptom of evil can escape, which observes not only upon the actions, but upon the words and looks of men. And, as it proceeds from the heart of the observer, so it dives into the heart of the observed, and there spies evil, as it were, in the first embryo, nay, sometimes before it can be said to be conceived. An admirable faculty if it were infallible, but as this degree of perfection is not even claimed by more than one mortal being, so from the fallibility of such acute discernment have arisen many sad mischiefs and most grievous heartaches to innocence and virtue. I cannot help, therefore, regarding this vast quick-sightedness into evil as a vicious excess, and as a very pernicious evil in itself. And I am the more inclined to this opinion, as I am afraid it always proceeds from a bad heart, for the reasons I have above mentioned, and for one more, namely, because I never knew it the property of a good one. Now, from this degree of suspicion, I entirely and absolutely acquit Sophia. A second degree of this quality seems to arise from the head. This is indeed no other than the faculty of seeing what is before your eyes, and of drawing conclusions from what you see. The former of these is unavoidable by those who have any eyes, and the latter is perhaps no less certain and necessary a consequence of our having any brains. This is altogether as bitter an enemy to guilt as the former is to innocence, nor can I see it in an unamiable light, even though, through human fallibility, it should be sometimes mistaken. For instance, if a husband should accidentally surprise his wife in the lap or in the embraces of some of those pretty young gentlemen who profess the art of cuckold making, I should not highly, I think, blame him for concluding something more than what he saw, from the familiarities which he really had seen, and which we are at least favourable enough to when we call them innocent freedoms. The reader will easily suggest great plenty of instances to himself. I shall add but one more, which, however unchristian it may be thought by some, I cannot help esteeming to be strictly justifiable, and this is a suspicion that a man is capable of doing what he hath done already, that it is possible for one who hath been a villain once to act the same part again. And to confess the truth, of this degree of suspicion I believe Sophia was guilty. From this degree of suspicion she had, in fact, conceived an opinion that her cousin was really not better than she should be. The case, it seems, was this. Mrs. Fitzpatrick wisely considered that the virtue of a young lady is, in the world, in the same situation with a poor hare, which is certain, whenever it ventures abroad, to meet its enemies, for it can hardly meet any other. No sooner, therefore, was she determined to take the first opportunity of quitting the protection of her husband, than she resolved to cast herself under the protection of some other man. And whom could she so properly choose to be her guardian as a person of quality, of fortune, of honour, and who, besides a gallant disposition which inclines men to knight-errantry, that is, to be the champions of ladies in distress, had often declared a violent attachment to herself, and had already given her all the instances of it in his power. But, as the law hath foolishly omitted this office of vice husband, or guardian to an eloped lady, and as malice is apt to denominate him by a more disagreeable appellation, it was concluded that his lordship should perform all such kind offices to the lady in secret, and without publicly assuming the character of her protector. Nay, to prevent any other person from seeing him in this light, it was agreed that the lady should proceed directly to Bath, and that his lordship should first go to London, and then should go down to that place by the advice of his physicians. Now all this Sophia very plainly understood, not from the lips or behaviour of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but from the peer, who was infinitely less expert at retaining a secret than was the good lady, and perhaps the exact secrecy which Mrs. Fitzpatrick had observed on this head in her narrative served not a little to heighten those suspicions which were now risen in the mind of her cousin. Sophia very easily found out the lady she sought, for indeed there was not a chairman in town to whom her house was not perfectly well known, and as she received, in return of her first message, a most pressing invitation, she immediately accepted it. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, indeed, did not desire her cousin to stay with her, with more earnestness than civility required. Whether she had discerned and resented the suspicion above mentioned, or from what other motive it arose, I cannot say, but certain it is she was full as desirous of parting with Sophia as Sophia herself could be of going. The young lady, when she came to take leave of her cousin, could not avoid giving her a short hint of advice. She begged her, for heaven's sake, to take care of herself, and to consider in how dangerous a situation she stood, adding, she hoped some method would be found of reconciling her to her husband. You must remember, my dear, says she, the maxim which my Aunt Western hath so often repeated to us both, that whenever the matrimonial alliance is broke, and war declared between husband and wife, she can hardly make a disadvantageous peace for herself on any conditions. These are my aunt's very words, and she hath had a great deal of experience in the world. Mrs. Fitzpatrick answered with a contemptuous smile, "Never fear me, child. Take care of yourself, for you are younger than I. I will come and visit you in a few days, but, dear Sophy, let me give you one piece of advice. Leave the character of grave heirs in the country, for believe me, it will sit very awkwardly upon you in this town." Thus the two cousins parted, and Sophia repaired directly to Lady Bellaston, where she found a most hearty, as well as a most polite, welcome. The lady had taken a great fancy to her when she had seen her formerly with her Aunt Western. She was indeed extremely glad to see her, and was no sooner acquainted with the reasons which induced her to leave the squire and to fly to London, than she highly applauded her sense and resolution, and after expressing the highest satisfaction in the opinion which Sophia had declared she entertained of her ladyship, by choosing her house for an asylum, she promised her all the protection which it was in her power to give. As we have now brought Sophia into safe hands, the reader will, I apprehend, be contented to deposit her there a while, and to look a little after other personages, and particularly poor Jones, whom we have left long enough to do penance for his past offences, which, as is the nature of vice, brought sufficient punishment upon him themselves.
Book 12, containing the same individual time with the former. Chapter 1, showing what is to be deemed plagiarism in a modern author, and what is to be considered as lawful prize. The learned reader must have observed that, in the course of this mighty work, I have often translated passages out of the best ancient authors, without quoting the original, or without taking the least notice of the book from whence they were borrowed. This conduct in writing is placed in a very proper light by the ingenious Abbé Bagnet, in his preface to his Mythology, a work of great erudition and of equal judgment. "It will be easy," says he, "for the reader to observe that I have frequently had greater regard to him than to my own reputation, for an author certainly pays him a considerable compliment when, for his sake, he suppresses learned quotations that come in his way, and which would have cost him but the bare trouble of transcribing." To fill up a work with these scraps may indeed be considered as a downright cheat on the learned world, who are by such means imposed upon to buy a second time, in fragments or by retail, what they have already in gross, if not in their memories, upon their shelves. And it is still more cruel upon the illiterate, who are drawn in to pay for what is of no manner of use to them. A writer who intermixes great quantity of Greek and Latin with his works deals by the ladies and fine gentlemen in the same paltry manner with which they are treated by the auctioneers, who often endeavour so to confound and mix up their lots, that, in order to purchase the commodity you want, you are obliged at the same time to purchase that which will do you no service. And yet, as there is no conduct so fair and disinterested but that it may be misunderstood by ignorance and misrepresented by malice, I have been sometimes tempted to preserve my own reputation at the expense of my reader, and to transcribe the original, or at least to quote chapter and verse, whenever I have made use either of the thought or expression of another. I am indeed in some doubt that I have often suffered by the contrary method, and that by suppressing the original author's name, I have been rather suspected of plagiarism than reputed to act from the amiable motive assigned by that justly celebrated Frenchman. Now, to obviate all such imputations for the future, I do here confess and justify the fact. The ancients may be considered as a rich common, where every person who hath the smallest tenement in Parnassus hath a free right to fatten his muse. Or, to place it in a clearer light, we moderns are to the ancients what the poor are to the rich. By the poor, here I mean that large and venerable body, which in English we call the mob. Now, whoever hath had the honor to be admitted to any degree of intimacy with this mob must well know that it is one of their established maxims to plunder and pillage their rich neighbors without any reluctance, and that this is held to be neither sin nor shame among them. And so constantly do they abide and act by this maxim, that in every parish, almost, in the kingdom, there is a kind of confederacy ever carrying on against a certain person of opulence called the squire, whose property is considered as free booty by all his poor neighbors, who, as they conclude that there is no manner of guilt in such depredations, look upon it as a point of honor and moral obligation to conceal and to preserve each other from punishment on all such occasions. In like manner are the ancients, such as Homer, Virgil, Horace, Cicero, and the rest, to be esteemed among us writers, as so many wealthy squires, from whom we, the poor of Parnassus, claim an immemorial custom of taking whatever we can come at. This liberty I demand, and this I am as ready to allow again to my poor neighbors in their turn. All I profess, and all I require of my brethren, is to maintain the same strict honesty among ourselves which the mob show to one another. To steal from one another is indeed highly criminal and indecent, for this may be strictly styled defrauding the poor, sometimes perhaps those who are poorer than ourselves, or, to set it under the most opprobrious colors, robbing the spittle. Since, therefore, upon the strictest examination, my own conscience cannot lay any such pitiful theft to my charge, I am contented to plead guilty to the former accusation, nor shall I ever scruple to take to myself any passage which I shall find in an ancient author to my purpose, without setting down the name of the author from whence it was taken. Nay, I absolutely claim a property in all such sentiments, the moment they are transcribed into my writings, and I expect all readers henceforwards to regard them as purely and entirely my own. This claim, however, I desire to be allowed me only, on condition that I preserve strict honesty towards my poor brethren, from whom, if ever I borrow any of that little of which they are possessed, I shall never fail to put their mark upon it, that it may be at all times ready to be restored to the rightful owner. The omission of this was highly blamable in one Mr. Moore, who, having formerly borrowed some lines of Pope and Company, took the liberty to transcribe 6 of them into his play of the rival modes. Mr. Pope, however, very luckily found them in the said play, and laying violent hands on his own property, transferred it back again into his own works, and for a further punishment imprisoned the said Moor in the loathsome dungeon of the Dunciad, where his unhappy memory now remains, and eternally will remain, as a proper punishment for such his unjust dealings in the poetical trade. Chapter 2, in which, though the squire doth not find his daughter, something is found which puts an end to his pursuit. The history now returns to the inn at Upton, whence we shall first trace the footsteps of Squire Western, for, as he will soon arrive at an end of his journey, we shall have then full leisure to attend our hero. The reader may be pleased to remember that the said squire departed from the inn in great fury, and in that fury he pursued his daughter. The hostler having informed him that she had crossed the Severn, he likewise passed that river with his equipage, and rode full speed, vowing the utmost vengeance against poor Sophia if he should but overtake her. He had not gone far before he arrived at a crossway. Here he called a short council of war, in which, after hearing different opinions, he at last gave the direction of his pursuit to fortune, and struck directly into the Worcester road. In this road he proceeded about 2 miles, when he began to bemoan himself most bitterly, frequently crying out, "What pity is it? Sure never was so unlucky a dog as myself," and then burst forth a volley of oaths and execrations. The parson attempted to administer comfort to him on this occasion. "Sorrow not, sir," says he, "like those without hope. Howbeit we have not yet been able to overtake young madam, we may account it some good fortune that we have hitherto traced her course aright. Peradventure she will soon be fatigued with her journey, and will tarry in some inn, in order to renovate her corporeal functions, and in that case, in all moral certainty, you will very briefly be compos voti." "Bah, damned slut," answered the squire, "I am lamenting the loss of so fine a morning for hunting. It is confounded hard to lose one of the best scenting days, in all appearance, which hath been this season, and especially after so long a frost." Whether fortune, who now and then shows some compassion in her wantonest tricks, might not take pity of the squire, and, as she had determined not to let him overtake his daughter, might not resolve to make him amends some other way, I will not assert, but he had hardly uttered the words just before commemorated, and 2 or 3 oaths at their heels, when a pack of hounds began to open their melodious throats at a small distance from them, which the squire's horse and his rider, both perceiving, both immediately pricked up their ears, and the squire crying, "She's gone, she's gone, damned me if she is not gone," instantly clapped his spurs to the beast, who little needed it, having indeed the same inclination with his master, and now the whole company, crossing into a cornfield, rode directly towards the hounds, with much hallowing and whooping, while the poor parson, blessing himself, brought up the rear. Thus fable reports that the fair grimalkin whom Venus, at the desire of a passionate lover, converted from a cat into a fine woman, no sooner perceived a mouse than, mindful of her former sport, and still retaining her pristine nature, she leaped from the bed of her husband to pursue the little animal. What are we to understand by this? Not that the bride was displeased with the embraces of her amorous bridegroom. For, though some have remarked that cats are subject to ingratitude, yet women and cats, too, will be pleased and purr on certain occasions. The truth is, as the sagacious Sir Roger Lestrange observes in his deep reflections, that if we shut nature out at the door, she will come in at the window, and that puss, through a madam, will be a mouser still. In the same manner, we are not to arraign the squire of any want of love for his daughter, for in reality he had a great deal. We are only to consider that he was a squire and a sportsman, and then we may apply the fable to him and the judicious reflections likewise. The hounds ran very hard, as it is called, and the squire pursued over hedge and ditch with all his usual vociferation and alacrity, and with all his usual pleasure, nor did the thoughts of Sophia ever once intrude themselves to allay the satisfaction he enjoyed in the chase, which, he said, was one of the finest he ever saw, and which he swore was very well worth going 50 miles for. As the squire forgot his daughter, the servants, we may easily believe, forgot their mistress, and the parson, after having expressed much astonishment, in Latin, to himself, at length likewise abandoned all farther thoughts of the young lady, and jogging on at a distance behind, began to meditate a portion of doctrine for the ensuing Sunday. The squire, who owned the hounds, was highly pleased with the arrival of his brother squire and sportsman, for all men approve merit in their own way, and no man was ever more expert in the field than Mr. Western, nor did any other better know how to encourage the dogs with his voice, and to animate the hunt with his holla. Sportsmen in the warmth of a chase are too much engaged to attend to any manner of ceremony, nay, even to the offices of humanity. For if any of them meet with an accident by tumbling into a ditch or into a river, the rest pass on regardless, and generally leave him to his fate. During this time, therefore, the two squires, though often close to each other, interchanged not a single word. The master of the hunt, however, often saw and approved the great judgment of the stranger in drawing the dogs when they were at a fault, and hence conceived a very high opinion of his understanding, as the number of his attendants inspired no small reverence to his quality. As soon, therefore, as the sport was ended by the death of the little animal which had occasioned it, the two squires met, and in all squire-like greeting saluted each other. The conversation was entertaining enough, and what we may perhaps relate in an appendix, or on some other occasion, but as it nowise concerns this history, we cannot prevail on ourselves to give it a place here. It concluded with a second chase, and that with an invitation to dinner. This being accepted, was followed by a hearty bout of drinking, which ended in as hearty a nap on the part of Squire Western. Our squire was by no means a match either for his host or for Parson Supple, at his cups that evening, for which the violent fatigue of mind as well as body that he had undergone may very well account, without the least derogation from his honour. He was indeed, according to the vulgar phrase, whistle drunk, for before he had swallowed the third bottle, he became so entirely overpowered that though he was not carried off to bed till long after, the parson considered him as absent, and having acquainted the other squire with all relating to Sophia, he obtained his promise of seconding those arguments which he intended to urge the next morning for Mr. Western's return. No sooner, therefore, had the good squire shaken off his evening, and began to call for his morning draught, and to summon his horses in order to renew his pursuit, then Mr. Supple began his dissuasives, which the host so strongly seconded that they at length prevailed, and Mr. Western agreed to return home, being principally moved by one argument, viz., that he knew not which way to go, and might probably be riding farther from his daughter instead of towards her. He then took leave of his brother sportsmen, and expressing great joy that the frost was broken, which might perhaps be no small motive to his hastening home, set forwards, or rather backwards, for Somersetshire, but not before he had first dispatched part of his retinue in quest of his daughter, after whom he likewise sent a volley of the most bitter execrations which he could invent. Chapter 3. The departure of Jones from Upton, with what passed between him and Partridge on the road. At length we are once more come to our hero, and to say truth, we have been obliged to part with him so long that, considering the condition in which we left him, I apprehend many of our readers have concluded we intended to abandon him for ever, he being at present in that situation in which prudent people usually desist from inquiring any farther after their friends, lest they should be shocked by hearing such friends had hanged themselves. But in reality, if we have not all the virtues, I will boldly say, neither have we all the vices of a prudent character, and though it is not easy to conceive circumstances much more miserable than those of poor Jones at present, we shall return to him, and attend upon him with the same diligence as if he was wantoning in the brightest beams of fortune. Mr. Jones then, and his companion Partridge, left the inn a few minutes after the departure of Squire Western, and pursued the same road on foot, for the hostler told them that no horses were by any means to be, at that time, procured at Upton. On they marched with heavy hearts, for though their disquiet proceeded from very different reasons, yet displeased they were both, and if Jones sighed bitterly, Partridge grunted altogether as sadly at every step. When they came to the crossroads where the squire had stopped to take counsel, Jones stopped likewise, and, turning to Partridge, asked his opinion which track they should pursue. "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "I wish your honour would follow my advice." "Why should I not?" replied Jones, "for it is now indifferent to me whither I go, or what becomes of me." "My advice, then," said Partridge, "is that you immediately face about and return home. For who that hath such a home to return to as your honour would travel thus about the country like a vagabond? I ask pardon, sed vox ea sola reperta est. Alas, cries Jones, I have no home to return to. But if my friend, my father, would receive me, could I bear the country from which Sophia is flown? Cruel Sophia, cruel. No, let me blame myself. No, let me blame thee. Damnation seize thee. Fool, blockhead, thou hast undone me, and I will tear thy soul from thy body. At which words he laid violent hands on the collar of poor Partridge, and shook him more heartily than an ague fit, or his own fears had ever done before. Partridge fell trembling on his knees, and begged for mercy, vowing he had meant no harm, when Jones, after staring wildly on him for a moment, quitted his hold, and discharged a rage on himself, that, had it fallen on the other, would certainly have put an end to his being, which indeed the very apprehension of it had almost effected. We would bestow some pains here in minutely describing all the mad pranks which Jones played on this occasion, could we be well assured that the reader would take the same pains in perusing them. But as we are apprehensive that, after all the labour which we should employ in painting this scene, the said reader would be very apt to skip it entirely over, we have saved ourselves that trouble. To say the truth, we have, from this reason alone, often done great violence to the luxuriance of our genius, and have left many excellent descriptions out of our work, which would otherwise have been in it. And this suspicion, to be honest, arises, as is generally the case, from our own wicked heart, for we have ourselves been very often most horridly given to jumping, as we have run through the pages of voluminous historians. Suffice it then simply to say that Jones, after having played the part of a madman for many minutes, came, by degrees, to himself, which no sooner happened than, turning to Partridge, he very earnestly begged his pardon for the attack he had made on him in the violence of his passion, but concluded by desiring him never to mention his return again, for he was resolved never to see that country any more. Partridge easily forgave, and faithfully promised to obey the injunction now laid upon him. And then Jones very briskly cried out, "Since it is absolutely impossible for me to pursue any farther the steps of my angel, I will pursue those of glory. Come on, my brave lad, now for the army. It is a glorious cause, and I would willingly sacrifice my life in it, even though it was worth my preserving." And so saying, he immediately struck into the different road from that which the squire had taken, and, by mere chance, pursued the very same through which Sophia had before passed. Our travellers now marched a full mile without speaking a syllable to each other, though Jones, indeed, muttered many things to himself. As to Partridge, he was profoundly silent, for he was not, perhaps, perfectly recovered from his former fright. Besides, he had apprehensions of provoking his friend to a second fit of wrath, especially as he now began to entertain a conceit which may not perhaps create any great wonder in the reader. In short, he began now to suspect that Jones was absolutely out of his senses. At length, Jones, being weary of soliloquy, addressed himself to his companion, and blamed him for his taciturnity, for which the poor man very honestly accounted from his fear of giving offence. And now this fear being pretty well removed by the most absolute promises of indemnity, Partridge again took the bridle from his tongue, which perhaps rejoiced no less at regaining its liberty than a young colt, when the bridle is slipped from his neck, and he is turned loose into the pastures. As Partridge was inhibited from that topic which would have first suggested itself, he fell upon that which was the next uppermost in his mind, namely, the man of the hill. "Certainly, sir," says he, "that could never be a man who dresses himself and lives after such a strange manner, and so unlike other folks. Besides, his diet, as the old woman told me, is chiefly upon herbs, which is a fitter food for a horse than a Christian. Nay, landlord at Upton says that the neighbours thereabouts have very fearful notions about him. It runs strangely in my head that it must have been some spirit who perhaps might be sent to forewarn us, and who knows but all that manner which he told us, of his going to fight, and of his being taken prisoner, and of the great danger he was in of being hanged, might be intended as a warning to us, considering what we are going about. Besides, I dreamt of nothing all last night but of fighting, and methought the blood ran out of my nose as liquor out of a tap. Indeed, sir, infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem." "Thy story, Partridge," answered Jones, "is almost as ill applied as thy Latin. Nothing can be more likely to happen than death to men who go into battle. Perhaps we shall both fall in it, and what then?" "What then?" replied Partridge. "Why, then there is an end of us, is there not? When I am gone, all is over with me. What matters the cause to me, or who gets the victory if I am killed? I shall never enjoy any advantage from it. What are all the ringing of bells and bonfires to one that is 6 foot underground? There will be an end of poor Partridge." "And an end of poor Partridge," cries Jones, "there must be, one time or another. If you love Latin, I will repeat you some fine verses out of Horace, which would inspire courage into a coward. Dulce et dectorum est pro patria mori, mors et fugagem persequitur virum, nec parsit imbellis juvenite. Pope lidibus domitice tergo." "I wish you would construe them," cries Partridge, "for Horace is a hard author, and I cannot understand as you repeat them. I will repeat you a bad imitation, or rather paraphrase of my own, for I am but an indifferent poet. Who would not die in his dear country's cause? Since if base fear his dastard step withdraws, from death he cannot fly. One common grave receives at last the coward and the brave." "That's very certain," cries Partridge. "Ay, sure, mors omnibus communis. But there is a great difference between dying in one's bed a great many years hence, like a good Christian, with all our friends crying about us, and being shot today or tomorrow, like a mad dog, or perhaps hacked up in 20 pieces with the sword, and that too before we have repented of all our sins. O Lord, have mercy upon us. To be sure the soldiers are a wicked kind of people. I never loved to have anything to do with them. I could hardly bring myself ever to look upon them as Christians. There is nothing but cursing and swearing among them. I wish your honour would repent. I heartily wish you would repent before it is too late, and not think of going among them. Evil communication corrupts good manners. That is my principal reason. For as for that matter, I am no more afraid than another man, not I. As to matter of that, I know all human flesh must die, but yet a man may live many years for all that. Why, I am a middle-aged man now, and yet I may live a great number of years. I have read of several who have lived to be above 100, and some a great deal above 100. Not that I hope, that I promise myself to live to any such age as that neither. But if it be only to 80 or 90, heaven be praised. That is a great ways off yet, and I am not afraid of dying then no more than another man. But surely to tempt death before a man's time is come seems to me downright wickedness and presumption. Besides, if it was to do any good indeed. But let the cause be what it will, what mighty matter of good can two people do? And for my part, I understand nothing of it. I never fired off a gun above 10 times in my life, and then it was not charged with bullets. And for the sword, I never learned defence, and know nothing of the matter. And then there are those cannons, which certainly it must be thought the highest presumption to go in the way of. And nobody but a madman, I ask pardon, upon my soul I meant no harm, I beg that I may not throw your honour into another passion. Be under no apprehension, Partridge, cries Jones. I am now so well convinced of thy cowardice that thou couldst not provoke me on any account. Your honour, answered he, they call me a coward, or anything else you please. If loving to sleep in a whole skin makes a man a coward, non immunis ab illis malus sumus. I never read in my grammar that a man can't be a good man without fighting. Vir bonus est quis, qui consulta patrem, que leges juraque servat. Not a word of fighting, and I am sure that the Scripture is so much against it, that a man shall never persuade me he is a good Christian, while he sheds Christian blood. Chapter 4. The Adventure of a Beggar Man. Just as Partridge had uttered that good and pious doctrine, with which the last chapter concluded, they arrived at another crossway, when a lame fellow in rags asked them for alms, upon which Partridge gave him a severe rebuke, saying, Every parish ought to keep their own poor. Jones then fell a-laughing, and asked Partridge if he was not ashamed, with so much charity in his mouth, to have no charity in his heart. Your religion, says he, serves you only for an excuse for your faults, but is no incentive to your virtue. Can any man who is really a Christian abstain from relieving one of his brethren in such a miserable condition, and at the same time, putting his hand in his pocket, he gave the poor object a shilling. Master, cries the fellow, after thanking him, I have a curious thing here in my pocket, which I found about 2 miles off, if your worship will please to buy it. I should not venture to pull it out to everyone, but as you are so good a gentleman, and so kind to the poor, you won't suspect a man of being a thief only because he is poor. He then pulled out a little gilt pocket-book, and delivered it into the hands of Jones. Jones presently opened it, and, guess, reader, what he felt. Saw in the first page the words, Sophia Western, written by her own fair hand. He no sooner read the name than he pressed it close to his lips, nor could he avoid falling into some very frantic raptures, notwithstanding his company. But perhaps these very raptures made him forget he was not alone. While Jones was kissing and mumbling the book, as if he had an excellent brown buttered crust in his mouth, or as if he had really been a bookworm, or an author who had nothing to eat but his own works, a piece of paper fell from its leaves to the ground, which Partridge took up and delivered to Jones, who presently perceived it to be a bank bill. It was indeed the very bill which Western had given his daughter the night before her departure, and a Jew would have jumped to purchase it at 5 shillings less than £100. The eyes of Partridge sparkled at this news, which Jones now proclaimed aloud, and so did, although with somewhat a different aspect, those of the poor fellow who had found the book, and who, I hope from a principle of honesty, had never opened it. But we should not deal honestly by the reader if we omitted to inform him of a circumstance which may be here a little material, viz., that the fellow could not read. Jones, who had felt nothing but pure joy and transport from the finding the book, was affected with a mixture of concern at this new discovery, for his imagination instantly suggested to him that the owner of the bill might possibly want it before he should be able to convey it to her. He then acquainted the reader that he knew the lady to whom the book belonged, and would endeavour to find her out as soon as possible and return it her. The pocket-book was a late present from Mrs. Western to her niece. It had cost 25 shillings, having been bought of a celebrated toyman, but the real value of the silver which it contained in its clasp was about 18 pence, and that price the said toyman, as it was altogether as good as when it first issued from the shop, would now have given for it. A prudent person would, however, have taken proper advantage of the ignorance of this fellow, and would not have offered more than a shilling, or perhaps 6 pence, for it. Nay, some perhaps would have given nothing, and left the fellow to his action of trover, which some learned sergeants may doubt whether he could, under these circumstances, have maintained. Jones, on the contrary, whose character was on the outside of generosity, and may perhaps not very unjustly have been suspected of extravagance, without any hesitation gave a guinea in exchange for the book. The poor man, who had not for a long time before been possessed of so much treasure, gave Mr. Jones 1,000 thanks, and discovered little less of transport in his muscles than Jones had before shown when he had first read the name of Sophia Western. The fellow very readily agreed to attend our travellers to the place where he had found the pocket-book. Together, therefore, they proceeded directly thither, but not so fast as Mr. Jones desired, for his guide, unfortunately, happened to be lame, and could not possibly travel faster than a mile an hour. As this place, therefore, was at above 3 miles distance, though the fellow had said otherwise, the reader need not be acquainted how long they were in walking it. Jones opened the book 100 times during their walk, kissed it as often, talked much to himself, and very little to his companions, at all which the guide expressed some signs of astonishment to Partridge, who more than once shook his head, and cried, "Poor gentleman! Orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano." At length they arrived at the very spot where Sophia unhappily dropped the pocket-book, and where the fellow had as happily found it. Here Jones offered to take leave of his guide, and to improve his pace. But the fellow, in whom that violent surprise and joy which the first receipt of the guinea had occasioned was now considerably abated, and who had now had sufficient time to recollect himself, put on a discontented look, and scratching his head, said, he hoped his worship would give him something more. "Your worship," said he, "will, I hope, take it into your consideration that if I had not been honest, I might have kept the whole." And, indeed, this the reader must confess to have been true. "If the paper there," said he, "be worth £100, I am sure the finding it deserves more than a guinea. Besides, suppose your worship should never see the lady, nor give it her, and though your worship looks and talks very much like a gentleman, yet I have only your worship's bare word, and certainly if the right owner bean't to be found, it all belongs to the first finder. I hope your worship will consider of all these matters. I am but a poor man, and therefore don't desire to have all, but it is but reasonable I should have my share. Your worship looks like a good man, and, I hope, will consider my honesty, for I might have kept every farthing, and nobody ever the wiser." "I promise thee upon my honour," cries Jones, "that I know the right owner, and will restore it her." "Nay, your worship," answered the fellow, "may do as you please as to that. If you will but give me my share, that is, 1/2 of the money, your honour may keep the rest if you please," and concluded with swearing, by a very vehement oath, that he would never mention a syllable of it to any man living. "Look'ee, friend," cries Jones, "the right owner shall certainly have again all that she lost, and as for any further gratuity, I really cannot give it you at present, but let me know your name, and where you live, and it is more than possible that you may hereafter have further reason to rejoice at this morning's adventure." "I don't know what you mean by venture," cries the fellow. "It seems to me I must venture whether you will return the lady her money or no. But I hope your worship will consider." "Come, come," said Partridge, "tell his honour your name, and where you may be found. I warrant you will never repent having put the money into his hands." The fellow, seeing no hopes of recovering the possession of the pocket-book, at last complied in giving in his name and place of abode, which Jones writ upon a piece of paper with the pencil of Sophia, and then, placing the paper in the same page where she had writ her name, he cried out, "There, friend, you are the happiest man alive. I have joined your name to that of an angel." "I don't know anything about angels," answered the fellow, "but I wish you would give me a little more money, or else return me the pocket-book." Partridge now waxed wrath. He called the poor cripple by several vile and opprobrious names, and was absolutely proceeding to beat him, but Jones would not suffer any such thing, and now telling the fellow he would certainly find some opportunity of serving him, Mr. Jones departed as fast as his heels would carry him, and Partridge, into whom the thoughts of the £100 had infused new spirits, followed his leader, while the man, who was obliged to stay behind, fell to cursing them both, as well as his parents. For had they, says he, sent me to charity school to learn to write and read and cast accounts, I should have known the value of these matters as well as other people. Chapter 5, containing more adventures which Mr. Jones and his companion met on the road. Our travellers now walked so fast that they had very little time or breath for conversation. Jones meditating all the way on Sophia, and Partridge on the bank bill, which, though it gave him some pleasure, caused him at the same time to repine at fortune, which in all his walks had never given him such an opportunity of showing his honesty. They had proceeded above 3 miles, when Partridge, being unable any longer to keep up with Jones, called to him, and begged him a little to slacken his pace. With this he was the more ready to comply, as he had for some time lost the footsteps of the horses, which the thaw had enabled him to trace for several miles, and he was now upon a wide common, where were several roads. He here, therefore, stopped to consider which of these roads he should pursue, when, on a sudden, they heard the noise of a drum, that seemed at no great distance. This sound presently alarmed the fears of Partridge, and he cried out, "Lord, have mercy upon us all! They are certainly a-coming." "Who is coming?" cries Jones, for fear had long since given place to softer ideas in his mind, and since his adventure with the lame man, he had been totally intent on pursuing Sophia, without entertaining one thought of an enemy. "Who?" cries Partridge. "Why, the rebels. But why should I call them rebels? They may be very honest gentlemen, for anything I know to the contrary. The devil take him that affronts them, I say. I am sure, if they have nothing to say to me, I will have nothing to say to them, but in a civil way. For heaven's sake, sir, don't affront them if they should come, and perhaps they may do us no harm. But would it not be the wiser way to creep into some of yonder bushes, till they are gone by? What can 2 unarmed men do, perhaps, against 50,000? Certainly, nobody but a madman. I hope your honour is not offended, but certainly no man who hath mens sana in corpore sano." Here Jones interrupted this torrent of eloquence, which fear had inspired, saying, that by the drum he perceived they were near some town. He then made directly towards the place whence the noise proceeded, bidding Partridge take courage, for that he would lead him into no danger, and adding, it was impossible that the rebels should be so near. Partridge was a little comforted with this last assurance, and though he would more gladly have gone the contrary way, he followed his leader, his heart beating time, but not after the manner of heroes, to the music of the drum, which ceased not till they had traversed the common, and were come into a narrow lane. And now Partridge, who kept even pace with Jones, discovered something painted flying in the air, a very few yards before him, which, fancying to be the colours of the enemy, he fell a-bellowing, "O Lord, sir, here they are! There's the crown and coffin. O Lord, I never saw anything so terrible, and we are within gunshot of them already." Jones no sooner looked up than he plainly perceived what it was which Partridge had thus mistaken. "Partridge," says he, I fancy you will be able to engage this whole army yourself, for, by the colours, I guess what the drum was which we heard before, and which beats up for recruits to a puppet show." "A puppet show?" answered Partridge, with most eager transport. "And is it really no more than that? I love a puppet show of all the pastimes upon earth. Do, good sir, let us tarry and see it. Besides, I am quite famished to death, for it is now almost dark, and I have not eat a morsel since 3 o'clock in the morning." They now arrived at an inn, or indeed an ale-house, where Jones was prevailed upon to stop, the rather as he had no longer any assurance of being in the road he desired. They walked both directly into the kitchen, where Jones began to inquire if no ladies had passed that way in the morning, and Partridge as eagerly examined into the state of their provisions, and indeed his inquiry met with the better success, for Jones could not hear news of Sophia, but Partridge, to his great satisfaction, found good reason to expect very shortly the agreeable sight of an excellent smoking dish of eggs and bacon. In strong and healthy constitutions, love hath a very different effect from what it causes in the puny part of the species. In the latter, it generally destroys all that appetite which tends towards the conservation of the individual, but in the former, though it often induces forgetfulness, and a neglect of food, as well as of everything else, yet place a good piece of well-powdered buttock before a hungry lover, and he seldom fails very handsomely to play his part. Thus it happened in the present case, for though Jones perhaps wanted a prompter, and might have travelled much farther had he been alone, with an empty stomach, yet no sooner did he sit down to the bacon and eggs than he fell to as heartily and voraciously as Partridge himself. Before our travellers had finished their dinner, night came on, and as the moon was now past the full, it was extremely dark. Partridge, therefore, prevailed on Jones to stay and see the puppet show, which was just going to begin, and to which they were very eagerly invited by the master of the said show, who declared that his figures were the finest which the world had ever produced, and that they had given great satisfaction to all the quality in every town in England. The puppet show was performed with great regularity and decency. It was called the fine and serious part of the provoked husband, and it was indeed a very grave and solemn entertainment, without any low wit or humour, or jests, or, to do it no more than justice, without anything which could provoke a laugh. The audience were all highly pleased. A grave matron told the master she would bring her 2 daughters the next night, as he did not show any stuff, and an attorney's clerk and an excise-man both declared that the characters of Lord and Lady Townley were well preserved, and highly in nature. Partridge likewise concurred with this opinion. The master was so elated with these encomiums that he could not refrain from adding some more of his own. He said, the present age was not improved in anything so much as in their puppet shows, which, by throwing out Punch and his wife Joan, and such idle trumpery, were at last brought to be a rational entertainment. I remember, said he, When I first took to the business, there was a great deal of low stuff that did very well to make folks laugh, but was never calculated to improve the morals of young people, which certainly ought to be principally aimed at in every puppet show. For why may not good and instructive lessons be conveyed this way, as well as any other? My figures are as big as the life, and they represent the life in every particular, and I question not but people rise from my little drama as much improved as they do from the great. I would by no means degrade the ingenuity of your profession, answered Jones, but I should have been glad to have seen my old acquaintance Master Punch for all that, and so far from improving, I think by leaving out him and his merry wife Joan, you have spoiled your puppet show. The dancer of wires conceived an immediate and high contempt for Jones from these words, and with much disdain in his countenance, he replied, "Very probably, sir, that may be your opinion, but I have the satisfaction to know the best judges differ from you, and it is impossible to please every taste. I confess, indeed, some of the quality at Bath, 2 or 3 years ago, wanted mightily to bring Punch again upon the stage. I believe I lost some money for not agreeing to it, but let others do as they will. A little matter shall never bribe me to degrade my own profession, nor will I ever willingly consent to the spoiling the decency and regularity of my stage by introducing any such low stuff upon it." "Right, friend," cries the clerk, "you are very right. Always avoid what is low. There are several of my acquaintance in London who are resolved to drive everything which is low from the stage." "Nothing can be more proper," cries the exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth. "I remember," added he, for I then lived with my lord, "I was in the footman's gallery the night when this play of the provoked husband was acted first. There was a great deal of low stuff in it about a country gentleman come up to town to stand for Parliament man, and there they brought a parcel of his servants upon the stage. His coachman, I remember, particularly. But the gentlemen in our gallery could not bear anything so low, and they damned it. I observe, friend, you have left all that matter out, and you are to be commended for it." "Nay, gentlemen," cries Jones, "I can never maintain my opinion against so many. Indeed, if the generality of his audience dislike him, the learned gentleman who conducts the show might have done very right in dismissing Punch from his service." The master of the show then began a second harangue, and said much of the great force of example, and how much the inferior part of mankind would be deterred from vice by observing how odious it was in their superiors, when he was unluckily interrupted by an incident which, though perhaps we might have omitted it at another time, we cannot help relating at present, but not in this chapter. Chapter 6, from which it may be inferred that the best things are liable to be misunderstood and misinterpreted. A violent uproar now arose in the entry, where my landlady was well cuffing her maid, both with her fist and tongue. She had indeed missed the wench from her employment, and, after a little search, had found her on the puppet show stage in company with the merry Andrew, and in a situation not very proper to be described. Though Grace, for that was her name, had forfeited all title to modesty, yet had she not impudence enough to deny a fact in which she was actually surprised. She therefore took another turn, and attempted to mitigate the offence. "Why do you beat me in this manner, mistress?" cries the wench. "If you do not like my doings, you may turn me away. If I am a whore," for the other had liberally bestowed that appellation on her, "my betters are so well as I. What was the fine lady in the puppet show just now? I suppose she did not lie all night out from her husband for nothing." The landlady now burst into the kitchen, and fell foul on both her husband and the poor puppet mover. "Here, husband," says she, "you must see the consequence of harbouring these people in your house. If one doth draw a little drink the more for them, one is hardly made amends for the litter they make, and then to have one's house made a bawdy house of by such lousy vermin. In short, I desire you would be gone tomorrow morning, for I will tolerate no more such doings. It is only the way to teach our servants idleness and nonsense, for to be sure nothing better can be learned by such idle shows as these. I remember when puppet shows were made of good scripture stories, as Jephthah's rash vow, and such good things, and when wicked people were carried away by the devil. There were some sense in those matters, but, as the parson told us last Sunday, nobody believes in the devil nowadays, and here you bring about a parcel of puppets, dressed up like lords and ladies, only to turn the heads of poor country wenches, and when their heads are once turned topsy-turvy, no wonder everything else is so. Virgil, I think, tells us that when the mob are assembled in a riotous and tumultuous manner, and all sorts of missile weapons fly about, if a man of gravity and authority appears among them, the tumult is presently appeased, and the mob, which, when collected into one body, may be well compared to an ass, erect their long ears at the grave man's discourse. On the contrary, when a set of grave men and philosophers are disputing, when wisdom herself may, in a manner, be considered as present, and administering arguments to the disputants, should a tumult arise from the mob, or should one scold, who is herself equal in noise to a mighty mob, appear among the said philosophers, their disputes cease in a moment. Wisdom no longer performs her ministerial office, and the attention of everyone is immediately attracted by the scold alone. Thus the uproar aforesaid, and the arrival of the landlady, silenced the master of the puppet show, and put a speedy and final end to that grave and solemn harangue, of which we have given the reader a sufficient taste already. Nothing, indeed, could have happened so very inopportune as this accident. The most wanton malice of fortune could not have contrived such another stratagem to confound the poor fellow, while he was so triumphantly descanting on the good morals inculcated by his exhibitions. His mouth was now as effectually stopped as that of quack must be, if, in the midst of a declamation of the great virtues of his pills and powders, the corpse of one of his martyrs should be brought forth, and deposited before the stage, as a testimony of his skill. Instead, therefore, of answering my lady, the puppet show man ran out to punish his merry Andrew, and now the moon beginning to put forth her silver light, as the poets call it, though she looked at that time more like a piece of copper, Jones called for his reckoning, and ordered Partridge, whom my landlady had just awaked from a profound nap, to prepare for his journey. But Partridge, having lately carried 2 points, as my reader hath seen before, was emboldened to attempt a third, which was to prevail with Jones to take up a lodging that evening in the house where he then was. He introduced this with an affected surprise at the intention which Mr. Jones declared of removing, and after urging many excellent arguments against it, he at last insisted strongly that it could be of no manner of purpose whatever, for that, unless Jones knew which way the lady was gone, every step he took might very possibly lead him the farther from her. "For you find, sir," said he, "by all the people in the house, that she is not gone this way. How much better, therefore, would it be to stay till morning, where we may expect to meet with somebody to inquire of." This last argument had indeed some effect on Jones, and while he was weighing it, the landlord threw all the rhetoric of which he was master into the same scale. "Sure, sir," said he, "your servant gives you most excellent advice, for who would travel by night at this time of the year?" He then began in the usual style to trumpet forth the excellent accommodation which his house afforded, and my landlady likewise opened on the occasion, but not to detain the reader with what is common to every host and hostess, it is sufficient to tell him Jones was at last prevailed on to stay and refresh himself with a few hours' rest, which indeed he very much wanted, for he had hardly shut his eyes since he had left the inn where the accident of the broken head had happened. As soon as Jones had taken a resolution to proceed no farther that night, he presently retired to rest, with his 2 bedfellows, the pocket-book and the muff. But Partridge, who at several times had refreshed himself with several naps, was more inclined to eating than to sleeping, and more to drinking than to either. And now, the storm which Grace had raised being at an end, and my landlady being again reconciled to the puppet man, who, on his side, forgave the indecent reflections which the good woman in her passion had cast on his performances, a face of perfect peace and tranquillity reigned in the kitchen, where sat assembled round the fire the landlord and landlady of the house, the master of the puppet show, the attorney's clerk, the excise man, and the ingenious Mr. Partridge, in which company passed the agreeable conversation which will be found in the next chapter.
Chapter 7, containing a remark or two of our own, and many more of the good company assembled in the kitchen. Though the pride of Partridge did not submit to acknowledge himself a servant, yet he condescended in most particulars to imitate the manners of that rank. One instance of this was, his greatly magnifying the fortune of his companion, as he called Jones, such is a general custom with all servants among strangers, as none of them would willingly be thought the attendant on a beggar. For the higher the situation of the master is, the higher consequently is that of the man in his own opinion. The truth of which observation appears from the behaviour of all the footmen of the nobility. But, though title and fortune communicate a splendour all around them, and the footmen of quality and of estate think themselves entitled to a part of that respect which is paid to the quality and estate of their masters, It is clearly otherwise with regard to virtue and understanding. These advantages are strictly personal, and swallow themselves all the respect which is paid to them. To say the truth, this is so very little, that they cannot well afford to let any others partake with them. As these therefore reflect no honour on the domestic, so neither is he at all dishonoured by the most deplorable want of both in his master. Indeed, it is otherwise in the want of what is called virtue in a mistress, the consequence of which we have before seen. For in this dishonour there is a kind of contagion, which, like that of poverty, communicates itself to all who approach it. Now for these reasons we are not to wonder that servants, I mean among the men only, should have so great regard for the reputation of the wealth of their masters, and little or none at all for their character in other points, and that, though they would be ashamed to be the footman of a beggar, they are not so to attend upon a rogue or a blockhead, and do consequently make no scruple to spread the fame of the iniquities and follies of their said masters as far as possible, and this often with great humour and merriment. In reality, a footman is often a wit as well as a beau, at the expense of the gentleman whose livery he wears. After Partridge, therefore, had enlarged greatly on the vast fortune to which Mr. Jones was heir, he very freely communicated an apprehension, which he had begun to conceive the day before, and for which, as we hinted at that very time, the behaviour of Jones seemed to have furnished a sufficient foundation. In short, he was now pretty well confirmed in an opinion that his master was out of his wits, with which opinion he very bluntly acquainted the good company round the fire. With this sentiment the puppet-show man immediately coincided. "I own," said he, "the gentleman surprised me very much when he talked so absurdly about puppet-shows. It is indeed hardly to be conceived that any man in his senses should be so much mistaken. What you say now accounts very well for all his monstrous notions. Poor gentleman! I am heartily concerned for him. Indeed, he hath a strange wildness about his eyes, which I took notice of before, though I did not mention it." The landlord agreed with this last assertion, and likewise claimed the sagacity of having observed it. "And certainly," added he, "it must be so, for no one but a madman would have thought of leaving so good a house to ramble about the country at that time of night." The exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth, said, "He thought the gentleman looked and talked a little wildly." And then, turning to Partridge, "If he be a madman," says he should not be suffered to travel thus about the country, for possibly he may do some mischief. It is a pity he was not secured and sent home to his relations." Now some conceits of this kind were likewise lurking in the mind of Partridge, for as he was now persuaded that Jones had run away from Mr. Allworthy, he promised himself the highest rewards if he could by any means convey him back. But fear of Jones, of whose fierceness and strength he had seen, and indeed felt, some instances, had however represented any such scheme as impossible to be executed, and had discouraged him from applying himself to form any regular plan for the purpose. But no sooner did he hear the sentiments of the exciseman than he embraced that opportunity of declaring his own, and expressed a hearty wish that such a matter could be brought about. "Could be brought about!" says the exciseman. "Why, there is nothing easier." "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "you don't know what a devil of a fellow he is. He can take me up with one hand and throw me out at window. And he would, too, if he did but imagine—" "Poh!" says the exciseman, "I believe I am as good a man as he. Besides, here are 5 of us." "I don't know what 5," cries the landlady. "My husband shall have nothing to do in it, nor shall any violent hands be laid upon anybody in my house. The young gentleman is as pretty a young gentleman as ever I saw in my life, and I believe he is no more mad than any of us. What do you tell of his having a wild look with his eyes? They are the prettiest eyes I ever saw, and he hath the prettiest look with them, and a very modest, civil young man he is. I am sure I have pitied him heartily ever since the gentleman there in the corner told us he was crossed in love. Certainly that is enough to make any man, especially such a sweet young gentleman as he is, to look a little otherwise than he did before. Lady, indeed! What the devil would the lady have better than such a handsome man with a great estate? I suppose she is one of your quality folks, one of your townly ladies that we saw last night in the puppet-show, who don't know what they would be at." The attorney's clerk likewise declared he would have no concern in the business without the advice of counsel. "Suppose," says he, "an action of false imprisonment should be brought against us, what defence could we make? Who knows what may be sufficient evidence of madness to a jury? But I only speak upon my own account, for it don't look well for a lawyer to be concerned in these matters, unless it be as a lawyer." Juries are always less favourable to us than to other people. I don't, therefore, dissuade you, Mr. Thompson, to the exciseman, nor the gentleman, nor anybody else." The exciseman shook his head at this speech, and the puppet-show man said, "Madness was sometimes a difficult matter for a jury to decide, for I remember," says he, "I was once present at a trial of madness, where 20 witnesses swore that the person was as mad as a March hare, and 20 others that he was as much in his senses as any man in England. And indeed it was the opinion of most people that it was only a trick of his relations to rob the poor man of his right." "Very likely," cries the landlady. "I myself knew a poor gentleman who was kept in a madhouse all his life by his family, and they enjoyed his estate, but it did them no good, for though the law gave it to them, it was the right of another." "Pugh!" cries the clerk, with great contempt. "Who hath any right but what the law gives them? If the law gave me the best estate in the country, I should never trouble myself much who had the right." "If it be so," says Partridge, "felix quem faciunt aliena pericula cautum." My landlord, who had been called out by the arrival of a horseman at the gate, now returned into the kitchen, and with an affrighted countenance cried out, "What do you think, gentlemen? The rebels have given the Duke the slip, and are got almost to London. It is certainly true, for a man on horseback just now told me so." "I am glad of it with all my heart," cries Partridge, "then there will be no fighting in these parts." "I am glad," cries the clerk, "for a better reason, for I would always have right take place." "Ay, but," answered the landlord, "I have heard some people say this man hath no right." "I will prove the contrary in a moment," cries the clerk, "if my father dies seized of a right. Do you mind me seized of a right, I say? Doth not that right descend to his son, and doth not one right descend as well as another?" "But how can he have any right to make us papishes?" said the landlord. "Never fear that," cries Partridge. "As to the matter of right, the gentleman there hath proved it as clear as the sun, and as to the matter of religion, it is quite out of the case. The papists themselves don't expect any such thing. A popish priest, whom I know very well, and who is a very honest man, told me upon his word and honour they had no such design." "And another priest of my acquaintance," said the landlady, "hath told me the same thing. But my husband is always so afraid of papishes. I know a great many papishes that are a very honest sort of people, and spend their money very freely. And it is always a maxim with me that one man's money is as good as another's." "Very true, mistress," said the puppet-show man. "I don't care what religion comes, provided the Presbyterians are not uppermost, for they are enemies to puppet-shows." "And so you would sacrifice your religion to your interest," cries the exciseman, "and are desirous to see popery brought in, are you?" "Not I, truly," answered the other. "I hate popery as much as any man, but yet it is a comfort to one that one should be able to live under it, which I could not do among Presbyterians. To be sure, every man values his livelihood first. That must be granted, and I warrant if you would confess the truth, you are more afraid of losing your place than anything else. But neither fear, friend, there will be an excise under another government as well as under this." "Why, certainly," replied the exciseman. "I should be a very ill man if I did not honour the king, whose bread I eat. That is no more than natural, as a man may say, for what signifies it to me that there would be an excise office under another government, since my friends would be out, and I could expect no better than to follow them? No, no, friend, I shall never be bubbled out of my religion in hopes only of keeping my place under another government, for I should certainly be no better, and very probably might be worse." "Why, that is what I say," cries the landlord. "Whenever folks say, who knows what may happen? Odsooks! Should I not be a blockhead to lend my money to I know not who, because mayhap he may return it again? I am sure it is safe in my own bureau, and there I will keep it." The attorney's clerk had taken a great fancy to the sagacity of Partridge. Whether this proceeded from the great discernment which the former had into men as well as things, or whether it arose from the sympathy between their minds, for they were both truly Jacobites in principle, they now shook hands heartily, and drank bumpers of strong beer to healths which we think proper to bury in oblivion. These healths were afterwards pledged by all present, and even by my landlord himself, though reluctantly. But he could not withstand the menaces of the clerk, who swore he would never set his foot within his house again if he refused. The bumpers which were swallowed on this occasion soon put an end to the conversation. Here, therefore, we will put an end to the chapter. Chapter 8, in which Fortune seems to have been in a better humour with Jones than we have hitherto seen her. As there is no wholesomer, so perhaps there are few stronger sleeping potions than fatigue. Of this Jones might be said to have taken a very large dose, and it operated very forcibly upon him. He had already slept 9 hours, and might have slept longer, had he not been awakened by a most violent noise at his chamber door, where the sound of many heavy blows was accompanied with many exclamations of murder. Jones presently leapt from his bed, where he found the master of the puppet show belabouring the back and ribs of his poor Merry Andrew, without either mercy or moderation. Jones instantly interposed on behalf of the suffering party, and pinned the insulting conqueror up to the wall, for the puppet show man was no more able to contend with Jones than the poor party-coloured jester had been to contend with this puppet man. But though the Merry Andrew was a little fellow, and not very strong, he had nevertheless some choler about him. He therefore no sooner found himself delivered from his enemy, than he began to attack him with the only weapon at which was his equal. From this he first discharged a volley of general abusive words, and thence proceeded to some particular accusations. "Damn your blood, you rascal," says he, "I have not only supported you, for to me you owe all the money you get, but I have saved you from the gallows. Did you not want to rob the lady of her fine riding habit no longer ago than yesterday, in the back lane there? Can you deny that you wished to have her alone in a wood to strip her, to strip one of the prettiest ladies that ever was seen in the world? And here you have fallen upon me, and have almost murdered me, for doing no harm to a girl as willing as myself, only because she likes me better than you." Jones no sooner heard this than he quitted the master, laying on him at the same time the most violent injunctions of forbearance from any further insult on the Merry Andrew, and then, taking the poor wretch with him into his own apartment, he soon learned tidings of his Sophia, whom the fellow, as he was attending his master with his drum the day before, had seen pass by. He easily prevailed with the lad to show him the exact place, and then, having summoned Partridge, he departed with the utmost expedition. It was almost 8 of the clock before all matters could be got ready for his departure, for Partridge was not in any haste, nor could the reckoning be presently adjusted, and when both these were settled and over, Jones could not quit the place before he had perfectly reconciled all differences between the master and the man. When this was happily accomplished, he set forwards, and was by the trusty Merry Andrew conducted to the spot by which Sophia had passed, and then, having handsomely rewarded his conductor, he again pushed on with the utmost eagerness, being highly delighted with the extraordinary manner in which he received his intelligence. Of this Partridge was no sooner acquainted than he, with great earnestness, began to prophesy, and assured Jones that he would certainly have good success in the end, for, he said, 2 such accidents could never have happened to direct him after his mistress, if Providence had not designed to bring them together at last. And this was the first time that Jones lent any attention to the superstitious doctrines of his companion. They had not gone above 2 miles when a violent storm of rain overtook them, and as they happened to be at the same time in sight of an alehouse, Partridge, with much earnest entreaty, prevailed with Jones to enter, and weather the storm. Hunger is an enemy, if indeed it may be called one, which partakes more of the English than of the French disposition, for though you subdue this never so often, it will always rally again in time, and so it did with Partridge, who was no sooner arrived within the kitchen than he began to ask the same questions which he had asked the night before. The consequence of this was an excellent cold chine being produced upon the table, upon which not only Partridge but Jones himself made a very hearty breakfast, though the latter began to grow again uneasy, as the people of the house could give him no fresh information concerning Sophia. Their meal being over, Jones was again preparing to sally, notwithstanding the violence of the storm still continued, but Partridge begged heartily for another mug, and at last, casting his eyes on a lad at the fire, who had entered into the kitchen, and who at that instant was looking as earnestly at him, he turned suddenly to Jones, and cried, "Master, give me your hand. A single mug shan't serve the turn this bout. Why, here's more news of Madam Sophia come to town. The boy standing by the fire is the very lad that rode before her. I can swear to my own plaster on his face." "Heavens bless you, sir," cries the boy, "it is your own plaster sure enough. I shall have always reason to remember your goodness, for it hath almost cured me." At these words Jones started from his chair, and bidding the boy follow him immediately, departed from the kitchen into a private apartment, for so delicate was he with regard to Sophia that he never willingly mentioned her name in the presence of many people, and though he had, as it were, from the overflowings of his heart, given Sophia as a toast among the officers where he thought it was impossible she should have been known, yet even there the reader may remember how difficultly he was prevailed upon to mention her surname. Hard therefore was it, and perhaps in the opinion of many sagacious readers, very absurd and monstrous, that he should principally owe his present misfortune to the supposed want of that delicacy with which he so abounded. For, in reality, Sophia was much more offended at the freedoms which she thought, and not without good reason, he had taken with her name and character, than at any freedoms in which, under his present circumstances, he had indulged himself with the person of another woman. And to say truth, I believe honour could never have prevailed on her to leave Upton without her seeing Jones, had it not been for those two strong instances of a levity in his behaviour, so void of respect, and indeed so highly inconsistent with any degree of love and tenderness in great and delicate minds. But so matters fell out, and so I must relate them, and if any reader is shocked at their appearing unnatural, I cannot help it. I must remind such persons that I am not writing a system, but a history, and I am not obliged to reconcile every matter to the received notions concerning truth and nature. But if this was never so easy to do, perhaps it might be more prudent in me to avoid it. For instance, as the fact at present before us now stands, without any comment of mine upon it, though it may at first sight offend some readers, yet, upon more mature consideration, it must please all. For wise and good men may consider what happened to Jones at Upton as a just punishment for his wickedness with regard to women, of which it was indeed the immediate consequence. And silly and bad persons may comfort themselves in their vices by flattering their own hearts that the characters of men are rather owing to accident than to virtue. Now, perhaps, the reflections which we should be here inclined to draw would alike contradict both of these conclusions, and would show that these incidents contribute only to confirm the great, useful, and uncommon doctrine which it is the purpose of this whole work to inculcate, and which we must not fill up our pages by frequently repeating, as an ordinary parson fills his sermon by repeating his text at the end of every paragraph. We are contented that it must appear, however unhappily Sophia had erred in her opinion of Jones, she had sufficient reason for her opinion, since, I believe, every other young lady would, in her situation, have erred in the same manner. Nay, had she followed her lover at this very time, and had entered this very alehouse the moment he was departed from it, she would have found the landlord as well acquainted with her name and person as the wench at Upton had appeared to be. For while Jones was examining his boy in whispers in an inner room, Partridge, who had no such delicacy in this disposition, was in the kitchen very openly catechising the other guide who had attended Mrs. Fitzpatrick, by which means the landlord, whose ears were open on all such occasions, became perfectly well acquainted with the tumble of Sophia from her horse, etc., with the mistake concerning Jenny Cameron, with the many consequences of the punch, and, in short, with almost everything which had happened at the inn whence we despatched our ladies in a coach and six when we last took our leaves of them. Chapter 9. Containing little more than a few odd observations. Jones had been absent a full half-hour, when he returned into the kitchen in a hurry, desiring the landlord to let him know that instant what was to pay. And now the concern which Partridge felt at being obliged to quit the warm chimney-corner and a cup of excellent liquor was somewhat compensated by hearing that he was to proceed no farther on foot, for Jones, by golden arguments, had prevailed with the boy to attend him back to the inn whither he had before conducted Sophia. But to this, however, the lad consented, upon condition that the other guide would wait for him at the alehouse, because, as the landlord at Upton was an intimate acquaintance of the landlord at Gloucester, it might some time or other come to the ears of the latter that his horses had been let to more than one person, and so the boy might be brought to account for money which he wisely intended to put in his own pocket. We were obliged to mention this circumstance, trifling as it may seem, since it retarded Mr. Jones a considerable time in his setting out, for the honesty of this latter boy was somewhat high, that is, somewhat high-priced, and would indeed have cost Jones very dear, had not Partridge, who, as we have said, was a very cunning fellow, artfully thrown in half-a-crown to be spent at that very alehouse, while the boy was waiting for his companion. This half-crown the landlord no sooner got scent of, than he opened after it with such vehement and persuasive outcry, that the boy was soon overcome, and consented to take half-a-crown more for his stay. Here we cannot help observing that as there is so much of policy in the lowest life, great men often overvalue themselves on those refinements in imposture, in which they are frequently excelled by some of the lowest of the human species. The horses being now produced, Jones directly leapt into the side-saddle on which his dear Sophia had rid. The lad, indeed, very civilly offered him the use of his, but he chose the side-saddle, probably because it was softer. Partridge, however, though full as effeminate as Jones, could not bear the thoughts of degrading his manhood. He therefore accepted the boy's offer. And now, Jones being mounted on the side-saddle of his Sophia, the boy on that of Mrs. Honour, and Partridge bestriding the third horse, they set forwards on their journey, and within 4 hours arrived at the inn where the reader hath already spent so much time. Partridge was in very high spirits during the whole way, and often mentioned to Jones the many good omens of his future success, which had lately befriended him, and which the reader, without being the least superstitious, must allow to have been particularly fortunate. Partridge was moreover better pleased with the present pursuit of his companion than he had been with his pursuit of glory, and from these very omens, which assured the pedagogue of success, he likewise first acquired a clear idea of the amour between Jones and Sophia, to which he had before given very little attention, as he had originally taken a wrong scent concerning the reasons of Jones's departure, and as to what happened at Upton, he was too much frightened just before and after his leaving that place to draw any other conclusions from thence than that poor Jones was a downright madman, a conceit which was not at all disagreeable to the opinion he before had of his extraordinary wildness, of which, he thought, his behaviour on their quitting Gloucester so well justified all the accounts he had formerly received. He was now, however, pretty well satisfied with this present expedition, and henceforth began to conceive much worthier sentiments of his friend's understanding. The clock had just struck 3 when they arrived, and Jones immediately bespoke post-horses, but unluckily there was not a horse to be procured in the whole place, which the reader will not wonder at when he considers the hurry in which the whole nation, and especially this part of it, was at this time engaged, when expresses were passing and repassing every hour of the day and night. Jones endeavoured all he could to prevail with his former guide to escort him to Coventry, but he was inexorable. While he was arguing with the boy in the inn-yard, a person came up to him, and saluting him by name, inquired how all the good family did in Somersetshire. And now Jones, casting his eyes upon this person, presently discovered him to be Mr. Dowling, the lawyer, with whom he had dined at Gloucester, and with much courtesy returned the salutation. Dowling very earnestly pressed Mr. Jones to go no further that night, and backed his solicitations with many unanswerable arguments, such as that it was almost dark, that the roads were very dirty, and that he would be able to travel much better by daylight, with many others equally good, some of which Jones had probably suggested to himself before. But as they were then ineffectual, so they were still, and he continued resolute in his design, even though he should be obliged to set out on foot. When the good attorney found he could not prevail on Jones to stay, he as strenuously applied himself to persuade the guide to accompany him. He urged many motives to induce him to undertake this short journey, and at last concluded with saying, "Do you think the gentleman won't very well reward you for your trouble?" 2 to 1 are odds at every other thing as well as at football, but the advantage which this united force hath in persuasion or entreaty must have been visible to a curious observer, for he must have often seen that when a father, a master, a wife, or any other person in authority have stoutly adhered to a denial against all the reasons which a single man could produce, they have afterwards yielded to the repetition of the same sentiments by a second or third person who hath undertaken the cause, without attempting to advance anything new in its behalf. And hence, perhaps, proceeds the phrase of seconding an argument or a motion, and the great consequence this is of in all assemblies of public debate. Hence, likewise, probably it is, that in our courts of law we often hear a learned gentleman, generally a serjeant, repeating for an hour together what another learned gentleman, who spoke just before him, had been saying. Instead of accounting for this, we shall proceed in our usual manner to exemplify it in the conduct of the lad above mentioned, who submitted to the persuasions of Mr. Dowling, and promised once more to admit Jones into his side-saddle, but insisted on first giving the poor creatures a good bait, saying, they had travelled a great way, and been rid very hard. Indeed, this caution of the boy was needless, for Jones, notwithstanding his hurry and impatience, would have ordered this of himself, for he by no means agreed with the opinion of those who consider animals as mere machines, and when they bury their spurs in the belly of their horse, imagine the spur and the horse to have an equal capacity of feeling pain. While the beasts were eating their corn, or rather were supposed to eat it, for as the boy was taking care of himself in the kitchen, the ostler took great care that his corn should not be consumed in the stable, Mr. Jones, at the earnest desire of Mr. Dowling, accompanied that gentleman into his room, where they sat down together over a bottle of wine. Chapter 10, in which Mr. Jones and Mr. Dowling drink a bottle together. Mr. Dowling, pouring out a glass of wine, named the health of the good Squire Allworthy, adding, "If you please, sir, we will likewise remember his nephew and heir, the young squire. Come, sir, Here's Mr. Blifil to you, a very pretty young gentleman, and who, I dare swear, will hereafter make a very considerable figure in his country. I have a borough for him myself in my eye." "Sir," answered Jones, "I am convinced you don't intend to affront me, so I shall not resent it, but I promise you, you have joined two persons very improperly together, for one is the glory of the human species, and the other is a rascal who dishonours the name of man." Dowling stared at this. He said, he thought both the gentlemen had a very unexceptionable character. "As for Squire Allworthy himself," says he, "I never had the happiness to see him, but all the world talks of his goodness. And indeed, as to the young gentleman, I never saw him but once, when I carried him the news of the loss of his mother, and then I was so hurried, and drove, and tore with the multiplicity of business, that I had hardly time to converse with him. But he looked so like a very honest gentleman, and behaved himself so prettily, that I protest I never was more delighted with any gentleman since I was born." "I don't wonder," answered Jones, "that he should impose upon you in so short an acquaintance, for he hath the cunning of the devil himself, and you may live with him many years without discovering him. I was bred up with him from my infancy, and we were hardly ever asunder, but it is very lately only that I have discovered half the villainy which is in him. I own I never greatly liked him. I thought he wanted that generosity of spirit, which is the sure foundation of all that is great and noble in human nature. I saw a selfishness in him long ago which I despised, but it is lately, very lately, that I have found him capable of the basest and blackest designs, for indeed I have at last found out that he hath taken an advantage of the openness of my own temper, and hath concerted the deepest project, by a long train of wicked artifice, to work my ruin, which at last he hath effected." "Ay, ay," cries Dowling, "I protest, then, it is a pity such a person should inherit the great estate of your uncle Allworthy." "Alas, sir," cries Jones, "you do me an honour to which I have no title. It is true, indeed, his goodness once allowed me the liberty of calling him by a much nearer name, but as this was only a voluntary act of goodness, I can complain of no injustice when he thinks proper to deprive me of this honour, since the loss cannot be more unmerited than the gift originally was. I assure you, sir, I am no relation of Mr. Allworthy, and if the world, who are incapable of setting a true value on his virtue, should think, in his behaviour to me, he hath dealt hardly by a relation, they do an injustice to the best of men, but I ask your pardon, I shall trouble you with no particulars relating to myself. Only, as you seem to think me a relation of Mr. Allworthy, I thought it proper to set you right in a matter that might draw some censures upon him, which I promise you I would rather lose my life than give occasion to." "I protest, sir," cried Dowling, "you talk very much like a man of honour, but instead of giving me any trouble, I protest it would give me great pleasure to know how you came to be thought a relation of Mr. Allworthy's, if you are not. Your horses won't be ready this half hour, and as you have sufficient opportunity, I wish you would tell me how all that happened, for I protest it seems very surprising that you should pass for a relation of a gentleman without being so." Jones, who in the compliance of his disposition, though not in his prudence, a little resembled his lovely Sophia, was easily prevailed on to satisfy Mr. Dowling's curiosity, by relating the history of his birth and education, which he did like Othello, even from his boyish years to the very moment he was bad to tell, the which to hear Dowling, like Desdemona, did seriously incline. He swore 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. Mr. Dowling was indeed very greatly affected with this relation, for he had not divested himself of humanity by being an attorney. Indeed, nothing is more unjust than to carry our prejudices against a profession into private life, and to borrow our idea of a man from our opinion of his calling. Habit, it is true, lessens the horror of those actions which the profession makes necessary, and consequently habitual. But in all other instances, nature works in men of all professions alike, nay, perhaps even more strongly with those who give her, as it were, a holiday, when they are following their ordinary business. A butcher, I make no doubt, would feel compunction at the slaughter of a fine horse, and though a surgeon can feel no pain in cutting off a limb, I have known him compassionate a man in a fit of the gout. The common hangman, who hath stretched the necks of hundreds, is known to have trembled at his first operation on a head, and the very professors of human blood-shedding, who in their trade of war butcher thousands, not only of their fellow professors, but often of women and children, without remorse. Even these, I say, in times of peace, when drums and trumpets are laid aside, often lay aside all their ferocity, and become very gentle members of civil society. In the same manner, an attorney may feel all the miseries and distresses of his fellow creatures, provided he happens not to be concerned against them. Jones, as the reader knows, was yet unacquainted with the very black colours in which he had been represented to Mr. Allworthy, and as to other matters he did not show them in the most disadvantageous light, for though he was unwilling to cast any blame on his former friend and patron, yet he was not very desirous of heaping too much upon himself. Dowling therefore observed, and not without reason, that very ill offices must have been done him by somebody. "For certainly," cries he, "the squire would never have disinherited you only for a few faults, which any young gentleman might have committed. Indeed, I cannot properly say disinherited, for to be sure by law you cannot claim as heir. That's certain, that nobody need go to counsel for. Yet when a gentleman had in a manner adopted you thus as his own son, you might reasonably have expected some very considerable part, if not the whole. Nay, if you had expected the whole, I should not have blamed you, for certainly all men are for getting as much as they can, and they are not to be blamed on that account." "Indeed, you wrong me," said Jones. "I should have been contented with very little. I never had any view upon Mr. Allworthy's fortune. Nay, I believe I may truly say I never once considered what he could or might give me. This I solemnly declare, if he had done a prejudice to his nephew in my favour, I would have undone it again. I had rather enjoy my own mind than the fortune of another man. What is the poor pride arising from a magnificent house, a numerous equipage, a splendid table, and from all the other advantages or appearances of fortune, compared to the warm, solid content, the swelling satisfaction, the thrilling transports, and the exulting triumphs which a good mind enjoys, in the contemplation of a generous, virtuous, noble, benevolent action? I envy not Blifil in the prospect of his wealth, nor shall I envy him in the possession of it. I would not think myself a rascal half an hour to exchange situations. I believe, indeed, Mr. Blifil suspected me of the views you mention, and I suppose these suspicions, as they arose from the baseness of his own heart, so they occasioned his baseness to me. But, I thank heaven, I feel my innocence, my friend. I would not part with that feeling for the world. For as long as I know I have never done, nor even designed an injury to any being whatever. Pone me pigris ubi nulla campis, arbor estiva recreator aura, quod latus mundi nebulae malusque Jupiter urgit. Pone sub curu nimium propinqui, solis in terra dominibus negata, dulce ridentem lalagem amabo dulce loquentem. Place me where never summer breeze unbinds the glebe or warms the trees, where ever lowering clouds appear, and angry Jove deforms the inclement year. Place me beneath the burning ray, where rolls the rapid car of day. Love and the nymph shall charm my toils, the nymph who sweetly speaks and sweetly smiles. Mr. Francis. He then filled a bumper of wine, and drunk it off to the health of his dear Lalage, and filling Dowling's glass likewise up to the brim, insisted on his pledging him. "Why, then, here's Miss Lalage's health." "With all my heart," cries Dowling. "I have heard her toasted often, I protest, though I never saw her, but they say she's extremely handsome." Though the Latin was not the only part of this speech which Dowling did not perfectly understand, yet there was somewhat in it that made a very strong impression on him. And though he endeavoured by winking, nodding, sneering, and grinning, to hide the impression from Jones, for we are as often ashamed of thinking right as of thinking wrong, it is certain that he secretly approved as much of his sentiments as he understood, and really felt a very strong impulse of compassion for him. But we may possibly take some other opportunity of commenting upon this, especially if we should happen to meet Mr. Dowling any more in the course of our history. At present we are obliged to take our leave of that gentleman a little abruptly, in imitation of Mr. Jones, who was no sooner informed by Partridge that his horses were ready, than he deposited his reckoning, wished his companion a good night, mounted, and set forward towards Coventry, though the night was dark, and it just then began to rain very hard. Chapter 11. The disasters which befell Jones on his departure for Coventry, with the sage remarks of Partridge. No road can be plainer than that from the place where they now were to Coventry, and though neither Jones nor Partridge nor the guide had ever travelled it before, it would have been almost impossible to have missed their way, had it not been for the two reasons mentioned in the conclusion of the last chapter. These two circumstances, however, happening both unfortunately to intervene, our travellers deviated into a much less frequented track, and after riding full 6 miles, instead of arriving at the stately spires of Coventry, they found themselves still in a very dirty lane, where they saw no symptoms of approaching the suburbs of a large city. Jones now declared that they must certainly have lost their way, but this the guide insisted upon was impossible, a word which, in common conversation, is often used to signify not only improbable, but often what is really very likely, and sometimes what hath certainly happened. An hyperbolical violence, like that which is so frequently offered to the words infinite and eternal, by the former of which it is usual to express a distance of half a yard, and by the latter a duration of 5 minutes. And thus it is as usual to assert the impossibility of losing what is already actually lost. This was, in fact, the case at present, for notwithstanding all the confident assertions of the lad to the contrary, it is certain there were no more in the right road to Coventry than the fraudulent, griping, cruel, canting miser is in the right road to heaven. It is not perhaps easy for a reader who hath never been in those circumstances to imagine the horror with which darkness, rain, and wind fill persons who have lost their way in the night, and who consequently have not the pleasant prospect of warm fires, dry clothes, and other refreshments to support their minds in struggling with the inclemencies of the weather. A very imperfect idea of this horror will, however, serve sufficiently to account for the conceits which now filled the head of Partridge, and which we shall presently be obliged to open. Jones grew more and more positive that they were out of their road, and the boy himself at last acknowledged he believed that they were not in the right road to Coventry, though he affirmed at the same time it was impossible they should have missed the way. But Partridge was of a different opinion. He said, "When they first set out, he imagined some mischief or other would happen. Did you not observe, sir," said he to Jones, "that old woman who stood at the door just as you was taking horse? I wish you had given her a small matter with all my heart, for she said then you might repent it." And at that very instant it began to rain, and the wind hath continued rising ever since. Whatever some people may think, I am very certain it is in the power of witches to raise the wind whenever they please. I have seen it happen very often in my time, and if ever I saw a witch in all my life, that old woman was certainly one. I thought so to myself at that very time, and if I had had any halfpence in my pocket, I would have given her some, for to be sure it is always good to be charitable to those sort of people, for fear what may happen, and many a person hath lost his cattle by saving a halfpenny. Jones, though he was horridly vexed at the delay which this mistake was like to occasion in his journey, could not help smiling at the superstition of his friend, whom an accident now greatly confirmed in his opinion. This was a tumble from his horse, by which, however, he received no other injury than what the dirt conferred on his clothes. Partridge had no sooner recovered his legs than he appealed to his fall as conclusive evidence of all he had asserted. But Jones, finding he was unhurt, answered with a smile, "This witch of yours, Partridge, is a most ungrateful jade, and doth not, I find, distinguish her friends from others in her resentment. If the old lady had been angry with me for neglecting her, I don't see why she should tumble you from your horse, after all the respect you have expressed for her." "It is ill jesting," cries Partridge, "with people who have power to do these things, for they are often very malicious. I remember a farrier who provoked one of them, by asking her when the time she had bargained with the devil for would be out, and within 3 months from that very day one of his best cows was drowned. Nor was she satisfied with that. For a little time afterwards he lost a barrel of best drink, for the old witch pulled out the spigot and let it run all over the cellar, the very first evening he had tapped it to make merry with some of his neighbours. In short, nothing ever thrived with him afterwards, for she worried the poor man so that he took to drinking, and in a year or two his stock was seized, and he and his family are now come to the parish." The guide, and perhaps his horse too, were both so attentive to this discourse, that either through want of care or by the malice of the witch, they were now both sprawling in the dirt. Partridge entirely imputed this fall, as he had done his own, to the same cause. He told Mr. Jones it would certainly be his turn next, and earnestly entreated him to return back, and find out the old woman, and pacify her. "We shall very soon," added he, "reach the inn, for though we have seemed to go forward, I am very certain we are in the identical place in which we were an hour ago, and I dare swear, if it was daylight, we might now see the inn we set out from." Instead of returning any answer to this sage advice, Jones was entirely attentive to what had happened to the boy, who received no other hurt than what had before befallen Partridge, and which his clothes very easily bore, as they had been for many years inured to the like. He soon regained his side-saddle, and by the hearty curses and blows which he bestowed on his horse, quickly satisfied Mr. Jones that no harm was done. Chapter 12. relates that Mr. Jones continued his journey, contrary to the advice of Partridge, with what happened on that occasion. They now discovered a light at some distance, to the great pleasure of Jones, and to the no small terror of Partridge, who firmly believed himself to be bewitched, and that this light was a jack-with-a-lantern, or somewhat more mischievous. But how were these fears increased when, as they approached nearer to this light, or lights as they now appeared, they heard a confused sound of human voices, of singing, laughing, and hallowing, together with a strange noise that seemed to proceed from some instruments, but could hardly be allowed the name of music. Indeed, to favour a little the opinion of Partridge, it might very well be called music bewitched. It is impossible to conceive a much greater degree of horror than what now seized on Partridge, the contagion of which had reached the postboy, who had been very attentive to many things that the other had uttered. He now therefore joined in petitioning Jones to return, saying he firmly believed what Partridge had just before said, that though the horses seemed to go on, they had not moved a step forwards during at least the last half-hour. Jones could not help smiling in the midst of his vexation at the fears of these poor fellows. Either we advance, says he, towards the lights, or the lights have advanced towards us, for we are now at a very little distance from them. But how can either of you be afraid of a set of people who appear only to be merry-making? Merry-making, sir? Cries Partridge. Who could be merry-making at this time of night, and in such a place, and such weather? They can be nothing but ghosts or witches, or some evil spirits or other, that's certain. Let them be what they will, cries Jones. I am resolved to go up to them and inquire the way to Coventry. All witches, Partridge, are not such ill-natured hags as that we had the misfortune to meet with last. Oh, Lord, sir, cries Partridge, there is no knowing what humour they will be in. To be sure, it is always best to be civil to them. But what if we should meet with something worse than witches, with evil spirits themselves? Pray, sir, be advised. Pray, sir, do. If you had read so many terrible accounts as I have of these matters, you would not be so foolhardy. The Lord knows whither we have got already, or whither we are going. For sure such darkness was never seen upon earth, and I question whether it can be darker in the other world. Jones put forwards as fast as he could, notwithstanding all these hints and cautions, and poor Partridge was obliged to follow, for though he hardly dared to advance, he dared still less to stay behind by himself. At length they arrived at the place whence the lights and different noises had issued. This Jones perceived to be no other than a barn, where a great number of men and women were assembled, and diverting themselves with much apparent jollity. Jones no sooner appeared before the great doors of the barn, which were open, than a masculine and very rough voice from within demanded who was there. To which Jones gently answered, a friend, and immediately asked the road to Coventry. If you are a friend, cries another of the men in the barn, you had better alight till the storm is over. For indeed it was now more violent than ever. You are very welcome to put up your horse, for there is sufficient room for him at the end of the barn. You are very obliging, returned Jones, and I will accept your offer for a few minutes, whilst the rain continues, and here are two more who will be glad of the same favour. This was accorded with more good will than was accepted, for Partridge would rather have submitted to the utmost inclemency of the weather than have trusted to the clemency of those whom he took for hobgoblins, and the poor postboy was now infected with the same apprehensions. But they were both obliged to follow the example of Jones, the one because he durst not leave his horse, and the other because he feared nothing so much as being left by himself. Had this history been writ in the days of superstition, I should have had too much compassion for the reader to have left him so long in suspense, whether Beelzebub or Satan was about actually to appear in person, with all his hellish retinue. But as these doctrines are at present very unfortunate, and have but few if any believers, I have not been much aware of conveying any such terrors. To say truth, the whole furniture of the infernal regions hath long been appropriated by the managers of playhouses, who seem lately to have laid them by as rubbish, capable only of affecting the upper gallery, a place in which few of our readers ever sit. However, though we do not suspect raising any great terror on this occasion, we have reason to fear some other apprehensions may here arise in our reader, into which we would not willingly betray him. I mean that we are going to take a voyage into fairyland, and introduce a set of beings into our history which scarce anyone was ever childish enough to believe, though many have been foolish enough to spend their time in writing and reading their adventures. To prevent, therefore, any such suspicions so prejudicial to the credit of an historian, who professes to draw his materials from nature only, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader who those people were, whose sudden appearance had struck such terrors into Partridge, and had more than half frightened the postboy, and had a little surprised even Mr. Jones himself. The people then assembled in this barn were no other than a company of Egyptians, or, as they are vulgarly called, gypsies, and they were now celebrating the wedding of one of their society. It is impossible to conceive a happier set of people than appeared here to be met together. The utmost mirth, indeed, showed itself in every countenance, nor was their ball totally void of all order and decorum. Perhaps it had more than a country assembly is sometimes conducted with, for these people are subject to a formal government and laws of their own, and all pay obedience to one great magistrate, whom they call their king. Greater plenty, likewise, was nowhere to be seen than what flourished in this barn. Here was indeed no nicety nor elegance, nor did the keen appetite of the guest require any. Here was a good store of bacon, fowls, and mutton, to which everyone present provided better sauce himself than the best and dearest French cook can prepare. Aeneas is not described under more consternation in the temple of Juno, dum stupet obtutuque heret defixus in uno, than was our hero at what he saw in this barn. While he was looking everywhere round him with astonishment, a venerable person approached him with many friendly salutations, rather of too hearty a kind to be called courtly. This was no other than the king of the gypsies himself. He was very little distinguished in dress from his subjects, nor had he any regalia of majesty to support his dignity, and yet there seemed, as Mr. Jones said, to be somewhat in his air which denoted authority, and inspired the beholders with an idea of awe and respect. Though all this was perhaps imaginary in Jones, and the truth may be that such ideas are incident to power, and almost inseparable from it. There was somewhat in the open countenance and courteous behaviour of Jones which, being accompanied with much comeliness of person, greatly recommended him at first sight to every beholder. These were, perhaps, a little heightened in the present instance by that profound respect which he paid to the king of the gypsies, the moment he was acquainted with his dignity, and which was the sweeter to his gypsy majesty, as he was not used to receive such homage from any but his own subjects. The king ordered a table to be spread with the choicest of their provisions for his accommodation, and having placed himself at his right hand, his majesty began to discourse with our hero in the following manner. Me doubt not, sir, but you have often seen some of my people, who are what you call de parties détachées, for they go about everywhere. But me fancy you imagine not we be so inconsiderable body as we be, and maybe you will be surprised more when you hear the gypsy be as orderly and well-governed people as any upon face of the earth. Me have honour, as me say, to be their king, and no monarch can boast of more dutiful subject, nay, no more affectionate. How far me deserve their goodwill, me no say, but this me can say, that me never design anything but to do them good. Me shall no do boast of that neither, for what can me do otherwise than consider of the good of those poor people who go about all day to give me always the best of what they get. They love and honour me, therefore, because me do love and take care of them. That is all, me know no other reason. About 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, me cannot tell to a year or two, as can neither write nor read, there was a great what you call a revolution among the gypsy, for there was the Lord Gypsy in those days, and these lord did quarrel with one another about the place. But the king of the gypsy did demolish them all, and made all his subject equal with each other. And since that time they have agreed very well, for they'd no think of being king, and maybe it be better for them as they be. For me assure you, it be very troublesome thing to be king, and always to do justice. Me have often wished to be the private gypsy when me have been forced to punish my dear friend and relation, for though we never put to death, our punishments be very severe. They make the gypsy ashamed of themselves, and that be very terrible punishment. Me have scarce ever known the gypsy so punish do harm any more. The king then proceeded to express some wonder that there was no such punishment as shame in other governments, upon which Jones assured him to the contrary, for that there were many crimes for which shame was inflicted by the English laws, and that it was indeed one consequence of all punishment. That be very strange, said the king, for me know and hears good deal of your people, though me no live among them, and me have often heard that shame is the consequence and the cause, too, of many of your rewards. Are your rewards and punishment, then, the same thing? While his majesty was thus discoursing with Jones, a sudden uproar arose in the barn, and as it seems upon this occasion, the courtesy of these people had by degrees removed all the apprehensions of Partridge, and he was prevailed upon not only to stuff himself with their food, but to taste some of their liquors, which by degrees entirely expelled all fear from his composition, and in its stead introduced much more agreeable sensations. A young female gypsy, more remarkable for her wit than her beauty, had decoyed the honest fellow aside, pretending to tell his fortune. Now when they were alone together in a remote part of the barn, whether it proceeded from the strong liquor, which is never so apt to inflame inordinate desire as after moderate fatigue, or whether the fair gypsy herself threw aside the delicacy and decency of her sex, and tempted the youth Partridge with express solicitations, but they were discovered in a very improper manner by the husband of the gypsy, who, from jealousy it seems, had kept a watchful eye over his wife, and had dogged her to the place, where he found her in the arms of her gallant. To the great confusion of Jones, Partridge was now hurried before the king, who heard the accusation, and likewise the culprit's defence, which was indeed very trifling, for the poor fellow was confounded by plain evidence which appeared against him, and had very little to say for himself. His Majesty, then turning towards Jones, said, "Sir, you have heard what they say. What punishment do you think your man deserved?" Jones answered, he was sorry for what had happened, and that Partridge should make the husband all the amends in his power. He said he had very little money about him at that time, and putting his hand into his pocket, offered the fellow a guinea, to which he immediately answered, he hoped his honour would not think of giving him less than 5. This sum, after some altercation, was reduced to 2, and Jones, having stipulated for the full forgiveness of both Partridge and the wife, was going to pay the money, when his Majesty, restraining his hand, turned to the witness and asked him, at what time he had discovered the criminals? To which he answered that he had been desired by the husband to watch the motions of his wife from her first speaking to the stranger, and that he had never lost sight of her afterwards till the crime had been committed, if the husband was with him all that time in this lurking place. To which he answered in the affirmative. His Egyptian Majesty then addressed himself to the husband as follows. "May be sorry to see any gypsy that have no more honour than to sell the honour of his wife for money. If you had the love for your wife, you would have prevented this matter, and not endeavoured to make her the whore that you might discover her. Me do order that you have no money given to you, for you deserve punishment, not reward. Me do order, therefore, that you be the infamous gypsy, and do wear a pair of horns upon your forehead for 1 month, and that your wife be called the whore, and pointed at all that time, for you be the infamous gypsy, but she be no less the infamous whore." The gypsies immediately proceeded to execute the sentence, and left Jones and Partridge alone with his Majesty. Jones greatly applauded the justice of the sentence, upon which the king, turning to him, said, "Me believe you be surprised, for you suppose you have very bad opinion of my people. Me suppose you think us all thieves." "I must confess, sir," said Jones, "I have not heard so favourable an account of them as they seem to deserve." "Me will tell you," said the king, "how the difference is between you and us. My people rob your people, and your people rob one another." Jones afterwards proceeded very gravely to sing forth the happiness of those subjects who live under such a magistrate. Indeed, their happiness appears to have been so complete that we are aware lest some advocate for arbitrary power should hereafter quote the case of those people, as an instance of the great advantages which attend that government above all others. And here we will make a concession, which would not perhaps have been expected from us, that no limited form of government is capable of rising to the same degree of perfection, or of producing the same benefits to society with this. Mankind have never been so happy as when the greatest part of the then known world was under the dominion of a single master, and this state of their felicity continued during the reigns of 5 successive princes. This was the true era of the Golden Age, and the only Golden Age which ever had any existence, unless in the warm imaginations of the poets, from the expulsion from Eden down to this day. In reality, I know but of one solid objection to absolute monarchy, the only defect in which excellent constitution seems to be, the difficulty of finding any man adequate to the office of an absolute monarch. For this indispensably requires 3 qualities very difficult, as it appears from history, to be found in princely natures. First, a sufficient quantity of moderation in the prince, to be contented with all the power which is possible for him to have. Secondly, enough of wisdom to know his own happiness. And thirdly, goodness sufficient to support the happiness of others, when not only compatible with, but instrumental to his own. Now if an absolute monarch with all these great and rare qualifications should be allowed capable of conferring the greatest good on society, it must be surely granted, on the contrary, that absolute power, vested in the hands of one who is deficient in them all, is likely to be attended with no less a degree of evil. In short, our own religion furnishes us with adequate ideas of the blessing as well as curse which may attend absolute power. The pictures of heaven and of hell will place a very lively image of both before our eyes, for though the prince of the latter can have no power but what he originally derives from the omnipotent sovereign in the former, yet it plainly appears from Scripture that absolute power in his infernal dominions is granted to their diabolical ruler. This is indeed the only absolute power which can by Scripture be derived from heaven. If, therefore, the several tyrannies upon earth can prove any title to a divine authority, it must be derived from this original grant to the Prince of Darkness, and these subordinate deputations must consequently come immediately from him whose stamp they so expressly bear. To conclude, as the examples of all ages show us that mankind in general desire power only to do harm, and when they obtain it, use it for no other purpose, it is not consonant with even the least degree of prudence to hazard an alteration, where our hopes are poorly kept in countenance by only 2 or 3 exceptions out of 1,000 instances to alarm our fears. In this case it will be much wiser to submit to a few inconveniencies arising from the dispassionate deafness of laws, than to remedy them by applying to the passionate open ears of a tyrant. Nor can the example of the gipsies, though possibly they may have long been happy under this form of government, be here urged, since we must remember the very material respect in which they differ from all other people, and to which perhaps this their happiness is entirely owing, namely, that they have no false honours among them, and that they look on shame as the most grievous punishment in the world. Chapter 13. A dialogue between Jones and Partridge. The honest lovers of liberty will, we doubt not, pardon that long digression into which we were led at the close of the last chapter, to prevent our history from being applied to the use of the most pernicious doctrine which priestcraft had ever the wickedness or the impudence to preach. We will now proceed with Mr. Jones, who, when the storm was over, took leave of his Egyptian Majesty after many thanks from his courteous behaviour and kind entertainment, and set out for Coventry, to which place, for it was still dark, a gipsy was ordered to conduct him. Jones having, by reason of his deviation, travelled 11 miles instead of 6, and most of those through very execrable roads, where no expedition could have been made in quest of a midwife, did not arrive at Coventry till nearly 12. Nor could he possibly get again into the saddle till past 2, for post-horses were not now easy to get, nor were the hostler or post-boy in half so great a hurry as himself, but chose rather to intimate the tranquil disposition of Partridge, who, being denied the nourishment of sleep, took all opportunities to supply its place with every other kind of nourishment, and was never better pleased than when he arrived at an inn, nor ever more dissatisfied than when he was again forced to leave it. Jones now travelled post. We will follow him, therefore, according to our custom and to the rules of Longinus in the same manner. From Coventry he arrived at Daventry, from Daventry at Stratford, and from Stratford at Dunstable, whither he came the next day a little after noon, and within a few hours after Sophia had left it. And though he was obliged to stay here longer than he wished, while a smith, with great deliberation, shoed the post-horse he was to ride, he doubted not but to overtake his Sophia before she should set out from St. Albans, at which place he concluded, and very reasonably, that his lordship would stop and dine. And had he been right in this conjecture, he most probably would have overtaken his angel at the aforesaid place, but unluckily my lord had appointed a dinner to be prepared for him at his own house in London, and in order to enable him to reach that place in proper time, he had ordered a relay of horses to meet him at St. Albans. When Jones therefore arrived there, he was informed that the coach and 6 had set out 2 hours before. If fresh post-horses had been now ready, as they were not, it seemed so apparently impossible to overtake the coach before it reached London, that Partridge thought he now had a proper opportunity to remind his friend of a matter which he seemed entirely to have forgotten. What this was the reader will guess, when we inform him that Jones had eaten nothing more than 1 poached egg since he had left the alehouse where he had first met the guide returning from Sophia, for with the gipsies he had feasted only his understanding. The landlord so entirely agreed with the opinion of Mr. Partridge that he no sooner heard the latter desire his friend to stay and dine, than he very readily put in his word, and retracting his promise before given, of furnishing the horses immediately, he assured Mr. Jones he would lose no time in bespeaking a dinner, which, he said, could be got ready sooner than it was possible to get the horses up from grass, and to prepare them for their journey by a feed of corn. Jones was at length prevailed upon, chiefly by the latter argument of the landlord, and now a joint of mutton was put down to the fire. While this was preparing, Partridge, being admitted into the same apartment with his friend or master, began to harangue in the following manner. "Certainly, sir, if ever man deserved a young lady, you deserve young Madam Western, for what a vast quantity of love must a man have to be able to live upon it without any other food, as you do. I am positive I have eat 30 times as much within these last 24 hours as your honour, and yet I am almost famished, for nothing makes a man so hungry as travelling, especially in this cold raw weather. And yet I can't tell how it is, but your honour is seemingly in perfect good health, and you never looked better nor fresher in your life. It must be certainly love that you live upon." "And a very rich diet too, Partridge," answered Jones. "But did not fortune send me an excellent dainty yesterday? Dost thou imagine I cannot live more than 24 hours on this dear pocket-book?" "Undoubtedly," cries Partridge, "there is enough in that pocket-book to purchase many a good meal. Fortune sent it to your honour very opportunely for present use, as your honour's money must be almost out by this time." "What do you mean?" answered Jones. "I hope you don't imagine I should be dishonest enough, even if it belonged to any other person besides Miss Western." "Dishonest!" replied Partridge. "Heaven forbid I should wrong your honour so much. But where's the dishonesty in borrowing a little for present spending, since you will be so well able to pay the lady hereafter? No, indeed, I would have your honour pay it again, as soon as it is convenient, by all means. But where can be the harm in making use of it now you want it? Indeed, if it belonged to a poor body, it would be another thing, but so great a lady, to be sure, can never want it, especially now as she is along with a lord, who, it can't be doubted, will let her have whatever she hath need of. Besides, if she should want a little, she can't want the whole, therefore I would give her a little, but I would be hanged before I mentioned the having found it at first, and before I got some money of my own, for London, I have heard, is the very worst of places to be in without money. Indeed, if I had not known to whom it belonged, I might have thought it was the devil's money, and have been afraid to use it, but as you know otherwise, and came honestly by it, it would be an affront to fortune to part with it all again, at the very time when you want it most. You can hardly expect she should ever do you such another good turn, for fortuna nunquam perpetuo est bona. You will do as you please, notwithstanding all I say, but for my part, I would be hanged before I mentioned a word of the matter." "By what I can see, Partridge," cries Jones, "hanging is a matter non longe alienum a scaevole studiis." "You should say alienus," says Partridge. "I remember the passage. It is an example under communis, alienus, immunis, variis casibus servient." "If you do remember it," cries Jones, "I find you don't understand it. But I tell thee, friend, in plain English, that he who finds another's property and wilfully detains it from the known owner deserves, in foro conscientiae, to be hanged, no less than if he had stolen it. And as for this very identical bill, which is the property of my angel, and was once in her dear possession, I will not deliver it into any hands but her own, upon any consideration whatever. No, though I was as hungry as thou art, and had no other means to satisfy my craving appetite, this I hope to do before I sleep. But if it should happen otherwise, I charge thee, if thou wouldst not incur my displeasure for ever, not to shock me any more by the bare mention of such detestable baseness." "I should not have mentioned it now," cries Partridge, "if it had appeared so to me, for I am sure I scorn any wickedness as much as another, but perhaps you know better, and yet I might have imagined that I should not have lived so many years, and have taught school so long, without being able to distinguish between fas et nefas. But it seems we are all to live and learn. I remember my old schoolmaster, who was a prodigious great scholar, used often to say, Polly matete cry town is my daskalon, the English of which, he told us, was, that a child may sometimes teach his grandmother to suck eggs. I have lived to a fine purpose, truly, if I am to be taught my grammar at this time of day. Perhaps, young gentleman, you may change your opinion, if you live to my years. For I remember I thought myself as wise when I was a stripling of 1 or 2 and 20, as I am now. I am sure I always taught alienus, and my master read it so before me." There were not many instances in which Partridge could provoke Jones, nor were there many in which Partridge himself could have been hurried out of his respect. Unluckily, however, they had both hit on one of these. We have already seen Partridge could not bear to have his learning attacked, nor could Jones bear some passage or other in the foregoing speech. And now, looking upon his companion with a contemptuous and disdainful air, a thing not usual with him, he cried, "Partridge, I see thou art a conceited old fool, and I wish thou art not likewise an old rogue. Indeed, if I was as well convinced of the latter as I am of the former, thou shouldst travel no farther in my company." The sage pedagogue was contented with the vent which he had already given to his indignation, and, as the vulgar phrase is, immediately drew in his horns. He said he was sorry he had uttered anything which might give offence, for that he had never intended it, but nemo omnibus horis sapit. As Jones had the vices of a warm disposition, he was entirely free from those of a cold one, and if his friends must have confessed his temper to have been a little too easily ruffled, his enemies must at the same time have confessed that it as soon subsided. Nor did it at all resemble the sea, whose swelling is more violent and dangerous after a storm is over than while the storm itself subsists. He instantly accepted the submission of Partridge, shook him by the hand, and with the most benign aspect imaginable, said 20 kind things, and at the same time very severely condemned himself, though not half so severely as he will most probably be condemned by many of our good readers. Partridge was now highly comforted, as his fears of having offended were at once abolished, and his pride completely satisfied by Jones having owned himself in the wrong, which submission he instantly applied to what had been principally nettled him, and repeated in a muttering voice, "To be sure, sir, your knowledge may be superior to mine in some things, but as to the grammar, I think I may challenge any man living. I think, at least, I have that at my finger's end." If anything could add to the satisfaction which the poor man now enjoyed, he received this addition by the arrival of an excellent shoulder of mutton, that at this instant came smoking to the table. On which, having both plentifully feasted, they again mounted their horses and set forward for London. Chapter 14. What happened to Mr. Jones in his journey from St. Albans. They were got about 2 miles beyond Barnet, and it was now the dusk of the evening, when a genteel-looking man, but upon a very shabby horse, rode up to Jones and asked him whether he was going to London, to which Jones answered in the affirmative. The gentleman replied, "I should be obliged to you, sir, if you will accept of my company, for it is very late, and I am a stranger to the road." Jones readily complied with the request, and on they travelled together, holding that sort of discourse which is usual on such occasions. Of this, indeed, robbery was the principal topic, upon which subject the stranger expressed great apprehensions, but Jones declared he had very little to lose, and consequently as little to fear. Here Partridge could not forbear putting in his word. "Your honour," said he, "may think it a little, but I am sure, if I had £100 bank-note in my pocket, as you have, I should be very sorry to lose it. But, for my part, I never was less afraid in my life, for we are 4 of us, and if we all stand by one another, the best man in England can't rob us. Suppose he should have a pistol, he can kill but one of us, and a man can die but once. That's my comfort. A man can die but once." Besides the reliance on superior numbers, a kind of valour which hath raised a certain nation among the moderns to a high pitch of glory, there was another reason for the extraordinary courage which Partridge now discovered, for he had at present as much of that quality as was in the power of liquor to bestow. Our company was now arrived within a mile of Highgate, when the stranger turned short upon Jones, and pulling out a pistol, demanded that little bank-note which Partridge had mentioned. Jones was at first somewhat shocked at this unexpected demand. However, he presently recollected himself, and told the highwayman all the money he had in his pocket was entirely at his service, and so saying, he pulled out upwards of 3 guineas, and offered to deliver it, but the other answered with an oath, that would not do. Jones answered coolly he was very sorry for it, and returned the money into his pocket. The highwayman then threatened, if he did not deliver the bank-note that moment, he must shoot him, holding his pistol at the same time very near to his breast. Jones instantly caught hold of the fellow's hand, which trembled so much that he could scarce hold the pistol in it, and turned the muzzle from him. A struggle then ensued, in which the former wrested the pistol from the hand of his antagonist, and both came from their horses on the ground together, the highwayman upon his back, and the victorious Jones upon him. The poor fellow now began to implore mercy of the conqueror, for, to say the truth, he was in strength by no means a match for Jones. "Indeed, sir," said he, "I could have had no intention to shoot you, for you will find the pistol was not loaded. This is the first robbery I ever attempted, and I have been driven by distress to this." At this instant, at about 150 yards distance, lay another person on the ground, roaring for mercy in a much louder voice than the highwayman. This was no other than Partridge himself, who, endeavouring to make his escape from the engagement, had been thrown from his horse and lay flat on his face, not daring to look up, and expecting every minute to be shot. In this posture he lay, till the guide, who was no otherwise concerned than for his horses, having secured the stumbling beast, came up to him and told him his master had got the better of the highwayman. Partridge leapt up at this news, and ran back to the place where Jones stood with his sword drawn in his hand to guard the poor fellow, which Partridge no sooner saw than he cried out, "Kill the villain, sir! Run him through the body! Kill him this instant!" Luckily, however, for the poor wretch, he had fallen into more merciful hands, for Jones, having examined the pistol, and found it to be really unloaded, began to believe all the man had told him, before Partridge came up, namely, that he was a novice in the trade, and that he had been driven to it by the distress he mentioned, and the greatest indeed imaginable, that of 5 hungry children, and a wife lying in of the 6th, and in the utmost want and misery. The truth of all which the highwayman most vehemently asserted, and offered to convince Mr. Jones of it, if he would take the trouble to go to his house, which was not above 2 miles off, saying, that he desired no favour but upon condition of proving all he had alleged. Jones at first pretended that he would take the fellow at his word, and go with him, declaring that his fate should depend entirely upon the truth of the story. Upon this, the poor fellow immediately expressed so much alacrity that Jones was perfectly satisfied with his veracity, and began now to entertain sentiments of compassion for him. He returned the fellow his empty pistol, advised him to think of honester means of relieving his distress, and gave him a couple of guineas for the immediate support of his wife and his family, adding, he wished he had more for his sake, for the £100 that had been mentioned was not his own. Our readers will probably be divided in their opinions concerning this action. Some may applaud it, perhaps, as an act of extraordinary humanity, while those of a more saturnine temper will consider it a want of regard to that justice which every man owes his country. Partridge certainly saw it in that light, for he testified much dissatisfaction on the occasion, quoted an old proverb, and said he should not wonder if the rogue attacked them again before they reached London. The highwayman was full of expressions of thankfulness and gratitude. He actually dropped tears, or pretended to do so. He vowed he would immediately return home, and would never afterwards commit such a transgression. Whether he kept his word or no, perhaps may appear hereafter. Our travellers, having remounted their horses, arrived in town without encountering any new mishap. On the road much pleasant discourse passed between Jones and Partridge on the subject of their last adventure, in which Jones expressed a great compassion for those highwaymen who are, by unavoidable distress, driven, as it were, to such illegal courses, as generally bring them to a shameful death. "I mean," said he, "those only whose highest guilt extends no farther than to robbery, and who are never guilty of cruelty nor insult to any person, which is a circumstance that, I must say, to the honour of our country, distinguishes the robbers of England from those of all other nations, for murder is, amongst those, almost inseparably incident to robbery." "No doubt," answered Partridge, "it is better to take away one's money than one's life, and yet it is very hard upon honest men that they can't travel about their business without being in danger of these villains. And to be sure, it would be better that all rogues were hanged out of the way, than that one honest man should suffer. For my own part, indeed, I should not care to have the blood of any of them on my own hands, but it is very proper for the law to hang them all. What right hath any man to take 6 from me, unless I give it him? Is there any honesty in such a man?" "No, surely," cries Jones, "no more than there is in him who takes the horses out of another man's stable, or who applies to his own use the money which he finds, when he knows the right owner." These hints stopped the mouth of Partridge, nor did he open it again till Jones, having thrown some sarcastical jokes on his cowardice, he offered to excuse himself on the inequality of firearms, saying, "1,000 naked men are nothing to one pistol, for though it is true it will kill but one at a single discharge, yet who can tell but that one may be himself?"
Book 13, containing the space of 12 days. Chapter 1, An Invocation. Come, bright love of fame, inspire my glowing breast. Not thee I will call, who, over swelling tides of blood and tears, dost bear the hero unto glory, while sighs of millions waft his spreading sails, but thee, fair, gentle maid, whom Nessus, happy nymph, first on the banks of Hebrus did produce. Thee, whom Maeonia educated, whom Mantua charmed, and who, on that fair hill which overlooks the proud metropolis of Britain, satst, with thy Milton, sweetly tuning the heroic lyre. Fill my ravished fancy with the hopes of charming ages yet to come. Foretell me that some tender maid, whose grandmother is yet unborn, hereafter, when under the fictitious name of Sophia, she reads the real worth which once existed in my Charlotte, shall from her sympathetic breast send forth the heaving sigh. Do not teach me only to foresee, but to enjoy, nay, even to feed on future praise. Comfort me by a solemn assurance that when the little parlour in which I sit in this instant shall be reduced to a worse furnished box, I shall be read with honour by those who never knew nor saw me, and whom I shall neither know nor see. And thou, much plumper dame, whom no airy forms nor phantoms of imagination clothe, whom the well-seasoned beef and pudding richly stained with plums delight, thee I call, of whom in a trekschuit, in some Dutch canal, the fat Oefrouw Gelt, impregnated by a jolly merchant of Amsterdam, was delivered. In Grub Street school didst thou suck the elements of thy erudition. Here hast thou, in thy maturer age, taught poetry to tickle not the fancy, but the pride of the patron. Comedy from thee learns a grave and solemn air, while tragedy storms aloud, and rends the affrighted theatres with its thunders. To soothe thy wearied limbs in slumber, Alderman History tells his tedious tale, and again to awaken thee, Monsieur Romance performs his surprising tricks of dexterity. Nor less thy well-fed bookseller obeys thy influence. By thy advice the heavy, unread folio lump, which long had dozed on the dusty shelf, piecemealed into numbers, runs nimbly through the nation. Instructed by thee, some books, like quacks, impose on the world by promising wonders, while others turn bows and trust all their merit to a gilded outside. Come, thou jolly substance with thy shining face, keep back thy inspiration, but hold forth thy tempting rewards, thy shining, chinking heap, thy quickly convertible bank bill big with unseen riches, thy often varying stock, the warm, the comfortable house, and lastly, a fair portion of that bounteous mother, whose flowing breasts yield the redundant sustenance for all her numerous offspring, did not some too greedily and wantonly drive their brethren from the teat. Come thou, and if I am too tasteless of thy valuable treasures, warm my heart with the transporting thought of conveying them to others. Tell me that through thy bounty, the prattling babes, whose innocent play has often been interrupted by my labours, may one time be amply rewarded for them. And now this ill-yoked pair, this lean shadow and this fat substance, have prompted me to write. Whose assistance shall I invoke to direct my pen? First, genius, thou gift of heaven, without whose aid in vain we struggle against the stream of nature, thou who dost sow the generous seeds which art nourishes and brings to perfection. Do thou kindly take me by the hand, and lead me through all the mazes, the winding labyrinths of nature. Initiate me into all those mysteries which profane eyes never beheld. Teach me, which to see is no difficult task, to know mankind better than they know themselves. Remove that mist which dims the intellect of mortals and causes them to adore men for their art, or to detest them for their cunning in deceiving others, while they are in reality the objects only of ridicule for deceiving themselves. Strip off the thin disguise of wisdom from self-conceit, of plenty from avarice, and of glory from ambition. Come, thou hast inspired thy Aristophanes, thy Lucian, thy Cervantes, thy Rabelais, thy Molière, thy Shakespeare, thy Swift, thy Marivaux. Fill my pages with humour, till mankind learn the good nature to laugh only at the follies of others, and the humility to grieve at their own. And thou, almost the constant attendant on true genius, humanity, bring all thy tender sensations. If thou hast already disposed of them all between thy Allen and thy Littleton, steal them a little while from their bosoms. Not without these the tender scene is painted. From these alone proceed the noble, disinterested friendship, the melting love, the generous sentiment, the ardent gratitude, the soft compassion, the candid opinion, and all those strong energies of a good mind, which fill the moistened eyes with tears, the glowing cheeks with blood, and swell the heart with tides of grief, joy, and benevolence. And thou, O learning, For without thy assistance nothing pure, nothing correct can genius produce. Do guide my pen, thee in thy favourite fields where the limpid, gently rolling Thames washes thy Etonian banks. In early youth I have worshipped. To thee at thy birchen altar, with true Spartan devotion, I have sacrificed my blood. Come then, and from thy vast luxuriant stores, in long antiquity piled up, open thy Maeonian and thy Mantuan coffers, with whatever else includes thy philosophic, thy poetic, and thy historical treasures, whether with Greek or Roman characters thou hast chosen to inscribe the ponderous chests. Give me a while that key to all thy treasures, which to thy Warburton thou hast entrusted. Lastly, come experience, long conversant with the wise, the good, the learned, and the polite, not with them only, but with every kind of character, from the minister at his levee to the bailiff in his sponging house, from the duchess at her drum to the landlady behind her bar. From thee only can the manners of mankind be known, to which the recluse pedant, however great his parts or extensive his learning may be, hath ever been a stranger. Come all these and more if possible, for arduous is the task I have undertaken, and without all your assistance will, I find, be too heavy for me to support. But if you all smile on my labours, I hope still to bring them to a happy conclusion. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. What befell Mr. Jones on his arrival in London. The learned Dr. Misaubin used to say that the proper direction to him was, "To Dr. Misaubin, in the world," intimating that there were few people in it to whom his great reputation was not known. And perhaps, upon a very nice examination into the matter, we shall find that this circumstance bears no inconsiderable part among the many blessings of grandeur. The great happiness of being known to posterity, with the hopes of which we so delighted ourselves in the preceding chapter, is the portion of few. To have the several elements which compose our names, as Sydenham expresses it, repeated 1,000 years hence, is a gift beyond the power of title and wealth, and is scarce to be purchased, unless by the sword and the pen. But to avoid the scandalous imputation, while we yet live, of being one whom nobody knows, a scandal, by the by, as old as the days of Homer, will always be the envied portion of those who have a legal title either to honour or estate. From that figure, therefore, which the Irish peer who brought Sophia to town hath already made in this history, the reader will conclude doubtless it must have been an easy matter to have discovered his house in London without knowing the particular street or square which he inhabited, since he must have been one whom everybody knows. To say the truth, so it would have been to any of those tradesmen who are accustomed to attend the regions of the great, for the doors of the great are generally no less easy to find than it is difficult to get entrance into them. But Jones, as well as Partridge, was an entire stranger in London, and as he happened to arrive first in a quarter of the town, the inhabitants of which have very little intercourse with the householders of Hanover or Grosvenor Square, for he entered through Gray's Inn Lane, so he rambled about some time before he could even find his way to those happy mansions where fortune segregates from the vulgar those magnanimous heroes, the descendants of ancient Britons, Saxons, or Danes, whose ancestors, being born in better days by sundry kinds of merit, have entailed riches and honour on their posterity. Jones, being at length arrived at those terrestrial Elysian fields, would now soon have discovered his lordship's mansion, but the peer unluckily quitted his former house when he went for Ireland, and as he was just entered into a new one, the fame of his equipage had not yet sufficiently blazed in the neighbourhood, so that, after a successless inquiry until the clock had struck 11, Jones at last yielded to the advice of Partridge, and retreated to the Bull and Gate in Holborn, that being the inn where he had first alighted, and where he retired to enjoy that kind of repose which usually attends persons in his circumstances. Early in the morning, he again set forth in pursuit of Sophia, and many a weary step he took to no better purpose than before. At last, whether it was that fortune relented, or whether it was no longer in her power to disappoint him, he came into the very street which was honoured by his lordship's residence, and being directed to the house, he gave one gentle rap at the door. The porter, who, from the modesty of the knock, had conceived no high idea of the person approaching, conceived but little better from the appearance of Mr. Jones, who was dressed in a suit of fustian, and had by his side the weapon formerly purchased of the sergeant, of which, Though the blade might be composed of well-tempered steel, the handle was composed only of brass, and that none of the brightest. When Jones therefore inquired after the young lady who had come to town with his lordship, this fellow answered, that there were no ladies there. Jones then desired to see the master of the house, but was informed that his lordship would see nobody that morning. And upon growing more pressing, the porter said, he had positive orders to let no person in, but if you think proper, said he, to leave your name, I will acquaint his lordship, and if you call another time, you shall know when he will see you. Jones now declared that he had a very particular business with the young lady, and could not depart without seeing her. Upon which the porter, with no very agreeable voice or aspect, affirmed that there was no young lady in that house, and consequently none could he see, adding, sure you are the strangest man I ever met with, for you will not take an answer. I have often thought that, by the particular description of Cerberus, the porter of hell, in the 6th Aeneid, Virgil might possibly intend to satirize the porters of the great men in his time. The picture, at least, resembles those who have the honor to attend at the doors of our great men. The porter in his lodge answers exactly to Cerberus in his den, and, like him, must be appeased by a sop before access can be gained to his master. Perhaps Jones might have seen him in that light, and have recollected the passage where the Sibyl, in order to procure an entrance for Aeneas, presents the keeper of the Stygian avenue with such a sop. Jones, in like manner, now began to offer a bribe to the human Cerberus, which a footman, overhearing, instantly advanced and declared, if Mr. Jones would give him the sum proposed, he would conduct him to the lady. Jones instantly agreed, and was forthwith conducted to the lodging of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, by the very fellow who had attended the ladies thither the day before. Nothing more aggravates ill success than the near approach to good. The gamester, who loses his party at a piquet by a single point, laments his bad luck 10 times as much as he who never came within a prospect of the game. So in a lottery, the proprietors of the next numbers to that which wins the great prize are apt to account themselves much more unfortunate than their fellow sufferers. In short, these kind of hairbreadth missings of happiness look like the insults of fortune, who may be considered as thus playing tricks with us, and wantonly diverting herself at our expense. Jones, who more than once already had experienced this frolicsome disposition of the heathen goddess, was now again doomed to be tantalized in the like manner, for he arrived at the door of Mrs. Fitzpatrick about 10 minutes after the departure of Sophia. He now addressed himself to the waiting woman belonging to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who told him the disagreeable news that the lady was gone, but could not tell him whither, and the same answer he afterwards received from Mrs. Fitzpatrick herself. For as that lady made no doubt but that Mr. Jones was a person detached from her uncle Western, in pursuit of his daughter, so she was too generous to betray her. Though Jones had never seen Mrs. Fitzpatrick, yet he had heard that a cousin of Sophia was married to a gentleman of that name. This, however, in the present tumult of his mind, never once recurred to his memory, but when the footman who had conducted him from his lordship's acquainted him with the great intimacy between the ladies, and with their calling each other cousin, he then recollected the story of the marriage which he had formerly heard, and as he was presently convinced that this was the same woman, he became more surprised at the answer which he had received, and very earnestly desired leave to wait on the lady herself. But she as positively refused him that honour. Jones, who, though he had never seen a court, was better bred than most who frequent it, was incapable of any rude or abrupt behaviour to a lady. When he had received, therefore, a peremptory denial, he retired for the present, saying to the waiting woman, that if this was an improper hour to wait on her lady, he would return in the afternoon, and that he then hoped to have the honour of seeing her. The civility with which he uttered this, added to the great comeliness of his person, made an impression on the waiting woman, and she could not help answering, "Perhaps, sir, you may." And indeed, she afterwards said everything to her mistress which she thought most likely to prevail on her to admit a visit from the handsome young gentleman, for so she called him. Jones very shrewdly suspected that Sophia herself was now with her cousin, and was denied to him, which he imputed to her resentment of what had happened at Upton. Having, therefore, dispatched Partridge to procure him lodgings, he remained all day in the street, watching the door where he thought his angel lay concealed, but no person did he see issue forth, except a servant of the house, and in the evening he returned to pay his visit to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, which that good lady at last condescended to admit. There is a certain air of natural gentility which it is neither in the power of dress to give nor to conceal. Mr. Jones, as hath before been hinted, was possessed of this in a very eminent degree. He met, therefore, with a reception from the lady somewhat different from what his apparel seemed to demand, and after he had paid her his proper respects, was desired to sit down. The reader will not, I believe, be desirous of knowing all the particulars of this conversation, which ended very little to the satisfaction of poor Jones. For though Mrs. Fitzpatrick soon discovered the lover, as all women have the eyes of hawks in those matters, yet she still thought it was such a lover as a generous friend of the lady should not betray her to. In short, she suspected this was the very Mr. Blifil from whom Sophia had flown, and all the answers which she artfully drew from Jones concerning Mr. Allworthy's family confirmed her in this opinion. She therefore strictly denied any knowledge concerning the place whither Sophia was gone, nor could Jones obtain more than a permission to wait on her again the next evening. When Jones was departed, Mrs. Fitzpatrick communicated her suspicion concerning Mr. Blifil to her maid, who answered, "Sure, madam, he is too pretty a man, in my opinion, for any woman in the world to run away from. I'd rather fancy it is Mr. Jones." "Mr. Jones?" said the lady. "What Jones?" For Sophia had not given the least hint of any such person in all their conversation, but Mrs. Honour had been much more communicative, and had acquainted her sister Abigail with the whole history of Jones, which this now again related to her mistress. Mrs. Fitzpatrick no sooner received this information than she immediately agreed with the opinion of her maid, and, what is very unaccountable, saw charms in the gallant, happy lover, which she had overlooked in the slighted squire. "Betty," says she, "you are certainly in the right. He is a very pretty fellow, and I don't wonder that my cousin's maid should tell you so many women are fond of him. I am sorry now I did not inform him where my cousin was, and yet, if he be so terrible a rake as you tell me, it is a pity she should ever see him any more, for what but her ruin can happen from marrying such a rake and a beggar against her father's consent? I protest, if he be such a man as the wench described him to you, it is but an office of charity to keep her from him, and I am sure it would be unpardonable in me to do otherwise, who have tasted so bitterly of the misfortunes attending such marriages." Here she was interrupted by the arrival of a visitor, which was no other than his lordship, and as nothing passed at this visit either new or extraordinary, or anyways material to this history, we shall here put an end to this chapter. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. A project of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and her visit to Lady Bellaston. When Mrs. Fitzpatrick retired to rest, her thoughts were entirely taken up by her cousin Sophia and Mr. Jones. She was, indeed, a little offended with the former for the disingenuity which she now discovered, in which meditation she had not long exercised her imagination before the following conceit suggested itself, that, could she possibly become the means of preserving Sophia from this man, and of restoring her to her father, she should, in all human probability, by so great a service to the family, reconcile to herself both her uncle and her Aunt Western. As this was one of her most favourite wishes, so the hope of success seemed so reasonable that nothing remained but to consider of proper methods to accomplish her scheme. To attempt to reason the case with Sophia did not appear to her one of those methods, for, as Betty had reported from Mrs. Honour that Sophia had a violent inclination to Jones, she conceived that to dissuade her from the match was an endeavour of the same kind as it would be very heartily and earnestly to entreat a moth not to fly into a candle. If the reader will please to remember that the acquaintance which Sophia had with Lady Bellaston was contracted at the house of Mrs. Western, and must have grown at the very time when Mrs. Fitzpatrick lived with this latter lady, he will want no information that Mrs. Fitzpatrick must have been acquainted with her likewise. They were, besides, both equally her distant relations. After much consideration, therefore, she resolved to go early in the morning to that lady, and endeavour to see her, unknown to Sophia, and to acquaint her with the whole affair, for she did not in the least doubt but that the prudent lady, who had often ridiculed romantic love and indiscreet marriages in her conversation, would very readily concur in her sentiments concerning this match, and would lend her utmost assistance to prevent it. This resolution she accordingly executed, and the next morning before the sun she huddled on her clothes, and at a very unfashionable, unreasonable, unvisitable hour went to Lady Bellaston, to whom she got access, without the least knowledge or suspicion of Sophia, who, though not asleep, lay at that time awake in her bed, with Honour snoring by her side. Mrs. Fitzpatrick made many apologies for an early abrupt visit, and an hour when, she said, she should not have thought of disturbing her ladyship, but upon business of the utmost consequence. She then opened the whole affair, told all she had heard from Betty, and did not forget the visit which Jones had paid to herself the preceding evening. Lady Bellaston answered with a smile, "Then you have seen this terrible man, madam? Pray, is he so very fine a figure as he is represented? For Etoff entertained me last night almost 2 hours with him. The wench, I believe, is in love with him by reputation." Here the reader will be apt to wonder, but the truth is that Mrs. Etoff, who had the honour to pin and unpin the Lady Bellaston, had received complete information regarding the said Mr. Jones, and had faithfully conveyed the same to her lady last night, or rather that morning, while she was undressing, on which account she had been detained in her office above the space of an hour and a half. The lady, indeed, though generally well enough pleased with the narratives of Mrs. Etoff of those seasons, gave an extraordinary attention to her account of Jones, for Honour had described him as a very handsome fellow, and Mrs. Etoff, in her hurry, added so much to the beauty of his person to her report, that Lady Bellaston began to conceive him to be a kind of miracle in nature. The curiosity which her woman had inspired was now greatly increased by Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who spoke as much in favour of the person of Jones as she had before spoken in dispraise of his birth, character, and fortune. When Lady Bellaston had heard the whole, she answered gravely, "Indeed, madam, this is a matter of great consequence. Nothing can certainly be more commendable than the part you act, and I shall be very glad to have my share in the preservation of a young lady of so much merit, and for whom I have so much esteem." "Doth not your ladyship think," says Mrs. Fitzpatrick eagerly, "that it would be the best way to write immediately to my uncle, and acquaint him where my cousin is?" The lady pondered a little upon this, and answered, "Why, no, madam, I think not. Di Western hath described her brother to me to be such a brute, that I cannot consent to put any woman under his power who hath escaped from it. I have heard he behaved like a monster to his own wife, for he is one of those wretches who think they have the right to tyrannize over us, and from such I shall ever esteem it the cause of my sex to rescue any woman who is so unfortunate to be under their power. The business, dear cousin, will be only to keep Miss Western from seeing this young fellow till the good company, which you will have an opportunity of meeting here, give her a proper turn." "If he should find her out, madam," answered the other, "your ladyship may be assured he will leave nothing unattempted to come at her." "But, madam," replied the lady, "it is impossible he should come here, though indeed it is possible he may get some intelligence where she is, and they may lurk about the house. I wish, therefore, I knew his person." "Is there no way, madam, by which I could have a sight of him? For otherwise, you know, cousin, she may contrive to see him here without my knowledge." Mrs. Fitzpatrick answered, "That he hath threatened her with another visit that afternoon, and that, if her ladyship pleased to do her the honour of calling upon her then, she would hardly fail of seeing him between 6 and 7, and if he came earlier she would, by some means or other, detain him till her ladyship's arrival." Lady Bellaston replied, "She would come the moment she could get from dinner, which she supposed would be by 7 at farthest, for that it was absolutely necessary she should be acquainted with his person. Upon my word, madam, says she, it was very good to take this care of Miss Western, but common humanity, as well as regard to our family, requires it of us both, for it would be a dreadful match indeed." Mrs. Fitzpatrick failed not to make a proper return to the compliment which Lady Bellaston had bestowed on her cousin, and after some little immaterial conversation, withdrew, and getting as fast as she could into her chair, unseen by Sophia or Honour, returned home. Chapter 4, which consists of visiting. Mr. Jones had walked within sight of a certain door during the whole day, which, though one of the shortest, appeared to him one of the longest in the whole year. At length, the clock having struck 5, he returned to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who, though it was a full hour earlier than the decent time of visiting, received him very civilly, but still persisted in her ignorance concerning Sophia. Jones, in asking for his angel, had dropped the word cousin, upon which Mrs. Fitzpatrick said, "Then, sir, you know we are related, and, as we are, you will permit me the right of inquiring into the particulars of your business with my cousin." Here Jones hesitated a good while, and at last answered, he had a considerable sum of money of hers in his hands, which he desired to deliver to her. He then produced the pocket-book, and acquainted Mrs. Fitzpatrick with the contents, and with the method in which they came into his hands. He had scarce finished his story, when a most violent noise shook the whole house. To attempt to describe this noise to those who have heard it would be in vain, and to aim at giving any idea of it to those who have never heard the like would be still more in vain, for it may be truly said, non acuta sic geminant, coribantas aera. The priests of Cybele do not so rattle their sounding brass. In short, a footman knocked, or rather thundered, at the door. Jones was a little surprised at the sound, having never heard it before, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick very calmly said that, as some company were coming, she could not make him any answer now, but if he pleased to stay till they were gone, she intimated she had something to say to him. The door of the room now flew open, and after pushing in her hoop sideways before her, entered Lady Bellaston, who, having first made a very low curtsy to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and as low a one to Mr. Jones, was ushered to the upper end of the room. We mention these minute matters for the sake of some country ladies of our acquaintance, who think it contrary to the rules of modesty to bend their knees to a man. The company were hardly well settled before the arrival of the peer lately mentioned caused a fresh disturbance and a repetition of ceremonials. These being over, the conversation began to be, as the phrase is, extremely brilliant. However, as nothing passed in it which can be thought material to this history, or indeed very material in itself, I shall omit the relation, the rather as I have known some very fine polite conversation grow extremely dull when transcribed into books or repeated on the stage. Indeed, this mental repast is a dainty, of which those who are excluded from polite assemblies must be contented to remain as ignorant as they must of the several dainties of French cookery which are served only at the tables of the great. To say the truth, as neither of these are adapted to every taste, they might both be often thrown away on the vulgar. Poor Jones was rather a spectator of this elegant scene than an actor in it, for though, in the short interval before the peer's arrival, Lady Bellaston first, and afterwards Mrs. Fitzpatrick, had addressed some of their discourse to him, yet no sooner was the noble lord entered than he engrossed the whole attention of the two ladies to himself, and as he took no more notice of Jones than if no such person had been present, unless by now and then staring at him, the ladies followed his example. The company had now stayed so long that Mrs. Fitzpatrick plainly perceived they all designed to stay out each other. She therefore resolved to rid herself of Jones, he being the visitant to whom she thought the least ceremony was due. Taking therefore an opportunity of a cessation of chat, she addressed herself gravely to him and said, "Sir, I shall not possibly be able to give you an answer tonight as to that business, but if you please leave word where I may send to you tomorrow." Jones had natural, but not artificial, good breeding. Instead, therefore, of communicating the secret of his lodgings to a servant, he acquainted the lady herself with it particularly, and soon after very ceremoniously withdrew. He was no sooner gone than the great personages, who had taken no notice of him present, began to take much notice of him in his absence. But if the reader hath already excused us from relating the more brilliant part of this conversation, he will surely be very ready to excuse the repetition of what may be called vulgar abuse, though perhaps it may be material to our history to mention an observation of Lady Bellaston, who took her leave in a few minutes after him, and then said to Mrs. Fitzpatrick at her departure, "I am satisfied on the account of my cousin. She can be in no danger from this fellow." Our history shall follow the example of Lady Bellaston, and take leave of the present company, which was now reduced to 2 persons, between whom, as nothing passed, which in the least concerns our reader, we shall not suffer ourselves to be diverted by it from matters which must seem of more consequence to all of those who are at all interested in the affairs of our hero. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. An adventure which happened to Mr. Jones at his lodgings, with some account of a young gentleman who lodged there, and of the mistress of the house, and her 2 daughters. The next morning, as early as it was decent, Jones attended at Mrs. Fitzpatrick's door, where he was answered that the lady was not at home, an answer which surprised him the more, as he had walked backwards and forwards in the street from break of day, and if she had gone out he must have seen her. This answer, however, he was obliged to receive, and not only now, but to 5 several visits which he made her that day. To be plain with the reader, the noble peer had from some reason or other, perhaps from a regard for the lady's honour, insisted that she should not see Mr. Jones, whom he looked on as a scrub, any more, and that the lady had complied in making that promise to which we now see her so strictly adhere. But, as our gentle reader may possibly have a better opinion of the young gentleman than her ladyship, and may even have some concern, should it be apprehended that, during this unhappy separation from Sophia, he took up his residence either at an inn or in the street, we shall now give an account of his lodging, which was indeed in a very reputable house, and in a very good part of the town. Mr. Jones, then, had often heard Mr. Allworthy mention the gentleman at whose house he used to lodge when he was in town. This person, who, as Jones likewise knew, lived in Bond Street, was the widow of a clergyman, and was left by him at his decease in possession of 2 daughters, and of a complete set of manuscript sermons. Of these 2 daughters, Nancy, the elder, was now arrived at the age of 17, and Betty, the younger, at that of 10. Hither Jones had dispatched Partridge, and in this house he was provided with a room for himself in the 2nd floor, and with one for Partridge in the 4th. The 1st floor was inhabited by one of those young gentlemen who, in the last age, were called men of wit and pleasure about town, and properly enough, for as men are usually denominated from their business or profession, so pleasure may be said to have been the only business or profession of those gentlemen to whom fortune had made all useful occupations unnecessary. Playhouses, coffee-houses, and taverns were the scenes of their rendezvous. Wit and humour were the entertainment of their looser hours, and love was the business of their more serious moments. Wine and the muses conspired to kindle the brightest flames in their breasts, nor did they only admire, but some were able to celebrate the beauty they admired, and all to judge of the merit of such compositions. Such, therefore, were properly called the men of wit and pleasure, but I question whether the same appellation may, with the same propriety, be given to those young gentlemen of our times who have the same ambition to be distinguished for parts. Wit, certainly, they have nothing to do with. To give them their due, they soar a step higher than their predecessors, and may be called men of wisdom and virtue. Take heed you do not read virtue. Thus, at an age when the gentlemen above mentioned employ their time in toasting the charms of a woman, or in making sonnets in her praise, in giving their opinion of a play at the theatre, or of a poem at Will's or Button's, these gentlemen are considering the methods to bribe a corporation, or meditating in speeches for the House of Commons, or rather for the magazines. But the science of gaming is that which above all others employs their thoughts. These are the studies of their graver hours, while for their amusements they have the vast circle of connoisseurship, painting, music, statuary, and natural philosophy, or rather, unnatural, which deals in the wonderful and knows nothing of nature except her monsters and imperfections. When Jones had spent the whole day in vain inquiries after Mrs. Fitzpatrick, he returned at last disconsolate to his apartment. Here, while he was venting his grief in private, he heard a violent uproar below stairs, and soon after a female voice begged him for heaven's sake to come and prevent murder. Jones, who was never backward on any occasion to help the distressed, immediately ran downstairs, when, stepping into the dining-room whence all the noise issued, he beheld the young gentleman of wisdom and virtue just before mentioned, pinned close to the wall by his footman, and a young woman standing by, wringing her hands and crying out, "He will be murdered! He will be murdered!" And indeed the poor gentleman seemed in some danger of being choked, when Jones flew hastily to his assistance, and rescued him, just as he was breathing his last from the unmerciful clutches of the enemy. Though the fellow had received several kicks and cuffs from the little gentleman, who had more spirit than strength, he had made it a kind of scruple of conscience to strike his master, and would have contented himself with only choking him. But towards Jones he bore no such respect. He no sooner therefore found himself a little roughly handled by his new antagonist, than he gave him one of those punches in the guts which, though the spectators at Broughton's amphitheatre have such exquisite delight in seeing them, convey but very little pleasure in the feeling. The lusty youth had no sooner received this blow than he meditated a most grateful return, and now ensued a combat between Jones and the footman, which was very fierce, but short, for this fellow was no more able to contend with Jones than his master had before been to contend with him. And now, fortune, according to her usual custom, reversed the face of affairs. The former victor lay breathless on the ground, and the vanquished gentleman had recovered breath enough to thank Mr. Jones for his seasonable assistance. He received likewise the hearty thanks of the young woman present, who was indeed no other than Miss Nancy, the eldest daughter of the house. The footman, having now recovered his legs, shook his head at Jones, and with a sagacious look cried, "Oh, damn me! I'll have nothing more to do with you. You have been upon the stage, or I'm damnably mistaken." And indeed we may forgive this his suspicion, for such was the agility and strength of our hero, that he was, perhaps, a match for one of the first-rate boxers, and could, with great ease, have beaten all the muffled graduates of Mr. Broughton's school. Note it, muffled. Lest posterity should be puzzled by this epithet, I think proper to explain it by an advertisement which was published February 1st, 1747. N.B. Mr. Broughton proposes, with proper assistance, to open an academy at his house in the Haymarket for the instruction of those who are willing to be initiated in the mystery of boxing, where the whole theory and practice of that truly British art, with all the various stops, blows, cross buttocks, etc., incident to combatants, will be fully taught and explained, and that persons of quality and distinction may not be deterred from entering into a course of those lectures. They will be given with the utmost tenderness in regard to the delicacy of the frame and constitution of the pupil, for which reason muffles are provided that will effectually secure them from the inconveniency of black eyes, broken jaws, and bloody noses. The master, foaming with wrath, ordered his man immediately to strip, to which the latter very readily agreed on condition of receiving his wages. This condition was presently complied with, and the fellow was discharged. And now the young gentleman, whose name was Nightingale, very strenuously insisted that his deliverer should take part of a bottle of wine with him, to which Jones, after much entreaty, consented, though more out of complaisance than inclination, for the uneasiness of his mind fitted him very little for conversation at this time. Miss Nancy likewise, who was the only female then in the house, her mamma and sister being both gone to the play, condescended to favour them with her company. When the bottle and glasses were on the table, the gentleman began to relate the occasion of the preceding disturbance. "I hope, sir," he said to Jones, "you will not from this accident conclude that I make a custom of striking my servants, for I assure you this is the first time I have been guilty of it in my remembrance, and I have passed by many provoking faults in this very fellow before he could provoke me to it. But when you hear what hath happened this evening, you will, I believe, think me excusable. I happened to come home several hours before my usual time, when I found 4 gentlemen of the cloth at whist by my fire, and my hoyle, sir, my best hoyle, which cost me a guinea, lying open on the table with a quantity of porter spilt on one of the most material leaves of the whole book. This, you will allow, was provoking, but I said nothing till the rest of the honest company were gone, and then gave the fellow a gentle rebuke, who, instead of expressing any concern, made me a pert answer, that servants must have their diversions as well as the other people, that he was sorry for the accident which had happened to the book, but that several of his acquaintance had bought the same for a shilling, and that I might stop as much in his wages if I pleased. I now gave him a severer reprimand than before, which the rascal had the insolence to. In short, he imputed my early coming home to. In short, he cast a reflection. He mentioned the name of a young lady in such a manner that incensed me beyond all patience, and in my passion I struck him. Jones answered, that he believed no person living would blame him. For my part, said he, I confess I should, on the last mentioned provocation, have done the same thing. Our company had not sat long before they were joined by the mother and daughter at their return from the play, and now they all spent a very cheerful evening together, for all but Jones were heartily merry, and even he put on as much constrained mirth as possible. Indeed, half his natural flow of animal spirits, joined to the sweetness of his temper, was sufficient to make a most amiable companion, and notwithstanding the heaviness of his heart, so agreeable did he make himself on the present occasion, that, at their breaking up, the young gentleman earnestly desired his further acquaintance. Miss Nancy was well pleased with him, and the widow, quite charmed with her new lodger, invited him, with the other, next morning to breakfast. Jones, on his part, was no less satisfied. As for Miss Nancy, though a very little creature, she was extremely pretty, and the widow had all the charms which can adorn a woman near 50. As she was one of the most innocent creatures in the world, so she was one of the most cheerful. She never thought, nor spoke, nor wished any ill, and had constantly that desire of pleasing, which may be called the happiest of all desires, in this, that it scarce ever fails of attaining its ends, when not disgraced by affectation. In short, though her power was very small, she was in her heart one of the warmest friends. She had been a most affectionate wife, and was a most fond and tender mother. As our history doth not, like a newspaper, give great characters to people who never were heard of before, nor will ever be heard of again, the reader may hence conclude that this excellent woman will hereafter appear to be of some importance in our history. Nor was Jones a little pleased with the young gentleman himself, whose wine he had been drinking. He thought he discerned in him much good sense, though a little too much tainted with town foppery. But what recommended him most to Jones were some sentiments of great generosity and humanity, which occasionally dropped from him, and particularly many expressions of the highest disinterestedness in the affair of love. On which subject the young gentleman delivered himself in a language which might have very well become an Arcadian shepherd of old, and which appeared very extraordinary when proceeding from the lips of a modern fine gentleman. But he was only won by imitation, and meant by nature for a much better character. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. What arrived while the company were at breakfast, with some hints concerning the government of daughters. Our company brought together in the morning the same good inclinations toward each other with which they had separated the evening before, but poor Jones was extremely disconsolate, for he had just received information from Partridge that Mrs. Fitzpatrick had left her lodging, and that he could not learn whither she was gone. This news highly afflicted him, and his countenance, as well as his behaviour, in defiance of all his endeavours to the contrary, betrayed manifest indications of a disordered mind. The discourse turned at present, as before, on love, and Mr. Nightingale again expressed many of those warm, generous, and disinterested sentiments upon the subject which wise and sober men call romantic, but which wise and sober women generally regard in a better light. Mrs. Miller, for so the mistress of the house was called, greatly approved these sentiments, but when the young gentleman appealed to Miss Nancy, she answered only, that she believed the gentleman who had spoke the least was capable of feeling most. This compliment was so apparently directed to Jones that we should have been sorry had he passed it by unregarded. He made her indeed a very polite answer, and concluded with an oblique hint that her own silence subjected her to a suspicion of the same kind, for indeed she had scarce opened her lips either now or the last evening. "I am glad, Nanny," says Mrs. Miller, "the gentleman hath made the observation. I protest I am almost of his opinion. What can be the matter with you, child? I never saw such an alteration. What has become of all your gaiety? Would you think, sir, I used to call her my little prattler? She hath not spoke 20 words this week." Here the conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a maidservant, who brought a bundle in her hand, which, she said, was delivered by a porter for Mr. Jones. She added, that the man immediately went away, saying it required no answer. Jones expressed some surprise on this occasion, and declared it must be some mistake, but the maid persisting that she was certain of the name, all the women were desirous of having the bundle immediately opened, which operation was at length performed by little Betsy, with the consent of Mr. Jones, and the contents were found to be a domino, a mask, and a masquerade ticket. Jones was now more positive than ever in asserting that these things must have been delivered by mistake, and Mrs. Miller herself expressed some doubt, and said, she knew not what to think. But when Mr. Nightingale was asked, he delivered a very different opinion. "All I can conclude from it, sir," said he, "is that you are a very happy man, for I make no doubt but that these were sent to you by some lady whom you will have the happiness of meeting at the masquerade." Jones had not a sufficient degree of vanity to entertain such flattering imagination, nor did Mrs. Miller herself give much assent to what Mr. Nightingale had said, till Miss Nancy, having lifted up the domino, a card dropped from the sleeve, in which was written as follows: "To Mr. Jones, the Queen of the Fairies sends you this. Use her favours not amiss." Mrs. Miller and Miss Nancy now both agreed with Mr. Nightingale, nay, Jones himself was almost persuaded to be of the same opinion, and as no other lady but Mrs. Fitzpatrick, he thought, knew his lodging, he began to flatter himself with some hopes that it came from her, and that he might possibly see his Sophia. These hopes had surely very little foundation, but as the conduct of Mrs. Fitzpatrick in not seeing him according to her promise, and in quitting her lodgings, had been very odd and unaccountable, he conceived some faint hopes that she, of whom he had formerly heard a very whimsical character, might possibly intend to do him that service in a strange manner, which she declined doing by more ordinary methods. To say the truth, as nothing certain could be concluded from so odd and uncommon an incident, he had the greater latitude to draw what imaginary conclusions from it he pleased. As his temper, therefore, was naturally sanguine, he indulged it on this occasion, and his imagination worked up 1,000 conceits to favour and support his expectations of meeting his dear Sophia in the evening. Reader, if thou hast any good wishes towards me, I will fully repay them by wishing thee to be possessed of this sanguine disposition of mine, since, after having read much and considered long on that subject of happiness which has employed so many great pens, I am almost inclined to fix it in the possession of this temper, which puts us, in a manner, out of reach of fortune, and makes us happy without her assistance. Indeed, the sensations of pleasure it gives are much more constant, as well as much keener than those which that blind lady bestows, nature having wisely contrived that some satiety and languor should be annexed to all our real enjoyments, lest we should be so taken up by them as to be stopped from further pursuits. I make no manner of doubt, but that, in this light, we may see the imaginary future Chancellor just called to the bar, the Archbishop in crape, and the Prime Minister at the tail of an opposition more truly happy than those who are invested with all the power and profit of those respective offices. Mr. Jones having now determined to go to the masquerade that evening, Mr. Nightingale offered to conduct him thither. The young gentleman at the same time offered tickets to Miss Nancy and her mother, but the good woman would not accept them. She said, she did not conceive the harm which some people imagined in a masquerade, but that such extravagant diversions were proper only for persons of quality and fortune, and not for young women who were to get their living, and could, at best, hope to be married to a good tradesman. A tradesman, cries Nightingale. You shan't undervalue my Nancy. There is not a nobleman on earth above her merit. Oh, fie, Mr. Nightingale, answered Mrs. Miller. You must not fill the girl's head with such fancies, but if it was her good luck, says the mother with a simper, to find a gentleman of your generous way of thinking, I hope she would make a better return to his generosity than to give her mind up to extravagant pleasures. Indeed, where young ladies bring great fortunes themselves, they have some right to insist on spending what is their own, and on that account I have heard the gentleman say, a man has sometimes a better bargain with a poor wife than with a rich one. But let my daughters marry whom they will, I shall endeavour to make them blessings to their husbands. I beg, therefore, I may hear of no more masquerades. Nancy is, I am certain, too good a girl to desire to go, for she must remember when you carried her thither last year it almost turned her head, and she did not return to herself, or to her needle, in a month afterwards. Though a gentle sigh which stole from the bosom of Nancy seemed to argue some secret disapprobation of these sentiments, she did not dare openly to oppose them. For as this good woman had all the tenderness, so she had preserved all the authority of a parent, and as her indulgence to the desires of children was restrained only by her fears for their safety and future welfare, so she never suffered those commands which proceeded from such fears to be either disobeyed or disputed. And this the young gentleman, who had lodged 2 years in the house, knew so well that he presently acquiesced in the refusal. Mr. Nightingale, who grew every minute fonder of Jones, was very desirous of his company that day to dinner at the tavern, where he offered to introduce him to some of his acquaintance. But Jones begged to be excused, as his clothes, he said, were not yet come to town. To confess the truth, Mr. Jones was now in a situation which sometimes happens to be the case of young gentlemen of much better figure than himself. In short, he had not 1 penny in his pocket, a situation in much greater credit among the ancient philosophers than among the modern wise men who live in Lombard Street, or those who frequent White's Chocolate House. And perhaps the great honours which those philosophers have ascribed to an empty pocket may be one of the reasons of that high contempt in which they are held in the aforesaid street and chocolate house. Now, if the ancient opinion that men might live very comfortably on virtue only be, as the modern wise men just above mentioned pretend to have discovered, a notorious error, no less false is, I apprehend, that position of some writers of romance, that a man can live altogether on love. For however delicious repast this may afford to some of our senses or appetites, it is most certain it can afford none to others. Those, therefore, who have placed too great a confidence in such writers, have experienced their error when it was too late, and have found that love was no more capable of allaying hunger than a rose is capable of delighting the ear, or a violin of gratifying the smell. Notwithstanding, therefore, all the delicacies which love had set before him, namely, the hopes of seeing Sophia at the masquerade, on which, however ill-founded his imagination might be, he had voluptuously feasted during the whole day, the evening no sooner came than Mr. Jones began to languish for some food of a grosser kind. Partridge discovered this by intuition, and took the occasion to give some oblique hints concerning the bank bill, and, when these were rejected with disdain, he collected courage enough once more to mention a return to Mr. Allworthy. "Partridge," cries Jones, "you cannot see my fortune in a more desperate light than I see it myself, and I begin heartily to repent that I suffered you to leave a place where you was settled, and to follow me. However, I insist now on your returning home, and for the expense and trouble which you have so kindly put yourself to on my account, all the clothes I left behind in your care I desire you would take as your own. I am sorry I can make you no other acknowledgment." He spoke these words with so pathetic an accent that Partridge, among whose vices ill nature or hardness of heart were not numbered, burst into tears, and after swearing he would not quit him in his distress, he began with the most earnest entreaties to urge his return home. "For heaven's sake, sir," says he, "do but consider. What can your honour do? How is it possible you can live in this town without money? Do what you will, sir, or go wherever you please. I am resolved not to desert you, but pray, sir, consider, do pray, sir, for your own sake, take it into your consideration, and I'm sure," says he, "that your own good sense will bid you return home." "How often shall I tell thee," answered Jones, "that I have no home to return to? Had I any hopes that Mr. Allworthy's doors would be open to receive me, I want no distress to urge me. Nay, there is no other cause upon earth which could detain me a moment from flying to his presence, but alas, that I am for ever banished from. His last words were, oh, Partridge, they still ring in my ears. His last words were, when he gave me a sum of money, what it was I know not, but considerable I'm sure it was, his last words were, I am resolved from this day forward on no account to converse with you any more." Here passion stopped the mouth of Jones, as surprise for a moment did that of Partridge, but he soon recovered the use of speech, and after a short preface, in which he declared he had no inquisitiveness in his temper, inquired what Jones meant by a considerable sum, he knew not how much, and what was become of the money. In both these points he now received full satisfaction, on which he was proceeding to comment, when he was interrupted by a message from Mr. Nightingale, who desired his master's company in his apartment. When the two gentlemen were both attired for the masquerade, and Mr. Nightingale had given orders for chairs to be sent for, a circumstance of distress occurred to Jones, which will appear very ridiculous to many of my readers. This was how to procure a shilling. But if such readers will reflect a little on what they have themselves felt from the want of £1,000, or perhaps of 10 or 20, to execute a favourite scheme, they will have a perfect idea of what Mr. Jones felt on this occasion. For this sum, therefore, he applied to Partridge, which was the first he had permitted him to advance, and was the last he intended that poor fellow should advance in his service. To say the truth, Partridge had lately made no offer of this kind. Whether it was that he desired to see the bank bill broke in upon, or that distress should prevail on Jones to return home, or from what other motive it proceeded, I will not determine. Chapter 7. Containing the whole humours of a masquerade. Our cavaliers now arrived at that temple where Heidegger, the great arbiter delicarium, the great high priest of pleasure, presides, and, like other heathen priests, imposes on his votaries by the pretended presence of the deity, when in reality no such deity is there. Mr. Nightingale, having taken a turn or two with his companion, soon left him, and walked off with a female, saying, "Now you are here, sir, you must beat about for your own game." Jones began to entertain strong hopes that his Sophia was present, and these hopes gave him more spirits than the lights, the music, and the company, though these are pretty strong antidotes against the spleen. He now accosted every woman he saw whose stature, shape, or air bore any resemblance to his angel, to all of whom he endeavoured to say something smart, in order to engage in answer, by which he might discover that voice which he thought it impossible he should mistake. Some of these answered by a question in a squeaking voice. "Do you know me?" Much the greater number said, "I don't know you, sir," and nothing more. Some called him an impertinent fellow. Some made him no answer at all. Some said, "Indeed, I don't know your voice, and I shall have nothing to say to you." and many gave him as kind answers as he could wish, but not in the voice he desired to hear. Whilst he was talking with one of these last, who was in the habit of a shepherdess, a lady in a domino came up to him, and slapping him on the shoulder, whispered to him at the same time in the ear, "If you talk any longer with that trollop, I will acquaint Miss Western." Jones no sooner heard that name than, immediately quitting his former companion, he applied to the domino, begging and entreating her to show him the lady she had mentioned, if she was then in the room. The mask walked hastily to the upper end of the innermost apartment before she spoke, and then, instead of answering him, sat down and declared she was tired. Jones sat down by her, and still persisted in his entreaties. At last the lady coldly answered, "I imagine Mr. Jones had been a more discerning lover than to suffer any disguise to conceal his mistress from him." "Is she here then, madam?" replied Jones with some vehemence, upon which the lady cried, "Hush, sir, you will be observed. I promise you, upon my honour, Miss Western is not here." Jones, now taking the mask by the hand, fell to entreating her in the most earnest manner to acquaint him where he might find Sophia, and when he could obtain no direct answer, he began to upbraid her gently for having disappointed him the day before, and concluded, saying, "Indeed, my good fairy queen, I know your majesty very well, notwithstanding the affected disguise of your voice. Indeed, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, it is a little cruel to divert yourself at the expense of my torments." The mask answered, "Though you have so ingeniously discovered me, I must still speak in the same voice, lest I should be known by others. And do you think, good sir, that I have no greater regard for my cousin than to insist in carrying on an affair between you two, which must end in her ruin as well as your own? Besides, I promise you, my cousin is not mad enough to consent to her own destruction, if you are so much her enemy as to tempt her to it." "Alas, madam," said Jones, "you little know my heart, when you call me an enemy of Sophia." "And yet to ruin anyone," cries the other, "you will allow is the act of an enemy, and when by the same act you must knowingly and certainly bring ruin on yourself, is it not folly or madness as well as guilt? Now, sir, my cousin hath very little more than her father will please to give her, very little for one of her fashion. You know him, and you know your own situation." Jones vowed he had no such design on Sophia, that he would rather suffer the most violent of deaths than sacrifice her interest to his desires. He said, he knew how unworthy he was of her, every way, and that he had long ago resolved to quit all such aspiring thoughts, but that some strange accidents had made him desirous to see her once more, when he promised he would take leave of her forever. "No, madam," concluded he, "my love is not of that base kind which seeks its own satisfaction at the expense of what is most dear to its object. I would sacrifice everything to the possession of my Sophia, but Sophia herself." Though the reader may have already conceived no very sublime idea of the virtue of the lady in the mask, and though possibly she may hereafter appear not to deserve one of the first characters of her sex, yet, it is certain, these generous sentiments made a strong impression upon her, and greatly added to the affection she had before conceived for our young hero. This lady now, after a silence of a few moments, said, "She did not see his pretensions to Sophia so much in the light of presumptions as of imprudence. Young fellows," says she, "can never have too aspiring thoughts. I love ambition in a young man, and I would have you cultivate it as much as possible. Perhaps you may succeed with those who are infinitely superior in fortune. Nay, I am convinced there are women. But don't you think me a strange creature, Mr. Jones, to be thus giving advice to a man with whom I am so little acquainted, and one with whose behaviour to me I have so little reason to be pleased?" Here Jones began to apologize, and to hope he had not offended in anything he said of her cousin, to which the mask answered, "And are you so little versed in the sex to imagine that you can well affront a lady more than by entertaining her with your passion for another woman? If the fairy queen had conceived no better opinion of your gallantry, she would scarce have appointed you to meet her at the masquerade." Jones had never less inclination to an amour than at present, but gallantry to the ladies was among his principles of honour, and he held it as much incumbent on him to accept a challenge to love, as if it had been a challenge to fight. Nay, his very love to Sophia made it necessary for him to keep well with the lady, as he made no doubt but she was capable of bringing him into the presence of the other. He began, therefore, to make a very warm answer to her last speech, when a mask in the character of an old woman joined them. This mask was one of those ladies who go to a masquerade only to vent ill nature by telling people rude truths, and by endeavoring, as the phrase is, to spoil as much sport as they are able. This good lady, therefore, having observed Jones and his friend, whom she knew well, in close consultation together in a corner of the room, concluded she would nowhere satisfy her spleen better than by interrupting them. She attacked them, therefore, and soon drove them from their retirement, nor was she contented with this, but pursued them to every place which they shifted to avoid her, till Mr. Nightingale, seeing the distress of his friend, at last relieved him, and engaged the old woman in another pursuit. While Jones and his mask were walking together about the room to rid themselves of the teaser, he observed his lady speak to several masks, with the same freedom of acquaintance as if they had been barefaced. He could not help expressing his surprise at this, saying, "Sure, madam, you must have infinite discernment to know people in all disguises." To which the lady answered, "You cannot conceive anything more insipid and childish than a masquerade to the people of fashion, who in general know one another as well here as when they meet in an assembly or a drawing-room. Nor will any woman of condition converse with a person with whom she is not acquainted. In short, the generality of persons whom you see here may more properly be said to kill time in this place than in any other, and generally retire from hence more tired than from the longest sermon. To say the truth, I begin to be in that situation myself, and if I have any faculty at guessing, you are not much better pleased. I protest it would be almost charity in me to go home for your sake." "I know but one charity equal to it," cries Jones, "and that is to suffer me to wait on you home." "Sure," answered the lady, "you have a strange opinion of me to imagine that upon such an acquaintance I would let you into my doors at this time of night. I fancy you impute the friendship I have shown my cousin to some other motive. Confess honestly, don't you consider this contrived interview as little better than a downright assignation? Are you used, Mr. Jones, to make these sudden conquests?" "I am not used, madam," said Jones, "to submit to such sudden conquests, but as you have taken my heart by surprise, the rest of my body hath a right to follow, so you must pardon me if I resolve to attend you wherever you go." He accompanied these words with some proper actions, upon which the lady, after a gentle rebuke, and saying their familiarity would be observed, told him, she was going to sup with an acquaintance, whither, she hoped, he would not follow her. "For if you should," said she, "I shall be thought an unaccountable creature, though my friend indeed is not censorious. Yet I hope you won't follow me. I protest I shall not know what to say if you do." The lady presently after quitted the masquerade, and Jones, notwithstanding the severe prohibition he had received, presumed to attend her. He was now reduced to the same dilemma we have mentioned before, namely, the want of a shilling, and could not relieve it by borrowing as before. He therefore walked boldly on after the chair in which his lady rode, pursued by a grand huzzah from all the chairmen present, who wisely take the best care they can to discountenance all walking afoot by their betters. Luckily, however, the gentry who attend at the opera house were too busy to quit their stations, and as the lateness of the hour prevented him from meeting many of their brethren in the street, he proceeded without molestation in a dress which, at another season, would have certainly raised a mob at his heels. The lady was set down in a street not far from Hanover Square, where the door being presently opened, she was carried in, and the gentleman, without any ceremony, walked in after her. Jones and his companion were now together in a very well-furnished and well-warmed room, when the female, still speaking in her masquerade voice, said she was surprised at her friend, who must absolutely have forgot her appointment, at which, after venting much resentment, she suddenly expressed some apprehension from Jones, and asked him what the world would think of their having been alone together in a house at that time of night. But instead of a direct answer to so important a question, Jones began to be very importunate with the lady to unmask. And at length having prevailed, there appeared not Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but the Lady Bellaston herself. It would be tedious to give the particular conversation, which consisted of very common and ordinary occurrences, and which lasted from 2 till 6 o'clock in the morning. It is sufficient to mention all of it that is anywise material to this history, and this was a promise that the lady would endeavour to find Sophia, and in a few days bring him to an interview with her, on condition that he would then take his leave of her. When this was thoroughly settled, and a second meeting in the evening appointed at the same place, they separated. The lady returned to her house, and Jones to his lodgings. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, containing a scene of distress which will appear very extraordinary to most of our readers. Jones, having refreshed himself with a few hours' sleep, summoned Partridge to his presence, and delivering him a banknote of £50, ordered him to go and change it. Partridge received this with sparkling eyes, though, when he came to reflect farther, it raised in him some suspicions not very advantageous to the honour of his master. To these the dreadful idea he had of the masquerade, the disguise in which his master had gone out and returned, and his having been abroad all night contributed. In plain language, the only way he could possibly find to account for the possession of this note was by robbery, and, to confess the truth, the reader, unless he should suspect it was owing to the generosity of Lady Bellaston, can hardly imagine any other. To clear, therefore, the honour of Mr. Jones, and to do justice by the liberality of the lady, he had really received this present from her, who, though she did not give much into the hackneyed charities of the age, such as building hospitals, etc., was not, however, entirely void of that Christian virtue, and conceived, very rightly I think, that a young fellow of merit, without a shilling in the world, was no improper object of this virtue. Mr. Jones and Mr. Nightingale had been invited to dine this day with Mrs. Miller. At the appointed hour, therefore, the two young gentlemen, with the two girls, attended in the parlour, where they waited from 3 till almost 5 before the good woman appeared. She had been out of town to visit a relation, of whom, at her return, she gave the following account. I hope, gentlemen, you will pardon my making you wait. I am sure if you knew the occasion. I have been to see a cousin of mine about 6 miles off, who now lies in. It should be a warning to all persons, says she, looking at her daughters, how they marry indiscreetly. There is no happiness in this world without a competency. Oh, Nancy, how shall I describe the wretched condition in which I found your poor cousin? She has scarce lain in a week, and there was she, this dreadful weather, in a cold room without any curtains to her bed, and not a bushel of coals in her house to supply her with fire. Her second son, that sweet little fellow, lies ill of a quinsy in the same bed with his mother, for there is no other bed in the house. Poor little Tommy! I believe, Nancy, you will never see your favourite any more, for he is really very ill. The rest of the children are in pretty good health, but Molly, I am afraid, will do herself an injury. She is but 13 years old, Mr. Nightingale, and yet in my life I never saw a better nurse. She tends both her mother and her brother, and, what is wonderful in a creature so young, she shows all the cheerfulness in the world to her mother. And yet I saw the poor child, Mr. Nightingale, turn about, and privately wipe the tears from her eyes. Here Mrs. Miller was prevented by her own tears from going on, and there was not, I believe, a person present who did not accompany her in them. At length she a little recovered herself, and proceeded thus. In all this distress the mother supports her spirits in a surprising manner. The danger of her son sits heaviest upon her, and yet she endeavours as much as possible to conceal even this concern on her husband's account. Her grief, however, sometimes gets the better of all her endeavours, for she was always extravagantly fond of this boy, and a most sensible, sweet-tempered creature it is. I protest I was never more affected in my life than when I heard the little wretch, who was hardly yet 7 years old, while his mother was wetting him with her tears, beg her to be comforted. Indeed, mamma, cried the child, I shan't die. God Almighty, I'm sure, won't take Tommy away. Let heaven be ever so fine a place, I'd rather stay here and starve with you and my papa than go to it. Pardon me, gentlemen, I can't help it, says she, wiping her eyes. Such sensibility and affection in a child, and yet, perhaps, he is the least object of pity. For a day or two will most probably place him beyond the reach of all human evils. The father is indeed most worthy of compassion. Poor man, his countenance is the very picture of horror, and he looks like one rather dead than alive. Oh, heavens! What a scene did I behold at my first coming into the room! The good creature was lying behind his bolster, supporting at once both his child and his wife. He had nothing on but a thin waistcoat, for his coat was spread over the bed to supply the want of blankets. When he rose up at my entrance, I scarce knew him. As comely a man, Mr. Jones, within this fortnight as you ever beheld. Mr. Nightingale has seen him. His eyes sunk, his face pale with a long beard, his body shivering with cold and worn with hunger too, for my cousin says she can hardly prevail upon him to eat. He told me himself in a whisper. He told me. I can't repeat it. He said he could not bear to eat the bread his children wanted. And yet, can you believe it, gentlemen? In all this misery, his wife has as good caudle as if she lay in the midst of the greatest affluence. I tasted it, and I scarce ever tasted better. The means of procuring her this, he said, he believed was sent to him by an angel from heaven. I know not what he meant, for I had not spirits enough to ask a single question. This was a love match, as they call it, on both sides. That is, a match between two beggars. I must indeed say I never saw a fonder couple, but what is their fondness good for but to torment each other? Indeed, mamma, cries Nancy, I have always looked upon my cousin Anderson, for that was her name, as one of the happiest of women. I am sure, says Mrs. Miller, the case at present is much otherwise, for anyone might have discerned that the tender consideration of each other's sufferings makes the most intolerable part of their calamity, both to the husband and the wife, compared to which hunger and cold, as they affect their own persons only, are scarce evils. Nay, the very children, the youngest, which is not 2 years old, excepted, feel in the same manner, for they are a most loving family, and if they had but a bare competency, would be the happiest people in the world. Well, I never saw the least sign of misery at their house, replied Nancy. I am sure my heart bleeds for what you now tell me. Oh, child, answered the mother, she hath always endeavoured to make the best of everything. They have always been in great distress, but indeed this absolute ruin hath been brought upon them by others. The poor man was bail for the villain his brother, and about a week ago, the very day before her lying in, their goods were all carried away, and sold by an execution. He sent a letter to me of it by one of the bailiffs, which the villain never delivered. What must he think of my suffering a week to pass before he heard of me? It was not with dry eyes that Jones heard this narrative. When it was ended, he took Mrs. Miller apart with him to another room, and delivering her his purse, in which was a sum of £50, desired her to send as much of it as she thought proper to these poor people. The look which Mrs. Miller gave Jones on this occasion is not easy to be described. She burst into a kind of agony of transport, and cried out, Good heavens! Is there such a man in the world? But recollecting herself, she said, Indeed, I know one such, but can there be another? I hope, madam, cries Jones, there are many who have common humanity, for to relieve such distresses in our fellow creatures can hardly be called more. Mrs. Miller then took 10 guineas, which were the utmost he could prevail with her to accept, and said, she would find some means of conveying them early the next morning, adding, that she had herself done some little matter for the poor people, and had not left them in quite so much misery as she found them. They then returned to the parlour, where Nightingale expressed much concern at the dreadful situation of these wretches, whom indeed he knew, for he had seen them more than once at Mrs. Miller's. He inveighed against the folly of making oneself liable for the debts of others, vented many bitter execrations against the brother, and concluded with wishing something could be done for the unfortunate family. Suppose, madam, said he, you should recommend them to Mr. Allworthy? Or what do you think of a collection? I will give them a guinea with all my heart. Mrs. Miller made no answer, and Nancy, to whom her mother had whispered the generosity of Jones, turned pale upon the occasion, though if either of them was angry with Nightingale, it was surely without reason. For the liberality of Jones, if he had known it, was not an example which he had any obligation to follow, and there are thousands who would not have contributed a single halfpenny, as indeed he did not in effect, for he made no tender of anything, and therefore, as the others thought proper to make no demand, he kept his money in his pocket. I have, in truth, observed, and shall never have a better opportunity than at present to communicate my observation, that the world are in general divided into two opinions concerning charity, which are the very reverse of each other. One party seems to hold that all acts of this kind are to be esteemed as voluntary gifts, and however little you give, if indeed no more than your good wishes, you acquire a great degree of merit in so doing. Others, on the contrary, appear to be as firmly persuaded that beneficence is a positive duty, and that whenever the rich fall greatly short of their ability in relieving the distresses of the poor, their pitiful largesses are so far from being meritorious that they have only performed their duty by halves, and are in some sense more contemptible than those who have entirely neglected it. To reconcile these different opinions is not in my power. I shall only add that the givers are generally of the former sentiment, and the receivers are almost universally inclined to the latter. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, which treats of matters of a very different kind from those in the preceding chapter. In the evening, Jones met his lady again, and a long conversation again ensued between them, but as it consisted only of the same ordinary occurrences as before, we shall avoid mentioning particulars, which we despair of rendering agreeable to the reader, unless he is one whose devotion to the fair sex, like that of the papists to their saints, wants to be raised by the help of pictures. But I am so far from desiring to exhibit such pictures to the public that I would wish to draw a curtain over those that have been lately set forth in certain French novels, very bungling copies of which have been presented to us here under the name of translations. Jones grew still more and more impatient to see Sophia, and finding, after repeated interviews with Lady Bellaston, no likelihood of obtaining this by her means, for, on the contrary, the lady began to treat even the mention of the name of Sophia with resentment, he resolved to try some other method. He made no doubt but that Lady Bellaston knew where his angel was, so he thought it most likely that some of her servants should be acquainted with the same secret. Partridge, therefore, was employed to get acquainted with those servants, in order to fish this secret out of them. Few situations can be imagined more uneasy than that to which his poor master was at present reduced. For, besides the difficulties he met with in discovering Sophia, besides the fears he had of having disobliged her, and the assurances he had received from Lady Bellaston of the resolution which Sophia had taken against him, and of her having purposely concealed herself from him, which he had sufficient reason to believe might be true, he had still a difficulty to combat which it was not in the power of his mistress to remove, however kind her inclination might have been. This was the exposing of her to be disinherited of all her father's estate, the almost inevitable consequence of their coming together without a consent, which he had no hopes of ever obtaining. Add to all these the many obligations which Lady Bellaston, whose violent fondness we can no longer conceal, had heaped upon him, so that by her means he was now become one of the best-dressed men about town, and was not only relieved from those ridiculous distresses we have before mentioned, but was actually raised to a state of affluence beyond what he had ever known. Now, though there are many gentlemen who very well reconcile it to their consciences to possess themselves of the whole fortune of a woman without making her any kind of return, yet to a mind the proprietor of which doth not deserve to be hanged, nothing is, I believe, more irksome than to support love with gratitude only, especially where inclination pulls the heart a contrary way. Such was the unhappy case of Jones, for though the virtuous love he bore to Sophia, and which left very little affection for any other woman, had been entirely out of the question, he could never have been able to have made any adequate return to the generous passion of this lady, who had indeed been once an object of desire, but was now entered at least into the autumn of life, though she wore all the gaiety of youth, both in her dress and manner. Nay, she contrived still to maintain the roses in her cheeks, but these, like flowers forced out of season by art, had none of that lively blooming freshness with which nature, at the proper time, bedecks her own productions. She had, besides, a certain imperfection, which renders some flowers, though very beautiful to the eye, very improper to be placed in a wilderness of sweets, and what above all others is most disagreeable to the breath of love. Though Jones saw all these discouragements on the one side, he felt his obligations as full as strongly on the other, nor did he less plainly discern the ardent passion whence those obligations proceeded, the extreme violence of which, if he failed to equal, he well knew the lady would think him ungrateful, and what is worse, he would have thought himself so. He knew the tacit consideration upon which all her favours were conferred, and as his necessity obliged him to accept them, so his honour, he concluded, forced him to pay the price. This, therefore, he resolved to do, whatever misery it cost him, and to devote himself to her, from that great principle of justice, by which the laws of some countries oblige a debtor, who is no otherwise capable of discharging his debt, to become the slave of his creditor. While he was meditating on these matters, he received the following note from the lady. A very foolish, but a very perverse accident hath happened since our last meeting, which makes it improper I should see you any more at the usual place. I will, if possible, contrive some other place by tomorrow. In the meantime, adieu. This disappointment, perhaps, the reader may conclude, was not very great, but if it was, he was quickly relieved, for in less than an hour afterwards another note was brought him from the same hand, which contained as follows. I have altered my mind since I wrote, a change of which, if you are no stranger to the tenderest of all passions, you will not wonder at. I am now resolved to see you this evening at my own house, whatever may be the consequence. Come to me exactly at 7. I dine abroad, but will be at home by that time. A day, I find, to those that sincerely love, seems longer than I imagined. If you should accidentally be a few moments before me, bid them show you into the drawing-room. To confess the truth, Jones was less pleased with this last epistle than he had been with the former, as he was prevented by it from complying with the earnest entreaties of Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted much intimacy and friendship. These entreaties were to go with that young gentleman and his company to a new play, which was to be acted that evening, and which a very large party had agreed to damn, from some dislike they had taken to the author, who was a friend to one of Mr. Nightingale's acquaintance. And this sort of fun, our hero, we are ashamed to confess, would willingly have preferred to the above kind of appointment, but his honour got the better of his inclination. Before we attend him to this intended interview with the lady, we think proper to account for both the preceding notes, as the reader may possibly be a little surprised at the imprudence of Lady Bellaston in bringing her lover to the very house where her rival was lodged. First, then, the mistress of the house where these lovers had hitherto met, and who had been for some years a pensioner to that lady, was now become a Methodist, and had that very morning waited upon her ladyship, and after rebuking her very severely for her past life, had positively declared that she would on no account be instrumental in carrying on any of her affairs for the future. The hurry of spirits into which this accident threw the lady made her despair of possibly finding in any other convenience to meet Jones that evening. But as she began a little to recover from her uneasiness at this disappointment, she set her thoughts to work, when luckily it came to her head to propose to Sophia to go to the play, which was immediately consented to, and a proper lady provided for her companion. Mrs. Honour was likewise dispatched with Mrs. Etoff on the same errand of pleasure, and thus her own house was left free for the safe reception of Mr. Jones, with whom she promised herself 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted conversation after the return from the place where she dined, which was at a friend's house in a pretty distant part of the town, near her old place of assignation, where she had engaged herself before she was well apprised of the revolution that had happened in the mind and morals of her late confidant. Chapter 10. A chapter which, though short, may draw tears from some eyes. Mr. Jones was just dressed to wait on Lady Bellaston when Mrs. Miller rapped at his door, and being admitted, very earnestly desired his company below stairs to drink tea in the parlour. Upon his entrance into the room, she presently introduced a person to him, saying, "This, sir, is my cousin, who hath been so greatly beholden to your goodness, for which he begs to return his sincerest thanks." The man had scarce entered upon that speech which Mrs. Miller had so kindly prefaced, when both Jones and he, looking steadfastly at each other, showed at once the utmost tokens of surprise. The voice of the latter began instantly to falter, and instead of finishing his speech, he sunk down into a chair, crying, "It is so! I am convinced it is so!" "Bless me! What's the meaning of this?" cries Mrs. Miller. "You are not ill, I hope, cousin? Some water, a dram this instant." "Be not frighted, madam," cries Jones. "I have almost as much need of a dram as your cousin. We are equally surprised at this unexpected meeting. Your cousin is an acquaintance of mine, Mrs. Miller." "An acquaintance!" cries the man. "Oh, heaven!" "Ay, an acquaintance," repeated Jones, "and an honoured acquaintance too. When I do not love and honour the man who dares venture everything to preserve his wife and children from instant destruction, may I have a friend capable of disowning me in adversity." "Oh, you are an excellent young man," cries Mrs. Miller. "Yes, indeed, poor creature, he hath ventured everything. If he had not had one of the best of constitutions, it must have killed him." "Cousin!" cried the man, who had now pretty well recovered himself. "This is the angel from heaven whom I meant. This is he to whom, before I saw you, I owed the preservation of my Peggy. He it was to whose generosity every comfort, every support which I have procured for her was owing. He is indeed the worthiest, bravest, noblest of all human beings. Oh, cousin, I have obligations to this gentleman of such a nature." "Mention nothing of obligations," cries Jones eagerly. "Not a word, I insist upon it, not a word." Meaning, I suppose, that he would not have him betray the affair of the robbery to any person. "If, by the trifle you have received from me, I have preserved a whole family, sure, pleasure was never bought so cheap." "Oh, sir," cries the man, "I wish you could this instant see my house. If any person had ever a right to the pleasure you mention, I am convinced it is yourself. My cousin tells me she acquainted you with the distress in which she found us. That, sir, is greatly removed, and chiefly by your goodness. My children have now a bed to lie on, and they have, eternal blessings reward you for it. They have bread to eat. My little boy has recovered, my wife is out of danger, and I am happy. All owing to you, sir, and to my cousin here, one of the best of women. Indeed, sir, I must see you at my house. Indeed, my wife must see you and thank you, My children, too, must express their gratitude. Indeed, sir, they are not without a sense of their obligation. But what is my feeling when I reflect to whom I owe that they are now capable of expressing their gratitude? Oh, sir, the little hearts which you have warmed had now been cold as ice without your assistance." Here Jones attempted to prevent the poor man from proceeding, but indeed the overflowing of his own heart would of itself have stopped his words. And now Mrs. Miller likewise began to pour forth thanksgivings, as well as in her own name, as in that of her cousin, and concluded with saying, "She doubted not but such goodness would meet with a glorious reward." Jones answered, "He had been sufficiently rewarded already. Your cousin's account, madam," said he, "hath given me a sensation more pleasing than I have ever known. He must be a wretch who is unmoved at hearing such a story. How transporting, then, must be the thought of having happily acted a part in this scene. If there are men who cannot feel the delight of giving happiness to others, I sincerely pity them, as they are incapable of tasting what is, in my opinion, a greater honour, a higher interest, and a sweeter pleasure than the ambitious, the avaricious, or the voluptuous man can ever obtain." The hour of appointment being now come, Jones was forced to take a hasty leave, but not before he had hardly shaken his friend by the hand, and desired to see him again as soon as possible, promising that he would himself take the first opportunity of visiting him at his own house. He then stepped into his chair, and proceeded to Lady Bellaston's, greatly exulting in the happiness which he had procured to this poor family. Nor could he forbear reflecting, without horror, on the dreadful consequences which must have attended them, had he listened rather to the voice of strict justice than to that of mercy, when he was attacked on the high road. Mrs. Miller sung forth the praises of Jones during the whole evening, in which Mr. Anderson, while he stayed, so passionately accompanied her that he was often on the very point of mentioning the circumstance of the robbery. However, he luckily recollected himself, and avoided an indiscretion which would have been so much the greater, as he knew Mrs. Miller to be extremely strict and nice in her principles. He was likewise well apprised of the loquacity of this lady, and yet such was his gratitude that it had almost got the better of both discretion and shame, and made him publish that which would have defamed his own character, rather than omit any circumstances which might do the fullest honour to his benefactor. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, in which the reader will be surprised. Mr. Jones was rather earlier than the time appointed, and earlier than the lady, whose arrival was hindered not only by the distance of the place where she dined, but by some other cross accidents very vexatious to one in her situation of mind. He was accordingly shown into the drawing-room, where he had not been many minutes before the door opened, and in came no other than Sophia herself, who had left the play before the end of the first act, for this, as we have already said, being a new play, at which two large parties met, the one to damn and the other to applaud, a violent uproar and an engagement between the two parties had so terrified our heroine that she was glad to put herself under the protection of a young gentleman who safely conveyed her to her chair. As Lady Bellaston had acquainted her that she should not be at home till late, Sophia, expecting to find no one in the room, came hastily in, and went directly to a glass which almost fronted her, without once looking towards the upper end of the room, where the statue of Jones now stood motionless. In the glass it was, after contemplating her own lovely face, that she first discovered the said statue, when, instantly turning about, she perceived the reality of the vision, upon which she gave a violent scream, and scarce preserved herself from fainting, till Jones was able to move to her, and support her in his arms. To paint the looks or thoughts of either of these lovers is beyond my power, as their sensations from their mutual silence may be judged to have been too big for their own utterance. It cannot be supposed that I should be able to express them, and the misfortune is that few of my readers have been enough in love to feel by their own hearts what passed at this time in theirs. After a short pause, Jones, with faltering accent, said, "I see, madam, you are surprised." "Surprised?" answered she. "Oh, heavens! Indeed, I am surprised. I almost doubt whether you are the person you seem." "Indeed?" cries he. "My Sophia, pardon me, madam, for this once calling you so. I am that very wretched Jones, whom fortune, after so many disappointments, hath at last kindly conducted to you. Oh, my Sophia, did you not know the 1,000 torments I have suffered in this long fruitless pursuit?" "Pursuit of whom?" said Sophia, a little recollecting herself and assuming a reserved air. "Can you be so cruel to ask that question?" cries Jones. "Need I say, of you?" "Of me?" answered Sophia. Hath Mr. Jones, then, any such important business with me? To some, madam, cries Jones, this might seem an important business, giving her the pocket-book. I hope, madam, you will find it of the same value as when it was lost. Sophia took the pocket-book, and was going to speak, when he interrupted her thus. Let us not, I beseech you, lose one of those precious moments which fortune has so kindly sent us. Oh, my Sophia, I have business of a much superior kind. Thus, on my knees, let me ask your pardon. My pardon, cries she. Sure, sir, after what is past, you cannot expect, after what I have heard. I scarce know what I say, answered Jones. By heavens, I scarce wish you should pardon me. Oh, my Sophia, henceforth never cast away a thought on such a wretch as I am. If any remembrance of me should ever intrude to give a moment's uneasiness to that tender bosom, think of my unworthiness, and let the remembrance of what passed at Upton blot me forever from your mind. Sophia stood trembling all this while. Her face was whiter than snow, and her heart was throbbing through her stays. But at the mention of Upton, a blush arose in her cheeks, and her eyes, which before she had scarce lifted up, were turned upon Jones with a glance of disdain. He understood this silent reproach, and replied to it thus, Oh, my Sophia, my only love, you cannot hate or despise me more for what happened there than I do myself. But yet do me the justice to think that my heart was never unfaithful to you. That had no share in the folly I was guilty of. It was even then unalterably yours. Though I despaired of possessing you, nay, almost of ever seeing you more, I doted still on your charming idea, and could seriously love no other woman. But if my heart had not been engaged, she, into whose company I accidentally fell in that accursed place, was not an object of serious love. Believe me, my angel, I never have seen her from that day to this, and never intend or desire to see her again. Sophia, in her heart, was very glad to hear this, but forcing into her face an air of more coldness than she had yet assumed. Why, said she, Mr. Jones, do you take the trouble to make a defence where you are not accused? If I thought it worth while to accuse you, I have a charge of unpardonable nature indeed. What is it, for heaven's sake? Answered Jones, trembling and pale, expecting to hear of his amour with Lady Bellaston. Oh, said she, how is it possible? Can everything noble and everything base be lodged together in the same bosom? Lady Bellaston, and the ignominious circumstance of having been kept, rose again in his mind, and stopped his mouth from any reply. Could I have expected, proceeded Sophia, such treatment from you, nay, from any gentleman, from any man of honour, to have my name traduced in public, in inns, among the meanest vulgar, to have any little favours that my unguarded heart may have too lightly betrayed me to grant, boasted of there? Nay, even to hear that you had been forced to fly from my love? Nothing could equal Jones's surprise at these words of Sophia, but yet, not being guilty, he was much less embarrassed how to defend himself than if she had touched that tender string at which his conscience had been alarmed. By some examination he presently found that her supposing him guilty of so shocking an outrage against his love and her reputation was entirely owing to Partridge's talk at the inns before landlords and servants, for Sophia confessed to him it was from them that she received her intelligence. He had no very great difficulty to make her believe that he was entirely innocent of an offence so foreign to his character, but she had a great deal to hinder him from going instantly home and putting Partridge to death, which he more than once swore he would do. This point being cleared up, they soon found themselves so well pleased with each other that Jones quite forgot he had begun the conversation with conjuring her to give up all thoughts of him, and she was in a temper to have given ear to a petition of a very different nature, for before they were aware they had both gone so far that he let fall some words that sounded like a proposal of marriage, to which she replied, that, did not her duty to her father forbid her to follow her own inclinations, ruin with him would be more welcome to her than the most affluent fortune with another man. At the mention of the word ruin, he started, let drop her hand which he had held for some time, and striking his breast with his own, cried out, Oh, Sophia! Can I then ruin thee? No, by heavens, no! I will never act so base a part. Dearest Sophia, whatever it costs me, I will renounce you. I will give you up. I will tear all such hopes from my heart as are inconsistent with your real good. My love I will ever retain, but it shall be in silence. It shall be at a distance from you. It shall be in some foreign land, from whence no voice, no sigh of my despair shall ever reach and disturb your ears. And when I am dead, He would have gone on, but was stopped by a flood of tears which Sophia let fall in his bosom, upon which he leaned, without being able to speak one word. He kissed them off, which for some moments she allowed him to do without any resistance, but then, recollecting herself, gently withdrew out of his arms, and, to turn the discourse from a subject too tender, and which she found she could not support, bethought herself to ask him a question she never had time to put to him before. How he came into that room? He began to stammer, and would in all probability have raised her suspicions by the answer he was going to give, when, at once, the door opened, and in came Lady Bellaston. Having advanced a few steps, and seeing Jones and Sophia together, she suddenly stopped, when, after a pause of a few moments, recollecting herself with admirable presence of mind, she said, though with sufficient indications of surprise both in voice and countenance, "I thought, Miss Western, you had been at the play?" Though Sophia had no opportunity of learning of Jones by what means he had discovered her, yet, as she had not the least suspicion of the real truth, or that Jones and Lady Bellaston were acquainted, so she was very little confounded, and the less, as the lady had, in all their conversations on the subject, entirely taken her side against her father. With very little hesitation, therefore, she went through the whole story of what had happened at the playhouse, and the cause of her hasty return. The length of this narrative gave Lady Bellaston an opportunity of rallying her spirits, and of considering in what manner to act. And as the behaviour of Sophia gave her hopes that Jones had not betrayed her, she put on an air of good humour and said, "I should not have broken so abruptly upon you, Miss Western, if I had known you had company." Lady Bellaston fixed her eyes on Sophia while she spoke these words, to which that poor young lady, having her face overspread with blushes and confusion, answered in a stammering voice, "I am sure, madam, I shall always think the honour of your lady's company." "I hope, at least," cries Lady Bellaston, "I interrupt no business." "No, madam," answered Sophia, "our business was at an end. Your ladyship may be pleased to remember I have often mentioned the loss of my pocket-book, which this gentleman, having very luckily found, was so kind to return to me with the bill in it." Jones, ever since the arrival of Lady Bellaston, had been ready to sink with fear. He sat kicking his heels, playing with his fingers, and looking more like a fool, if it be possible, than a young booby squire when he is first introduced into polite assembly. He began, however, now to recover himself, and taking a hint from the behaviour of Lady Bellaston, who he saw did not intend to claim any acquaintance with him, he resolved as entirely to affect the stranger on his part. He said, ever since he had the pocket-book in his possession, he had used great diligence in inquiring out the lady whose name was written in it, but never till that day could be so fortunate to discover her. Sophia had indeed mentioned the loss of her pocket-book to Lady Bellaston, but as Jones, for some reason or other, had never once hinted to her that it was in his possession, she believed not one syllable of what Sophia now said, and wonderfully admired the extreme quickness of the young lady in inventing such an excuse. The reason of Sophia's leaving the playhouse met with no better credit, and though she could not account for the meeting between these two lovers, she was firmly persuaded it was not accidental. With an affected smile, therefore, she said, "Indeed, Miss Western, you have had very good luck in recovering your money, not only as it fell into the hands of a gentleman of honour, but as he happened to discover to whom it belonged. I think you would not consent to have it advertised. It was great good fortune, sir, that you found out to whom the note belonged." "Oh, madam," cries Jones, "it was enclosed in a pocket-book, in which the young lady's name was written." "That was very fortunate indeed," cries the lady, "and it was no less so that you heard Miss Western was at my house, for she is very little known." Jones had at length perfectly recovered his spirits, and as he conceived he had now an opportunity of satisfying Sophia as to the question she had asked him just before Lady Bellaston came in, he proceeded thus. "Why, madam," answered he, "it was by the luckiest chance imaginable I made this discovery. I was mentioning what I had found, and the name of the owner the other night to a lady at the masquerade, who told me she believed she knew where I might see Miss Western, and if I would come to her house the next morning she would inform me. I went according to her appointment, but she was not at home, nor could I ever meet with her till this morning, when she directed me to your ladyship's house. I came accordingly, and did myself the honour to ask for your ladyship, and upon my saying that I had very particular business, a servant showed me into this room, where I had not been long before the young lady returned from the play. Upon his mentioning the masquerade, he looked very slyly at Lady Bellaston, without any fear of being remarked by Sophia, for she was visibly too much confounded to make any observations. This hint a little alarmed the lady, and she was silent, when Jones, who saw the agitation of Sophia's mind, resolved to take the only method of relieving her, which was by retiring. But before he did this, he said, "I believe, madam, it is customary to give some reward on these occasions. I must insist on a very high one for my honesty. It is, madam, no less than the honour of being permitted to pay another visit here." "Sir," replied the lady, "I make no doubt that you are a gentleman, and my doors are never shut to people of fashion." Jones then, after proper ceremonials, departed, highly to his own satisfaction, and no less to that of Sophia, who was terribly alarmed lest Lady Bellaston should discover what she knew already but too well. Upon the stairs Jones met his old acquaintance, Mrs. Honour, who, notwithstanding all she had said against him, was now so well bred to behave with great civility. This meeting proved indeed a lucky circumstance, as he communicated to her the house where he lodged, with which Sophia was unacquainted. End of Chapter 11. Tom Jones, Book 13, Chapter 12, in which the 13th book is concluded. The elegant Lord Shaftesbury somewhere objects to telling too much truth, by which it may be fairly inferred that, in some cases, to lie is not only excusable, but commendable. And surely there are no persons who may so properly challenge a right to this commendable deviation from truth as a young woman in the affair of love, for which they may plead precept, education, and above all the sanction, nay, I may say the necessity, of custom, by which they are restrained, not from submitting to the honest impulses of nature, for that would be a foolish prohibition, but from owning them. We are not, therefore, ashamed to say that our heroine now pursued the dictates of the above-mentioned right honourable philosopher. As she was perfectly satisfied then that Lady Bellaston was ignorant of the person of Jones, so she determined to keep her in that ignorance, though at the expense of a little fibbing. Jones had not been long gone before Lady Bellaston cried, "Upon my word, a good pretty young fellow. I wonder who he is, for I don't remember ever to have seen his face before." "Nor I neither, madam," cries Sophia. "I must say he behaved very handsomely in relation to my note." "Yes, and he is a very handsome fellow," said the lady. "Don't you think so?" "I did not take much notice of him," answered Sophia, "but I thought he seemed rather awkward and ungenteel than otherwise." "You are extremely right," cries Lady Bellaston. "You may see by his manner that he hath not kept good company. Nay, notwithstanding his returning your note and refusing the reward, I almost question whether he is a gentleman. I have always observed there is a something in persons well born which others can never acquire. I think I will give orders not to be at home to him." "Nay, sure, madam," answered Sophia, "one can't suspect after what he hath done. Besides, if your ladyship observed him, there was an elegance in his discourse, a delicacy, a prettiness of expression that... I confess," said Lady Bellaston, "the fellow hath words. And indeed, Sophia, you must forgive me, indeed you must." "I forgive your ladyship?" said Sophia. "Yes, indeed you must," answered she, laughing, "for I had a horrible suspicion when I first came into the room. I vow you must forgive it, but I suspected it was Mr. Jones himself." "Did your ladyship indeed?" cries Sophia, blushing and affecting a laugh. "Yes, I vow I did," answered she. "I can't imagine what put it into my head. For give the fellow his due, he was genteelly dressed, which I think, dear Sophie, is not commonly the case with your friend." "This raillery," cries Sophia, "is a little cruel, Lady Bellaston, after my promise to your ladyship." "Not at all, child," said the lady. "It would have been cruel before, but after you have promised me never to marry without your father's consent, in which you know is implied your giving up Jones, sure you can bear a little raillery on a passion which was pardonable enough in a young girl in the country, and of which you will tell me you have so entirely got the better. What must I think, my dear Sophie, if you cannot bear a little ridicule even on his dress? I shall begin to fear you are very far gone indeed, and almost question whether you have dealt ingenuously with me." "Indeed, madam," cries Sophia, "your ladyship mistakes me, if you imagine I had any concern on his account." On his account, answered the lady. You must have mistaken me. I went no farther than his dress, for I would not injure your taste by any other comparison. I don't imagine, my dear Sophie, if your Mr. Jones had been such a fellow as this. I thought, says Sophia, your ladyship had allowed him to be handsome. Whom, pray? Cried the lady hastily. Mr. Jones, answered Sophia, and immediately recollecting herself, Mr. Jones, no, I ask your pardon. I mean the gentleman who is just now here. Oh, Sophie, Sophie, cries the lady, this Mr. Jones, I am afraid, still runs in your head. Then, upon my honour, madam, said Sophia, Mr. Jones is as entirely indifferent to me as the gentleman who just now left us. Upon my honour, said Lady Bellaston, I believe it. Forgive me, therefore, a little innocent raillery, but I promise you I will never mention his name any more. And now the two ladies separated, infinitely more to the delight of Sophia than of Lady Bellaston, who would willingly have tormented her rival a little longer, had not business of more importance called her away. As for Sophia, her mind was perfectly easy under this first practice of deceit, upon which, when she retired to her chamber, she reflected with the highest uneasiness and conscious shame. Nor could the peculiar hardship of her situation and the necessity of the case at all reconcile her mind to her conduct, for the frame of her mind was too delicate to bear the thought of having been guilty of a falsehood, however qualified by circumstances. Nor did this thought once suffer her to close her eyes during the whole succeeding night.
Book 14, containing 2 days. Chapter 1. An essay to prove that an author will write the better for having some knowledge of the subject on which he writes. As several gentlemen in these times, by the wonderful force of genius only, without the least assistance of learning, perhaps, without being well able to read, have made a considerable figure in the Republic of Letters, the modern critics, I am told, have lately begun to assert that all kind of learning is entirely useless to a writer, and indeed no other than a kind of fetters on the natural sprightliness and activity of the imagination, which is thus weighed down, and prevented from soaring to those high flights which otherwise it would be able to reach. This doctrine, I am afraid, is at present carried much too far. For why should writing differ so much from all other arts? The nimbleness of a dancing master is not at all prejudiced by being taught to move, nor doth any mechanic, I believe, exercise his tools the worse by having learnt to use them. For my own part, I cannot conceive that Homer or Virgil would have writ with more fire, if instead of being masters of all the learning of their times, they had been as ignorant as most of the authors of the present age. Nor do I believe that all the imagination, fire, and judgment of Pitt could have produced those orations that have made the Senate of England in these our times a rival in eloquence to Greece and Rome, if he had not been so well read in the writings of Demosthenes and Cicero, as to have transferred their whole spirit into his speeches, and with their spirit, their knowledge too. I would not here be understood to insist on the same fund of learning in any of my brethren, as Cicero persuades us is necessary to the composition of an orator. On the contrary, very little reading is, I conceive, necessary to the poet, less to the critic, and the least of all to the politician. For the first, perhaps Bish's art of poetry, and a few of our modern poets may suffice. For the second, a moderate heap of plays, and for the last an indifferent collection of political journals. To say the truth, I require no more than that a man should have some little knowledge of the subject on which he treats, according to the old maxim of law, quam quisque norit artem in esse exerciat. With this alone a writer may sometimes do tolerably well, and indeed without this all the other learning in the world will stand him in little stead. For instance, let us suppose that Homer and Virgil, Aristotle and Cicero, Thucydides and Livy could have met all together, and have clubbed their several talents to have composed a treatise on the art of dancing. I believe it will be readily agreed that they could not have equalled the excellent treatise which Mr. Essex hath given us on that subject, entitled The Rudiments of Genteel Education. And indeed, should the excellent Mr. Broughton be prevailed on to set fist to paper, and to complete the above said rudiments by delivering down the true principle of athletics, I question whether the world will have any cause to lament that none of the great writers, either ancient or modern, have ever treated about that noble and useful art. To avoid a multiplicity of examples in so plain a case, and to come at once to my point, I am apt to conceive that one reason why so many English writers have totally failed in describing the manners of the upper life may possibly be that in reality they know nothing of it. This is a knowledge unhappily not in the power of many authors to arrive at. Books will give us a very imperfect idea of it, nor will the stage a much better. The fine gentleman formed upon reading the former will almost always turn out a pedant, and he who forms himself upon the latter a coxcomb. Nor are the characters drawn from these models better supported. Vanbrugh and Congreve copied nature, but they who copy them draw as unlike the present age as Hogarth would do if he was to paint a rout or a drum in the dresses of Titian and of Van Dyck. In short, imitation here will not do the business. The picture must be after nature herself. A true knowledge of the world is gained only by conversation, and the manners of every rank must be seen in order to be known. Now it happens that this higher order of mortals is not to be seen, like all the rest of the human species, for nothing in the streets, shops, and coffee houses. Nor are they shown like the upper rank of animals for so much apiece. In short, this is a sight to which no persons are admitted without one or other of these qualifications, viz. Either birth or fortune, or what is equivalent to both, the honourable profession of a gamester. And very unluckily for the world, persons so qualified very seldom care to take upon themselves the bad trade of writing, which is generally entered upon by the lower and poorer sort, as it is a trade which many think requires no kind of stock to set up with. Hence, those strange monsters in lace and embroidery, in silks and brocades, with vast wigs and hoops, which under the name of lords and ladies strut the stage, to the great delight of attorneys and their clerks in the pit, and of the citizens and their apprentices in the galleries, and which are no more to be found in real life than the centaur, the chimera, or any other creature of mere fiction. But to let my reader into a secret, this knowledge of upper life, though very necessary for preventing mistakes, is no very great resource to a writer whose province is comedy, or that kind of novels which, like this I am writing, is of the comic class. What Mr. Pope says of women is very applicable to most in this station, who are, indeed, so entirely made up of form and affectation that they have no character at all, at least none which appears. I will venture to say that the highest life is much the dullest, and affords very little humour or entertainment. The various callings in lower spheres produce the great variety of humorous characters, whereas here, except among the few who are engaged in the pursuit of ambition, and the fewer still who have a relish for pleasure, all is vanity and servile imitation. Dressing and cards, eating and drinking, bowing and curtsying, make up the business of their lives. Some there are, however, of this rank upon whom passion exercises its tyranny, and hurries them far beyond the bounds which decorum prescribes. Of these, the ladies are as much distinguished by their noble intrepidity, and a certain superior contempt of reputation, from the frail ones of meaner degree, as a virtuous woman of quality is by the elegance and delicacy of her sentiments from the honest wife of a yeoman and shopkeeper. Lady Bellaston was of this intrepid character, but let not my country readers conclude from her that this is the general conduct of women of fashion, or that we mean to represent them as such. They might as well suppose that every clergyman was represented by Thwackum, or every soldier by Ensign Northerton. There is not, indeed, a greater error than that which universally prevails among the vulgar, who, borrowing their opinion from some ignorant satirists, have affixed the character of lewdness to these times. On the contrary, I am convinced there never was less of love intrigue carried on among persons of condition than now. Our present women have been taught by their mothers to fix their thoughts only on ambition and vanity, and to despise the pleasures of love as unworthy their regard, and being afterwards, by the care of such mothers, married without having husbands, they seem pretty well confirmed in the justness of those sentiments, whence they content themselves, for the dull remainder of life, with the pursuit of more innocent, but I am afraid more childish amusements, the bare mention of which would ill suit with the dignity of this history. In my humble opinion, the true characteristic of the present beau monde is rather folly than vice, and the only epithet which it deserves is that of frivolous. Chapter 2. Containing letters and other matters which attend amours. Jones had not been long at home before he received the following letter. I was never more surprised than when I found you was gone. When you left the room, I little imagined you intended to have left the house without seeing me again. Your behaviour is all of a piece, and convinces me how much I ought to despise a heart which can dote upon an idiot, though I know not whether I should not admire her cunning more than her simplicity. Wonderful both! For though she understood not a word of what passed between us, yet she had the skill, the assurance, the what shall I call it, to deny to my face that she knows you, or ever saw you before. Was this a scheme laid between you? And have you been base enough to betray me? Oh, how I despise her, you, and all the world, but chiefly myself. For I dare not write what I should afterwards run mad to read. But remember, I can detest as violently as I have loved. Jones had but little time given him to reflect on this letter before a second was brought him from the same hand, and this likewise we shall set down in the precise words. When you consider the hurry of spirits in which I must have writ, you cannot be surprised at any expressions in my former note, yet perhaps on reflection they were rather too warm. At least I would, if possible, think all owing to the odious playhouse, and to the impertinence of a fool which detained me beyond my appointment. How easy it is to think well of those we love. Perhaps you desire I should think so. I have resolved to see you tonight, so come to me immediately. P.S. I have ordered to be at home to none but yourself. P.S. Mr. Jones will imagine I shall assist him in his defence, for I believe he cannot desire to impose on me more than I desire to impose on myself. P.S. Come immediately. To the men of intrigue I refer the determination whether the angry or the tender letter gave the greatest uneasiness to Jones. Certain it is, he had no violent inclination to pay any more visits that evening, unless to one single person. However, he thought his honour engaged, and had not this been motive sufficient, he would not have ventured to blow the temper of Lady Bellaston into that flame of which he had reason to think it susceptible, and of which he feared the consequence might be a discovery to Sophia, which he dreaded. After some discontented walks, therefore, about the room, he was preparing to depart, when the lady kindly prevented him, not by another letter, but by her own presence. She entered the room very disordered in her dress, and very discomposed in her looks, and threw herself into a chair, where, having recovered her breath, she said, You see, sir, when women have gone one length too far, they will stop at none. If any person would have sworn this to me a week ago, I would not have believed it of myself. I hope, madam, said Jones, my charming Lady Bellaston will be as difficult to believe anything against one who is so sensible of the many obligations she hath conferred upon him. Indeed, says she, sensible of obligations! Did I expect to hear such cold language from Mr. Jones? Pardon me, my dear angel, said he, if after the letters I have received, the terrors of your anger, though I know not how I have deserved it. And have I then, says she with a smile, so angry a countenance? Have I really brought a chiding face with me? If there be honour in man, said he, I have done nothing to merit your anger. You remember the appointment you sent me. I went in pursuance. I beseech you, cried she, do not run through the odious recital. Answer me but one question, and I shall be easy. Have you not betrayed my honour to her? Jones fell upon his knees, and began to utter the most violent protestations, when Partridge came dancing and capering into the room, like one drunk with joy, crying out, "She's found! She's found! Here, sir, here, she's here! Mrs. Honor is upon the stairs!" "Stop her a moment," cries Jones. "Here, madam, step behind the bed. I have no other room, nor closet, nor place on earth to hide you in. Sure never was so damned an accident." "Damned indeed," said the lady, as she went to her place of concealment. And presently afterwards in came Mrs. Honor. "Hey day," says she, "Mr. Jones, what's the matter? That impudent rascal, your servant, would scarce let me come upstairs. I hope he hath not the same reason to keep me from you as he had at Upton. I suppose you hardly expected to see me, but you have certainly bewitched my lady. Poor dear young lady! To be sure, I loves her as tenderly as if she was my own sister. Lord have mercy upon you if you don't make her a good husband, and to be sure, if you do not, nothing can be bad enough for you." Jones begged her only to whisper, for that there was a lady dying in the next room. "A lady!" cries she. "Ay, I suppose one of your ladies." "Oh, Mr. Jones, there are too many of them in the world. I believe we are got into the house of one, for my Lady Bellaston, I dares to say, is no better than she should be." "Hush, hush!" cries Jones. "Every word is overheard in the next room." "I don't care a farthing," cries Honor. "I speaks no scandal of anyone, but to be sure the servants make no scruple of saying as how her ladyship meets men at another place, where the house goes under the name of a poor gentlewoman. But her ladyship pays the rent, and many's the good thing besides they say she hath of her." Here Jones, after expressing the utmost uneasiness, offered to stop her mouth. "Hey day! Why sure, Mr. Jones, you will let me speak. I speaks no scandal, for I only says what I heard from others. And thinks I to myself, much good may it do the gentlewoman with her riches, if she comes by in such a wicked manner. To be sure, it is better to be poor and honest." "The servants are villains," cries Jones, "and abuse their lady unjustly." "Ay, to be sure, servants are always villains, and so my lady says, and won't hear a word of it." "No, I am convinced," says Jones. "My Sophia is above listening to such base scandal." "Nay, I believe it is no scandal neither," cries Honor. "For why should she meet men at another house? It can never be for any good. For if she had a lawful design of being courted, as to be sure any lady may lawfully give her company to men upon that account, why? Where can be the sense?" "I protest," cries Jones, "I can't hear all this of a lady of such honour, and a relation of Sophia. Besides, you will distract the poor lady in the next room. Let me entreat you to walk with me downstairs." "Nay, sir, if you won't let me speak, I have done. Here, sir, is a letter from my young lady. What would some men give to have this? But, Mr. Jones, I think you are not over and above generous, and yet I have heard some servants say, but I am sure you will do me the justice to own I never saw the colour of your money." Here Jones hastily took the letter, and presently after slipped 5 pieces into her hand. He then returned 1,000 thanks to his dear Sophia in a whisper, and begged her to leave him to read her letter. She presently departed, not without expressing much grateful sense of his generosity. Lady Bellaston now came from behind the curtain. How shall I describe her rage? Her tongue was at first incapable of utterance, but streams of fire darted from her eyes, and well indeed they might, for her heart was all in a flame. And now, as soon as her voice found way, instead of expressing any indignation against Honor or her own servants, she began to attack poor Jones. "You see," said she, "what I have sacrificed to you, my reputation, my honour gone forever, and what return have I found? Neglected, slighted for a country girl, for an idiot." "What neglect, madam, or what slight," cries Jones, "have I been guilty of?" "Mr. Jones," says she, "it is in vain to dissemble. If you will make me easy, you must entirely give her up, and as proof of your intention, show me the letter." "What letter, madam?" said Jones. "Nay, surely," said she, "you cannot have the confidence to deny your having received a letter by the hands of that trollop. And can your ladyship," cries he, "ask of me what I must part with my honour before I grant? Have I acted in such a manner by your ladyship? Could I be guilty of betraying this poor innocent girl to you? What security could you have that I should not act the same part by yourself? A moment's reflection will, I am sure, convince you that a man with whom the secrets of a lady are not safe must be the most contemptible of wretches. Very well, said she. I need not insist on your becoming this contemptible wretch in your own opinion, for the inside of the letter could inform me of nothing more than I know already. I see the footing you are upon. Here ensued a long conversation, which the reader, who is not too curious, will thank me for not inserting at length. It shall suffice, therefore, to inform him that Lady Bellaston grew more and more pacified, and at length believed, or affected to believe, his protestations, that his meeting with Sophia that evening was merely accidental, and every other matter which the reader already knows, and which, as Jones set before her in the strongest light, it is plain that she had in reality no reason to be angry with him. She was not, however, in her heart perfectly satisfied with his refusal to show her the letter. So deaf are we to the clearest reason when it argues against our prevailing passions. She was indeed well convinced that Sophia possessed the first place in Jones's affections, and yet, haughty and amorous as this lady was, she submitted at last to bear the second place, or, to express it more properly in a legal phrase, was contented with the possession of that of which another woman had the reversion. It was at length agreed that Jones should for the future visit at the house, for that Sophia, her maid, and all the servants would place these visits to the account of Sophia, and that she herself would be considered as the person imposed upon. This scheme was contrived by the lady, and highly relished by Jones, who was indeed glad to have a prospect of seeing his Sophia at any rate, and the lady herself was not a little pleased with the imposition on Sophia, which Jones, she thought, could not possibly discover to her for his own sake. The next day was appointed for the first visit, and then, after proper ceremonials, the Lady Bellaston returned home. Chapter 3. Containing various matters. Jones was no sooner alone than he eagerly broke open his letter, and read as follows. Sir, it is impossible to express what I have suffered since you left this house, and as I have reason to think you intend coming here again, I have sent Honour, though so late at night, as she tells me she knows your lodgings, to prevent you. I charge you, by all the regard you have for me, not to think of visiting here, for it will certainly be discovered. Nay, I almost doubt, from some things which have dropped from her ladyship, that she is not already without some suspicion. Something favourable perhaps may happen. We must wait with patience. But I once more entreat you, if you have any concern for my ease, do not think of returning hither. This letter administered the same kind of consolation to poor Jones which Job formerly received from his friends. Besides disappointing all the hopes which he had promised to himself from seeing Sophia, he was reduced to an unhappy dilemma with regard to Lady Bellaston. For there are some certain engagements, which, as he well knew, do very difficultly admit of any excuse for the failure, and to go, after the strict prohibition from Sophia, he was not to be forced by any human power. At length, after much deliberation, which during the night supplied the place of sleep, he determined to feign himself sick, for this suggested itself as the only means of failing the appointed visit, without incensing Lady Bellaston, which he had more than one reason of desiring to avoid. The first thing, however, which he did in the morning, was to write an answer to Sophia, which he enclosed in one to Honour. He then dispatched another to Lady Bellaston, containing the above-mentioned excuse, and to this he soon received the following answer. I am vexed that I cannot see you here this afternoon, but more concerned for the occasion. Take great care of yourself, and have the best advice, and I hope there will be no danger. I am so tormented all this morning with fools that I have scarce a moment's time to write to you. Adieu. P.S. I will endeavour to call on you this evening at 9. Be sure to be alone." Mr. Jones now received a visit from Mrs. Miller, who, after some formal introduction, began the following speech. "I am very sorry, sir, to wait upon you on such an occasion, but I hope you will consider the ill consequence which it must be to the reputation of my poor girls, if my house should once be talked of as a house of ill fame. I hope you won't think me, therefore, guilty of impertinence, if I beg you not to bring any more ladies in at that time of night. The clock had struck 2 before one of them went away." "I do assure you, madam," said Jones, "the lady who was here last night, and who stayed the latest, for the other only brought me a letter, is a woman of very great fashion, and my near relation." "I don't know what fashion she is of," answered Mrs. Miller, "but I am sure no woman of virtue, unless a very near relation indeed, would visit a young gentleman at 10 at night, and stay 4 hours in his room with him alone. Besides, sir, the behaviour of her chairmen shows what she was, for they did nothing but make jests all evening in the entry, and asked Mr. Partridge, in the hearing of my own maid, if madam intended to stay with his master all night, with a great deal of stuff not proper to be repeated. I have really a great respect for you, Mr. Jones, upon your own account. Nay, I have a very high obligation to you for your generosity to my cousin. Indeed, I did not know how very good you had been till lately. Little did I imagine to what dreadful courses the poor man's distress had driven him. Little did I think, when you gave me the 10 guineas, that you had given them to a highwayman. Oh, heavens, what goodness have you shown! How have you preserved this family! The character which Mr. Allworthy hath formerly given me of you was, I find, strictly true. And indeed, if I had no obligation to you, my obligations to him are such that on his account I should show you the utmost respect in my power. Nay, believe me, dear Mr. Jones, if my daughters and my own reputation were out of the case, I should, for your own sake, be sorry that so pretty a young gentleman should converse with these women. But if you are resolved to do it, I must beg you to take another lodging, for I do not myself like to have such things carried on under my roof, but more especially upon the account of my girls, who have little, heaven knows, besides their characters to recommend them." Jones started and changed colour at the name of Allworthy. "Indeed, Mrs. Miller," answered he, a little warmly, "I do not take this at all kind. I will never bring any slander on your house, but I must insist on seeing what company I please in my own room, and if that gives you any offence, I shall, as soon as I am able, look for another lodging." "I am sorry we must part then, sir," said she, "but I am convinced Mr. Allworthy himself would never come within my doors if he had the least suspicion of my keeping an ill house." "Very well, madam," said Jones. "I hope, sir," said she, "you are not angry, for I would not for the world offend any of Mr. Allworthy's family. I have not slept a wink all night about this matter." "I am sorry I have disturbed your rest, madam," said Jones, "but I beg you will send Partridge up to me immediately," which she promised to do, and then with a very low curtsy retired. As soon as Partridge arrived, Jones fell upon him in the most outrageous manner. "How often," said he, "am I to suffer for your folly, or rather for my own in keeping you? Is that tongue of yours resolved upon my destruction?" "What have I done, sir?" answered affrighted Partridge. "Who was it gave you authority to mention the story of the robbery, or that the man you saw here was the person?" "I, sir?" cries Partridge. "Now don't be guilty of a falsehood in denying it," said Jones. "If I did mention such a matter," answered Partridge, "I am sure I thought no harm, for I should not have opened my lips if it had not been to his own friends and relations, who, I imagined, would have let it go no farther." "But I have a much heavier charge against you," cries Jones, "than this. How durst you, after all the precautions I gave you, mention the name of Mr. Allworthy in this house?" Partridge denied that he ever had, with many oaths. "How else," said Jones, "should Mrs. Miller be acquainted that there was any connection between him and me? And it is but this moment she told me she respected me on his account." "O Lord, sir," said Partridge, "I desire only to be heard out, and to be sure, never was anything so unfortunate. Hear me but out, and you will own how wrongfully you have accused me. When Mrs. Honor came downstairs last night, she met me in the entry and asked me when my master had heard from Mr. Allworthy. And to be sure, Mrs. Miller heard the very words. And the moment Madam Honor was gone, she called me into the parlour to her. Mr. Partridge, says she, what Mr. Allworthy is it that the gentlewoman mentioned? Is it the great Mr. Allworthy of Somersetshire? Upon my word, madam, says I know nothing of the matter. Sure, says she, your master is not the Mr. Jones I have heard Mr. Allworthy talk of? Upon my word, madam, says I know nothing of the matter. Then, says she, turning to her daughter Nancy, says she, as sure as tenpence, this is the very young gentleman, and he agrees exactly with the squire's description. The Lord above knows who it was told her, for I am the arrantest villain that ever walked upon two legs if ever it came out of my mouth. I promise you, sir, I can keep a secret when I am desired. Nay, sir, so far was I from telling her anything about Mr. Allworthy, that I told her the very direct contrary. For though I did not contradict it at that moment, yet as second thoughts, they say, are best. So when I came to consider that somebody must have informed her, thinks I to myself, I will put an end to the story. And so I went back again into the parlour some time afterwards, and says I, upon my word, says I, whoever, says I, told you that this gentleman was Mr. Jones, that is, says I, that this Mr. Jones was that Mr. Jones, told you a confounded lie. And I beg, says I, you will never mention any such matter, says I, for my master, says I, will think I must have told you so, and I defy anybody in the house ever to say I mentioned any such word. To be certain, sir, it is a wonderful thing, and I have been thinking with myself ever since how it was she came to know it. Not but I saw an old woman here t'other day a-begging at the door, who looked as like her we saw in Warwickshire, that caused all that mischief to us. To be sure, it is never good to pass by an old woman without giving her something, especially if she looks at you. For all the world shall never persuade me but that they have a great power to do mischief, and to be sure I shall never see an old woman again, but I shall think to myself, infandum regina, ubes renovare dolorum. The simplicity of Partridge set Jones a-laughing, and put a final end to his anger, which had indeed seldom any long duration in his mind. And instead of commenting on his defence, he told him he intended presently to leave those lodgings, and ordered him to go and endeavour to get him others. Chapter 4, which we hope will be very attentively perused by young people of both sexes. Partridge had no sooner left Mr. Jones than Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted a great intimacy, came to him, and after a short salutation said, So, Tom, I hear you had company very late last night. Upon my soul, you are a happy fellow, who have not been in town above a fortnight, and can keep chairs waiting at your door till 2 in the morning. He then ran on with much commonplace raillery of the same kind, till Jones at last interrupted him, saying, I suppose you have received all this information from Mrs. Miller, who hath been up here a little while ago to give me warning. The good woman is afraid, it seems, of the reputation of her daughters. Oh, she is wonderfully nice, says Nightingale. Upon that account, if you remember, she would not let Nancy go with us to the masquerade. Nay, upon my honour, I think she's in the right of it, says Jones. However, I have taken her at her word, and have sent Partridge to look for another lodging. If you will, says Nightingale, we may, I believe, be again together, for to tell you a secret, which I desire you won't mention in the family, I intend to quit the house to-day. What, hath Mrs. Miller given you warning too, my friend? Cries Jones. No, answered the other, but the rooms are not convenient enough. Besides, I am grown weary of this part of the town. I want to be nearer the places of diversion, so I am going to Pall Mall. And do you intend to make a secret of your going away? Said Jones. I promise you, answered Nightingale, I don't intend to bilk my lodgings, but I have a private reason for not taking a formal leave. Not so private, answered Jones. I promise you I have seen it ever since the second day of my coming to the house. Here will be some wet eyes on your departure. Poor Nancy, I pity her faith. Indeed, Jack, you have played the fool with that girl. You have given her a longing which I am afraid nothing will ever cure her of. Nightingale answered, What the devil would you have me do? Would you have me marry her to cure her? No, answered Jones. "I would not have had you make love to her, as you have often done in my presence. I have been astonished at the blindness of her mother in never seeing it." "Pah, see it!" cries Nightingale. "What the devil should she see?" "Why, see," said Jones, "that you have made her daughter distractedly in love with you. The poor girl cannot conceal it a moment. Her eyes are never off from you, and she always colours every time you come into the room. Indeed, I pity her heartily, for she seems to be one of the best-natured and honestest of human creatures." "And so," answered Nightingale, "according to your doctrine, one must not amuse oneself by any common gallantries with women, for fear they should fall in love with us." "Indeed, Jack," said Jones, "you wilfully misunderstand me. I do not fancy women are so apt to fall in love, but you have gone far beyond common gallantries." "What, do you suppose," says Nightingale, "that we have been abed together?" "No, upon my honour," answered Jones, very seriously. "I do not suppose so ill of you. Nay, I will go farther. I do not imagine you have laid a regular premeditated scheme for the destruction of the quiet of a poor little creature, or have even foreseen the consequence. For I am sure thou art a very good-natured fellow, and such a one can never be guilty of a cruelty of that kind. But at the same time you have pleased your own vanity, without considering that this poor girl was made a sacrifice to it, and while you have had no design but of amusing an idle hour, you have actually given her reason to flatter herself that you had the most serious designs in her favour. Prithee, Jack, answer me honestly. To what have tended all those elegant and luscious descriptions of happiness arising from violent and mutual fondness, all those warm professions of tenderness, and generous disinterested love? Did you imagine she would not apply them? Or, speak ingenuously, did you not intend she should?" "Upon my soul, Tom," cries Nightingale, "I did not think this was in thee. Thou wilt make an admirable parson. So I suppose you would not go to bed to Nancy now, if she would let you?" "No," cries Jones, "may I be damned if I would." Tom, answered Nightingale, "last night, remember last night, when every eye was closed, and the pale moon and silent stars shone conscious of the theft?" "Look'ee, Mr. Nightingale," said Jones, "I am no canting hypocrite, nor do I pretend to the gift of chastity more than my neighbours. I have been guilty with women, I own it, but am not conscious that I have ever injured any. Nor would I, to procure pleasure to myself, be knowingly the cause of misery to any human being." Well, said Nightingale, "I believe you, and I am convinced you acquit me of any such thing." "I do from my heart," answered Jones, "of having debauched the girl, but not from having gained her affections." "If I have," said Nightingale, "I am sorry for it. But time and absence will soon wear off such impressions. It is a receipt I must take myself, for to confess the truth to you, I never liked any girl half so much in my whole life. But I must let you into the whole secret, Tom. My father hath provided a match for me with a woman I never saw, and she is now coming to town in order for me to make my addresses to her." At these words Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter, when Nightingale cried, "Nay, prithee, don't turn me into ridicule. The devil take me if I'm not half mad about this matter. My poor Nancy! Oh, Jones, I wish I had a fortune in my own possession." "I heartily wish you had," cries Jones, "for if this be the case, I sincerely pity you both. But surely you don't intend to go away without taking your leave of her?" "I would not," answered Nightingale, "undergo the pain of taking leave for £10,000. Besides, I am convinced, instead of answering any good purpose, it would only serve to inflame my poor Nancy the more. I beg you, therefore, you would not mention a word of it today, and in the evening or tomorrow morning I intend to depart." Jones promised he would not, and said, upon reflection, he thought, as he had determined and was obliged to leave her, he took the most prudent method. He then told Nightingale he should be very glad to lodge in the same house with him, and it was accordingly agreed between them that Nightingale should procure him either the ground floor or the 2 pair of stairs, for the young gentleman himself was to occupy that which was between them. This nightingale, of whom we shall be presently obliged to say a little more, was in the ordinary transactions of life a man of strict honour, and what is more rare among young gentlemen of the town, one of strict honesty too. Yet in affairs of love he was somewhat loose in his morals. Not that he was even here as void of principle as gentlemen sometimes are, and oftener affect to be, but it is certain he had been guilty of some indefensible treachery to women, and had, in a certain mystery called making love, practised many deceits, which, if he had used in trade, he would have been counted the greatest villain upon earth. But as the world, I know not well for what reason, agreed to see this treachery in a better light, he was so far from being ashamed of his iniquities of this kind, that he gloried in them, and would often boast of his skill in gaining of women, and his triumphs over their hearts, for which he had before this time received some rebukes from Jones, who always expressed great bitterness against any misbehaviour to the fair part of the species, who, if considered, he said, as they ought to be, in the light of the dearest friends, were to be cultivated, honoured, and caressed with the utmost love and tenderness, but if regarded as enemies, were a conquest of which a man ought rather to be ashamed than to value himself upon it. Chapter 5. A short account of the history of Mrs. Miller. Jones this day ate a pretty good dinner for a sick man, that is to say, the larger half of a shoulder of mutton. In the afternoon he received an invitation from Mrs. Miller to drink tea, for that good woman, having learnt either by means of Partridge, or by some other means natural or supernatural, that he had a connection with Mr. Allworthy, could not endure the thoughts of parting with him in an angry manner. Jones accepted the invitation, and no sooner was the tea-kettle removed and the girls sent out of the room than the widow, without much preface, began as follows. Well, there are very surprising things happen in this world, but certainly it is a wonderful business that I should have a relation of Mr. Allworthy in my house, and to never know anything of the matter. Alas, sir, you little imagine what a friend that best of gentlemen hath been to me and mine. Yes, sir, I am not ashamed to own it. It is owing to his goodness that I did not long since perish for want, and leave my poor little wretches, too destitute, helpless, friendless orphans, to the care, or rather to the cruelty, of the world. You must know, sir, though I am now reduced to get my living by letting lodgings, I was born and bred a gentlewoman. My father was an officer of the army, and died in a considerable rank. But he lived up to his pay, and as that expired with him, his family at his death became beggars. We were 3 sisters. One of us had the good luck to die soon after of the smallpox. A lady was so kind as to take the second out of charity, as she said, to wait upon her. The mother of this lady had been a servant to my grandmother, and having inherited a vast fortune from her father, which he had got by pawnbroking, was married to a gentleman of great estate and fashion. She used my sister so barbarously, often upbraiding her with her birth and poverty, calling her in derision a gentlewoman, that I believe she at length broke the heart of the poor girl. In short, she likewise died within a 12-month after my father. Fortune thought proper to provide better for me, and within a month from his decease I was married to a clergyman, who had been my lover a long time before, and who had been very ill used by my father on that account. For though my poor father could not give any of us a shilling, yet he bred us up as delicately, considered us, and would have had us consider ourselves as highly as if we had been the richest heiresses. But my dear husband forgot all this usage, and the moment we were become fatherless he immediately renewed his addresses to me so warmly that I, who always liked, and now more than ever esteemed him, soon complied. 5 years did I live in a state of perfect happiness with that best of men, till at last, oh, cruel, cruel fortune that ever separated us, that deprived me of the kindest of husbands, and my poor girls of the tenderest parent. Oh, my poor girls! You never knew the blessing which he lost. I am ashamed, Mr. Jones, of this womanish weakness, but I shall never mention him without tears." "I ought rather, madam," said Jones, "to be ashamed that I do not accompany you." "Well, sir," continued she, "I was now left a second time in a much worse condition than before. Besides the terrible affliction I was to encounter, I had now 2 children to provide for, and was, if possible, more penniless than ever, when that great, that good, that glorious man, Mr. Allworthy, who had some little acquaintance with my husband, accidentally heard of my distress, and immediately writ this letter to me. Here, sir, here it is. I put it into my pocket to show it to you. This is the letter, sir. I must and will read it to you. Madam, I heartily condole with you on your late grievous loss, which your own good sense, and the excellent lessons you must have learnt from the worthiest of men will better enable you to bear than any advice which I am capable of giving. Nor have I any doubt that you, whom I have heard to be the tenderest of mothers, will suffer any immoderate indulgence of grief to prevent you from discharging your duty to those poor infants, who now alone stand in need of your tenderness. However, as you must be supposed at present to be incapable of much worldly consideration, you will pardon my having ordered a person to wait on you, and to pay you 20 guineas, which I beg you will accept till I have the pleasure of seeing you, and believe me to be, madam, etc. This letter, sir, I received within a fortnight after the irreparable loss I have mentioned. And within a fortnight afterwards, Mr. Allworthy, the blessed Mr. Allworthy, came to pay me a visit, when he placed me in the house where you now see me, gave me a large sum of money to furnish it, and settled an annuity of £50 a year upon me, which I have constantly received ever since. Judge then, Mr. Jones, in what regard I must hold a benefactor, to whom I owe the preservation of my life, and of those dear children, for whose sake alone my life is valuable. Do not, therefore, think me impertinent, Mr. Jones, since I must esteem one for whom I know Mr. Allworthy hath so much value, if I beg you not to converse with these wicked women. You are a young gentleman, and do not know half their artful wiles. Do not be angry with me, sir, for what I said upon account of my house. You must be sensible it would be the ruin of my poor dear girls. Besides, sir, you cannot but be acquainted that Mr. Allworthy himself would never forgive my conniving at such matters, and particularly with you. Upon my word, madam, said Jones, you need make no farther apology, nor do I in the least take anything ill you have said. But give me leave, as no one can have more value than myself for Mr. Allworthy, to deliver you from one mistake, which perhaps would not be altogether for his honour. I do assure you I am no relation of his. Alas, sir, answered she, I know you are not. I know very well who you are, for Mr. Allworthy hath told me all. But I do assure you, had you been 20 times his son, he could not have expressed more regard for you than he hath often expressed in my presence. You need not be ashamed, sir, of what you are. I promise you no good person will esteem you the less on that account. No, Mr. Jones, the words dishonourable birth are nonsense, as my dear, dear husband used to say, unless the word dishonourable be applied to the parents, for the children can derive no real dishonour from an act of which they are entirely innocent. Here Jones heaved a deep sigh, and then said, Since I perceive, madam, you really do know me, and Mr. Allworthy hath thought proper to mention my name to you, and since you have been so explicit with me as to your own affairs, I will acquaint you with some more circumstances concerning myself. And these Mrs. Miller having expressed great desire and curiosity to hear, he began and related to her his whole history, without once mentioning the name of Sophia. There is a kind of sympathy in honest minds, by means of which they give an easy credit to each other. Mrs. Miller believed all which Jones told her to be true, and expressed much pity and concern for him. She was beginning to comment on the story, but Jones interrupted her, for as the hour of assignation now drew nigh, he began to stipulate for a second interview with the lady that evening, which he promised should be the last at her house, swearing at the same time that she was one of great distinction, and that nothing but what was entirely innocent was to pass between them, and I do firmly believe he intended to keep his word. Mrs. Miller was at length prevailed on, and Jones departed to his chamber, where he sat alone till 12 o'clock, but no Lady Bellaston appeared. As we have said that this lady had a great affection for Jones, and as it must have appeared that she really had so, the reader may perhaps wonder at the first failure of her appointment, as she apprehended him to be confined by sickness, a season when friendship seems most to require such visits. This behaviour, therefore, in the lady may by some be condemned as unnatural, but that is not our fault, for our business is only to record truth. Chapter 6, containing a scene which we doubt not will affect all our readers. Mr. Jones closed not his eyes during all the former part of the night, not owing to any uneasiness which he conceived at being disappointed by Lady Bellaston, nor was Sophia herself, though most of his waking hours were justly to be charged to her account, the present cause of dispelling his slumbers. In fact, poor Jones was one of the best-natured fellows alive, and had all that weakness which is called compassion, and which distinguishes this imperfect character from that noble firmness of mind, which rolls a man, as it were, within himself, and like a polished bull, enables him to run through the world without being once stopped by the calamities which happen to others. He could not help, therefore, compassionating the situation of poor Nancy, whose love for Mr. Nightingale seemed to him so apparent that he was astonished at the blindness of her mother, who had more than once, the preceding evening, remarked to him the great change in the temper of her daughter, who from being, she said, one of the liveliest, merriest girls in the world, was on a sudden become all gloom and melancholy. Sleep, however, at length got the better of all resistance, and now, as if he had already been a deity, as the Antients imagined, and an offended one too, he seemed to enjoy his dear-bought conquest. To speak simply, and without any metaphor, Mr. Jones slept till 11 the next morning, and would perhaps have continued in the same quiet situation much longer, had not a violent uproar awakened him. Partridge was now summoned, who being asked what was the matter, answered, that there was a dreadful hurricane below stairs, that Miss Nancy was in fits, and that the other sister and the mother were both crying and lamenting over her. Jones expressed much concern at this news, which Partridge endeavoured to relieve by saying with a smile, he fancied the young lady was in no danger of death, for that Susan, which was the name of the maid, had given him to understand it was nothing more than a common affair. In short, said he, Miss Nancy hath had a mind to be as wise as her mother, that's all. She was a little hungry, it seems, and so sat down to dinner before grace was said, and so there is a child coming for the Foundling Hospital. Prithee, leave thy stupid jesting, cries Jones. Is the misery of these poor wretches a subject of mirth? Go immediately to Mrs. Miller, and tell her I beg leave. Stay, you will make some blunder, I will go myself, for she desired me to breakfast with her. He then rose and dressed himself as fast as he could, and while he was dressing, Partridge, notwithstanding many severe rebukes, could not avoid throwing forth certain pieces of brutality, commonly called jests, on this occasion. Jones was no sooner dressed than he walked downstairs, and knocking at the door, was presently admitted by the maid into the outward parlour, which was as empty of company as it was of any apparatus for eating. Mrs. Miller was in the inner room with her daughter, whence the maid presently brought a message to Mr. Jones, that her mistress hoped he would excuse the disappointment, but an accident had happened which made it impossible for her to have the pleasure of his company at breakfast that day, and begged his pardon for not sending him up notice sooner. Jones desired she would give herself no trouble about anything so trifling as his disappointment, that he was heartily sorry for the occasion, and that if he could be of any service to her, she might command him. He had scarce spoke these words, when Mrs. Miller, who heard them all, suddenly threw open the door, and coming out to him in a flood of tears, said, "Oh, Mr. Jones, you are certainly one of the best young men alive. I give you 1,000 thanks for your kind offer of your service. But alas, sir, it is out of your power to preserve my poor girl. Oh, my child, she is undone, she is ruined forever. I hope, madam, said Jones, no villain— Oh, Mr. Jones, said she, that villain who yesterday left my lodgings hath betrayed my poor girl, hath destroyed her. I know you are a man of honour. You have a good, a noble heart, Mr. Jones. The actions to which I have been myself a witness could proceed from no other. I will tell you all. Nay, indeed, it is impossible after what hath happened to keep it a secret. That nightingale, that barbarous villain, hath undone my daughter. She's— oh, Mr. Jones, my girl is with child by him, and in that condition he hath deserted her. Here, sir, is his cruel letter. Read it, Mr. Jones, and tell me if such another monster lives. The letter was as follows. Dear Nancy, as I found it impossible to mention to you what, I am afraid, will be no less shocking to you than it is to me, I have taken this method to inform you that my father insists upon my immediately paying my addresses to a young lady of fortune, whom he hath provided for my— I need not write the detested word. Your own good understanding will make you sensible how entirely I am obliged to an obedience, by which I shall be forever excluded from your dear arms. The fondness of your mother may encourage you to trust her with the unhappy consequence of our love, which may be easily kept secret from the world, and for which I will take care to provide, as I will for you. I wish you may feel less on this account than I have suffered, but summon all your fortitude to your assistance, and forgive and forget the man whom nothing but the prospect of certain ruin could have forced to write this letter. I bid you forget me. I mean only as a lover, but the best of friends you shall ever find in your faithful, though unhappy, J.N. When Jones had read this letter, they both stood silent during a minute, looking at each other, and at last he began thus. I cannot express, madam, how much I am shocked at what I have read. Yet let me beg you, in one particular, to take the writer's advice. Consider the reputation of your daughter. It is gone, it is lost, Mr. Jones, cried she, as well as her innocence. She received the letter in a room full of company, and immediately swooning away upon opening it, the contents were known to everyone present. But the loss of her reputation, bad as it is not the worst. I shall lose my child. She hath attempted twice to destroy herself already, and though she hath been hitherto prevented, vow she will not outlive it, nor could I myself outlive any accident of that nature. What then will become of my little Betsy, a helpless infant orphan? And the poor little wretch will, I believe, break her heart at the miseries with which she sees her sister and myself distracted, while she is ignorant of the cause. Oh, 'tis the most sensible and best-natured little thing. The barbarous cruel hath destroyed us all. Oh, my poor children, is this the reward of all my cares? Is this the fruit of all my prospects? Have I so cheerfully undergone all the labours and duties of a mother? Have I been so tender of their infancy, so careful of their education? Have I been toiling so many years, denying myself even the conveniences of life, to provide some little sustenance for them, to lose one or both in such a matter? Indeed, madam, said Jones with tears in his eyes, I pity you from my soul. Oh, Mr. Jones, answered she, even you, though I know the goodness of your heart, can have no idea of what I feel. The best, the kindest, the most dutiful of children. Oh, my poor Nancy, the darling of my soul, the delight of my eyes, the pride of my heart, too much indeed my pride, for to those foolish, ambitious hopes arising from her beauty I owe her ruin. Alas, I saw with pleasure the liking which this young man had for her. I thought it an honourable affection, and flattered my foolish vanity with the thoughts of seeking her married to one so much her superior. And 1,000 times in my presence, nay, often in yours, he hath endeavoured to soothe and encourage these hopes by the most generous expressions of disinterested love, which he hath always directed to my poor girl, and which I, as well as she, believe to be real. Could I have believed that these were only snares laid to betray the innocence of my child, and for the ruin of us all?" At these words little Betsy came running into the room crying, "Dear mamma, for heaven's sakes, come to my sister, for she is in another fit, and my cousin can't hold her." Mrs. Miller immediately obeyed the summons, but first ordered Betsy to stay with Mr. Jones, and begged him to entertain her a few minutes, saying in the most pathetic voice, "Good heaven, let me preserve one of my children at least." Jones, in compliance with this request, did all he could to comfort the little girl, though he was in reality himself very highly affected with Mrs. Miller's story. He told her her sister would be soon very well again, that by taking on in that manner she would not only make her sister worse, but make her mother ill too. "Indeed, sir," says she, "I would not do anything to hurt them for the world. I would burst my heart rather than that they should see me cry. But my poor sister can't see me cry. I am afraid she will never be able to see me cry any more. Indeed, I can't part with her. Indeed, I can't. And then poor mamma, too, what will become of her? She says she will die, too, and leave me. But I am resolved I won't be left behind." "And are you not afraid to die, my little Betsy?" said Jones. "Yes," answered she. "I was always afraid to die, because I must have left my mamma and my sister. But I am not afraid of going anywhere with those I love." Jones was so pleased with this answer that he eagerly kissed the child, and soon after Mrs. Miller returned, saying, "She thanked heaven Nancy was now come to herself. And now, Betsy," says she, "you may go in, for your sister is better and longs to see you." She then turned to Jones, and began to renew her apologies for having disappointed him of his breakfast. "I hope, madam," said Jones, "I shall have a more exquisite repast than any you could have provided for me. This, I assure you, will be the case if I can do any service to this little family of love. But whatever success may attend my endeavours, I am resolved to attempt it. I am very much deceived in Mr. Nightingale if, notwithstanding what hath happened, he hath not much goodness of heart at the bottom, as well as a very violent affection for your daughter. If this be the case, I think the picture which I shall lay before him will affect him. Endeavour, madam, to comfort yourself, and Miss Nancy, as well as you can. I will go instantly in quest of Mr. Nightingale, and I hope to bring you good news." Mrs. Miller fell upon her knees and invoked all the blessings of heaven upon Mr. Jones, to which she afterwards added the most passionate expressions of gratitude. He then departed to find Mr. Nightingale, and the good woman returned to comfort her daughter, who was somewhat cheered at what her mother told her, and both joined in resounding the praises of Mr. Jones. Chapter 7. The Interview between Mr. Jones and Mr. Nightingale. The good or evil we confer on others very often, I believe, recoils on ourselves. For as men of a benign disposition enjoy their own acts of beneficence equally with those to whom they are done, so there are scarce any natures so entirely diabolical as to be capable of doing injuries, without paying themselves some pangs for the ruin which they bring on their fellow creatures. Mr. Nightingale, at least, was not such a person. On the contrary, Jones found him in his new lodgings, sitting melancholy by the fire, and silently lamenting the unhappy situation in which he had placed poor Nancy. He no sooner saw his friend appear than he arose hastily to meet him, and after much congratulation said, "Nothing could be more opportune than this kind visit, for I was never more in the spleen in my life." "I am sorry," answered Jones, "that I bring news very unlikely to relieve you. Nay, what I am convinced must, of all others, shock you the most. However, it is necessary you should know it. Without further preface, then, I come to you, Mr. Nightingale, from a worthy family, which you have involved in misery and ruin." Mr. Nightingale changed colour at these words, but Jones, without regarding it, proceeded, in the liveliest manner, to paint the tragical story with which the reader was acquainted in the last chapter. Nightingale never once interrupted the narration, though he discovered violent emotions at many parts of it. But when it was concluded, After fetching a deep sigh, he said, "What you tell me, my friend, affects me in the tenderest manner. Sure there never was so cursed an accident as the poor girl's betraying my letter. Her reputation might otherwise have been safe, and the affair might have remained a profound secret. And then the girl might have gone off never the worse, for many such things happen in this town, and if the husband should suspect a little when it is too late, it will be his wiser conduct to conceal his suspicion both from his wife and the world." "Indeed, my friend," answered Jones, "this could not have been the case with your poor Nancy. You have so entirely gained her affections that it is the loss of you, and not of her reputation, which afflicts her, and will end in the destruction of her and her family." "Nay, for that matter, I promise you," cries Nightingale, "she hath my affections so absolutely, that my wife, whoever she is to be, will have very little share in them." "And is it possible, then," said Jones, "you can think of deserting her?" "Why, what can I do?" answered the other. "Ask Miss Nancy," replied Jones warmly. "In the condition to which you have reduced her, I sincerely think she ought to determine what reparation you shall make her. Her interest alone, and not yours, ought to be your sole consideration. But if you ask me what you shall do, what can you do less, cries Jones, than fulfill the expectations of her family and her own? Nay, I sincerely tell you they were mine too, ever since I first saw you together. You will pardon me if I presume on the friendship you have favoured me with, moved as I am with compassion for those poor creatures. But your own heart will best suggest to you whether you have never intended by your conduct to persuade the mother as well as the daughter into an opinion that you designed honourably. And if so, though there may have been no direct promise of marriage in the case, I will leave to your own good understanding how far you are bound to proceed." "Nay, I must not only confess what you have hinted," said Nightingale, "but I am afraid even that very promise you mention I have given." "And can you, after owning that," said Jones, "hesitate a moment?" "Consider, my friend," answered the other. "I know you are a man of honour, and would advise no one to act contrary to its rules. If there were no other objection, can I, after this publication of her disgrace, think of such an alliance with honour?" "Undoubtedly," replied Jones, "and the very best and truest honour, which is goodness, requires it of you. As you mention a scruple of this kind, you will give me leave to examine it. Can you with honour be guilty of having under false pretences deceived a young woman and her family, and of having by these means treacherously robbed her of her innocence? Can you, with honour, be the knowing, the wilful occasion, nay, the artful contriver of the ruin of a human being? Can you, with honour, destroy the fame, the peace, nay, probably both the life and soul too of this creature? Can honour bear the thought that this creature is a tender, helpless, defenceless young woman, a young woman who loves, who dotes on you, who dies for you, who hath placed the utmost confidence in your promises, and to that confidence hath sacrificed everything which is dear to her? Can honour support such contemplations as these a moment?" "Common sense indeed," said Nightingale, "warrants all you say, but yet you well know the opinion of the world is so contrary to it, that was I to marry a whore, though my own, I should be ashamed of ever showing my face again." "Fie upon it, Mr. Nightingale," said Jones, "do not call her by so ungenerous a name. When you promised to marry her she became your wife, and she hath sinned more against prudence than virtue. And what is this world which you would be ashamed to face but the vile, the foolish, and the profligate? Forgive me if I say such a shame must proceed from false modesty, which always attends false honour as its shadow. But I am well assured there is not a man of real sense and goodness in the world who would not honour and applaud the action. But admit no other would not your own heart, my friend, applaud it? And do not the warm, rapturous sensations which we feel from the consciousness of an honest, noble, generous, benevolent action convey more delight to the mind than the undeserved praise of millions? Set the alternative fairly before your eyes. On the one side, see this poor, unhappy, tender, believing girl in the arms of her wretched mother, breathing her last. Hear her breaking heart in agonies, sighing out your name, and lamenting rather than accusing the cruelty which weighs her down to destruction. Paint to your imagination the circumstances of her fond, despairing parent, driven to madness, or perhaps to death, by the loss of her lovely daughter. View the poor, helpless, orphan infant, and when your mind hath dwelt a moment only on such ideas, consider yourself as the cause of all the ruin of this poor, little, worthy, defenceless family. On the other side, consider yourself as relieving them from their temporary sufferings. Think with what joy, with what transports that lovely creature will fly to your arms. See her blood returning to her pale cheeks, her fire to her languid eyes, and raptures to her tortured breast. Consider the exultations of her mother, the happiness of all. Think of this little family made by one act of yours completely happy. Think of this alternative, and sure I am mistaken in my friend if it requires any long deliberation whether he will sink these wretches down forever, or by one generous, noble resolution raise them all from the brink of misery and despair to the highest pitch of human happiness. Add to this but one consideration more, the consideration that it is your duty so to do, that the misery from which you will relieve these poor people is the misery which you yourself have wilfully brought upon them. "Oh, my dear friend," cries Nightingale, "I wanted not your eloquence to rouse me. I pity poor Nancy from my soul, and would willingly give anything in my power that no familiarities had ever passed between us. Nay, believe me, I had many struggles with my passion before I could prevail with myself to write that cruel letter, which hath caused all the misery in that unhappy family. If I had no inclinations to consult but my own, I would marry her tomorrow morning. I would, by heaven! But you will easily imagine how impossible it would be to prevail on my father to consent to such a match. Besides, he hath provided another for me, and tomorrow, by his express command, I am to wait on the lady." "I have not the honour to know your father," said Jones, "but suppose he could be persuaded. Would you yourself consent to the only means of preserving these poor people?" "As eagerly as I would pursue my happiness," answered Nightingale, "for I never shall find it in any other woman. Oh, my dear friend! Could you imagine what I have felt within these 12 hours for my poor girl, I am convinced she would not engross all your pity. Passion leads me only to her, and if I had any foolish scruples of honour, you have fully satisfied them. Could my father be induced to comply with my desires, nothing would be wanting to complete my own happiness or that of my Nancy." "Then I am resolved to undertake it," said Jones. "You must not be angry with me, in whatever light it may be necessary to set this affair, which, you may depend on it, could not otherwise be long hid from him. For things of this nature make a quick progress when once they get abroad, as this unhappily hath already. Besides, should any fatal accident follow, as upon my soul I am afraid will, unless immediately prevented, the public would ring of your name in a manner which, if your father hath common humanity, must offend him. If you will therefore tell me where I may find the old gentleman, I will not lose a moment in the business, which while I pursue, you cannot do a more generous action than by paying a visit to the poor girl. You will find I have not exaggerated in the account I have given of the wretchedness of the family." Nightingale immediately consented to the proposal, and now, having acquainted Jones with his father's lodging, and the coffee-house where he would most probably find him, he hesitated a moment, and then said, "My dear Tom, you are going to undertake an impossibility. If you knew my father, you would never think of obtaining his consent. Stay, there is one way. Suppose you told him I was already married. It might be easier to reconcile him to the fact after it was done. And upon my honour, I am so affected with what you have said, and I love my Nancy so passionately, I almost wish it was done, whatever might be the consequence." Jones greatly approved the hint, and promised to pursue it. They then separated, Nightingale to visit his Nancy, and Jones in quest of the old gentleman. Chapter 8. What passed between Jones and old Mr. Nightingale, with the arrival of a person not yet mentioned in this history. Notwithstanding the sentiment of the Roman satirist, which denies the divinity of fortune, and the opinion of Seneca to the same purpose, Cicero, who was, I believe, a wiser man than either of them, expressly holds the contrary, And certain it is, there are some incidents in life so very strange and unaccountable, that it seems to require more than human skill and foresight in producing them. Of this kind was what now happened to Jones, who found Mr. Nightingale the elder in so critical a minute that fortune, if she was really worthy of all the worship she received at Rome, could not have contrived such another. In short, the old gentleman, and the father of the young lady whom he intended for his son, had been hard at it for many hours, and the latter was just now gone, and had left the former delighted with the thoughts that he had succeeded in a long contention, which had been between the two fathers of the future bride and bridegroom, in which both endeavoured to overreach the other, and, as it not rarely happens in such cases, both had retreated fully satisfied of having obtained the victory. This gentleman, whom Mr. Jones now visited, was what they call a man of the world, that is to say, a man who directs his conduct in this world as one who, being fully persuaded there is no other, is resolved to make the most of this. In his early years he had been bred to trade, but having acquired a very good fortune, he had lately declined his business, or to speak more properly, had changed it from dealing in goods to dealing only in money, of which he had always a plentiful fund at command, and of which he knew very well how to make a very plentiful advantage, sometimes of the necessities of private men, and sometimes of those of the public. He had indeed conversed so entirely with money that it may be almost doubted whether he imagined there was any other thing really existing in the world. This at least may be certainly averred, that he firmly believed nothing else to have any real value. The reader will, I fancy, allow that fortune could not have culled out a more improper person for Mr. Jones to attack with any probability of success, nor could the whimsical lady have directed this attack at a more unseasonable time. As money then was always uppermost in this gentleman's thoughts, so the moment he saw a stranger within his doors, it immediately occurred to his imagination that such stranger was either come to bring him money or to fetch it from him. And according as one or other of these thoughts prevailed, he conceived a favourable or unfavourable idea of the person who approached him. Unluckily for Jones, the latter of these was the ascendant at present, for as a young gentleman had visited him the day before, with a bill from his son for a play debt, he apprehended, at the first sight of Jones, that he was come on such another errand. Jones, therefore, had no sooner told him that he was come on his son's account, than the old gentleman, being confirmed in his suspicion, burst forth into an exclamation, that he would lose his labour. "Is it then possible, sir," answered Jones, "that you can guess my business?" "If I do guess it," replied the other, "I repeat again to you, you will lose your labour. What, I suppose you are one of those sparks who lead my son into all those scenes of riot and debauchery, which will be his destruction. But I shall pay no more of his bills, I promise you. I expect he will quit all such company for the future. If I had imagined otherwise, I should not have provided a wife for him, for I would be instrumental in the ruin of nobody." "How, sir?" said Jones. "And was this lady of your providing?" "Pray, sir," answered the old gentleman, "how comes it to be any concern of yours?" "Nay, dear sir," replied Jones, "be not offended that I interest myself in what regards your son's happiness, for whom I have so great an honour and value. It was upon that very account I came to wait upon you. I can't express the satisfaction you have given me by what you say, for I do assure you your son is a person for whom I have the highest honour. Nay, sir, it is not easy to express the esteem I have for you, who could be so generous, so good, so kind, so indulgent to provide such a match for your son, a woman who, I dare swear, will make him one of the happiest men upon earth." There is scarce anything which so happily introduces men to our good liking, as having conceived some alarm at their first appearance. When once those apprehensions begin to vanish, we soon forget the fears which they occasioned, and look on ourselves as indebted for our present ease to those very persons who at first raised our fears. Thus it happened to Nightingale, who no sooner found that Jones had no demand on him, as he suspected, than he began to be pleased with his presence. "Pray, good sir," said he, "be pleased to sit down. I do not remember to have ever had the pleasure of seeing you before. But if you are a friend of my son, and have anything to say concerning this young lady, I shall be glad to hear you. As to her making him happy, it will be his own fault if she doth not. I have discharged my duty in taking care of the main article. She will bring him a fortune capable of making any reasonable, prudent, sober man happy. Undoubtedly, cries Jones, for she is in herself a fortune, so beautiful, so genteel, so sweet-tempered, and so well educated. She is indeed a most accomplished young lady, sings admirably well, and hath a most delicate hand at the harpsichord. I did not know any of these matters, answered the old gentleman, for I never saw the lady. But I do not like her the worse for what you tell me, and I am the better pleased with her father for not laying any stress on these qualifications in our bargain. I shall always think it a proof of his understanding. A silly fellow would have brought in these articles as an addition to her fortune, but to give him his due, he never mentioned any such matter, though to be sure they are no disparagements to a woman. I do assure you, sir, cries Jones, she hath them all in the most eminent degree. For my part, I own I was afraid you might have been a little backward, a little less inclined to the match, for your son told me you had never seen the lady. Therefore I came, sir, in that case, to entreat you, to conjure you, as you value the happiness of your son, not to be averse to his match with a woman who hath not only all the good qualities I have mentioned, but many more. If that was your business, sir, said the old gentleman, we are both obliged to you, and you may be perfectly easy, for I give you my word I was very well satisfied with her fortune. Sir, answered Jones, I honour you every moment more and more. To be so easily satisfied, so very moderate on that account, is a proof of the soundness of your understanding, as well as the nobleness of your mind. Not so very moderate, young gentleman, not so very moderate, answered the father. Still more and more noble, replied Jones, and give me leave to add, sensible. For sure it is little less than madness to consider money as the sole foundation of happiness. Such a woman as this, with her little, her nothing of a fortune, I find, cries the old gentleman, you have a pretty just opinion of money, my friend, or else you are better acquainted with the person of the lady than with her circumstances. Why, pray, what fortune do you imagine this lady to have? What fortune? Cried Jones. Why, too contemptible a one to be named for your son. Well, 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 said the other, perhaps he might have done better. That I deny, said Jones, for she is one of the best of women. Ay, but in point of fortune, I mean, answered the other. And yet, as to that now, how much do you imagine your friend is to have? How much? Cries Jones. How much? Why, at the utmost, perhaps 200 pounds. Do you mean to banter me, young gentleman? Said the father, a little angry. No, upon my soul, answered Jones. I am in earnest. Nay, I believe I have gone to the utmost farthing. If I do the lady an injury, I ask her pardon. Indeed you do, cries the father. I am certain she hath 50 times that sum, and she shall produce 50 to that before I consent that she shall marry my son. Nay, said Jones, it is too late to talk of consent now. If she had not 50 farthings, your son is married. My son married? Answered the old gentleman with surprise. Nay, said Jones, I thought you was unacquainted with it. My son married to Miss Harris, answered he again. To Miss Harris, said Jones. No, sir, to Miss Nancy Miller, the daughter of Mrs. Miller, at whose house he lodged, a young lady, who, though her mother is reduced to let lodgings— Are you bantering, or are you in earnest? Cries the father, with a most solemn voice. Indeed, sir, answered Jones, I scorn the character of a banterer. I came to you in most serious earnest, imagining, as I find true, that your son had never dared acquaint you with a match so much inferior to him in point of fortune, though the reputation of the lady will suffer it no longer to remain a secret. While the father stood like one struck suddenly dumb at this news, a gentleman came into the room, and saluted him by the name of brother. But though these two were in consanguinity so nearly related, they were in their dispositions almost the opposites to each other. The brother who now arrived had likewise been bred to trade, in which he no sooner saw himself worth £6,000 than he purchased a small estate with the greatest part of it, and retired into the country, where he married the daughter of an unbeneficed clergyman, a young lady who, though she had neither beauty nor fortune, had recommended herself to his choice entirely by her good humour, of which she possessed a very large share. With this woman he had, during 25 years, lived a life more resembling the model which certain poets ascribe to the Golden Age, than any of those patterns which are furnished by the present times. By her he had 4 children, but none of them arrived at maturity, except only one daughter, whom in vulgar language he and his wife had spoiled, that is, had educated with the utmost tenderness and fondness, which she returned to such a degree that she had actually refused a very extraordinary match with a gentleman a little turned of 40, because she could not bring herself to part with her parents. The young lady whom Mr. Nightingale had intended for his son was a near neighbour of his brother, and an acquaintance of his niece, and in reality it was upon the account of his projected match that he was now come to town, not indeed to forward, but to dissuade his brother from a purpose which he conceived would inevitably ruin his nephew, for he foresaw no other event from a union with Miss Harris, notwithstanding the largeness of her fortune, as neither her person nor mind seemed to him to promise any kind of matrimonial felicity, for she was very tall, very thin, very ugly, very affected, very silly, and very ill-natured. His brother, therefore, no sooner mentioned the marriage of his nephew with Miss Miller than he expressed the utmost satisfaction, and when the father had very bitterly reviled his son, and pronounced sentence of beggary upon him, the uncle began in the following manner. "If you was a little cooler, brother, I would ask you whether you love your son for his sake or for your own. You would answer, I suppose, and so I suppose you think, for his sake. And doubtless it is his happiness which you intended in the marriage you proposed for him. Now, brother, to prescribe rules of happiness to others hath always appeared to me very absurd, and to insist on doing this, very tyrannical. It is a vulgar error, I know, but it is, nevertheless, an error. And if this be absurd in other things, it is mostly so in the affair of marriage, the happiness of which depends entirely on the affection which subsists between the parties. I have therefore always thought it unreasonable in parents to desire to choose for their children on this occasion, since to force affection is an impossible attempt. Nay, so much doth love abhor force, that I know not whether, through an unfortunate but uncurable perverseness in our natures, it may not be even impatient of persuasion. It is, however, true that, though a parent will not, I think, wisely prescribe, he ought to be consulted on this occasion, and in strictness, perhaps, should at least have a negative voice. My nephew, therefore, I own, in marrying, without asking your advice, hath been guilty of a fault. But honestly speaking, brother, have you not a little promoted this fault? Have not your frequent declarations on this subject given him a moral certainty of your refusal where there was any deficiency in point of fortune? Nay, doth not your present anger arise solely from that deficiency? And if he hath failed in his duty here, did you not as much exceed that authority when you absolutely bargained with him for a woman without his knowledge, whom you yourself never saw, and whom if you had seen and known as well as I, it must have been madness in you to have ever thought of bringing her into your family? Still, I own my nephew in a fault, but surely it is not an unpardonable fault. He hath acted indeed without your consent, in a matter in which he ought to have asked it, but it is in a matter in which his interest is principally concerned. You yourself must and will acknowledge that you consulted his interest only, and if he unfortunately differed from you, and hath been mistaken in his notion of happiness, will you, brother, if you love your son, carry him still wider from the point? Will you increase the ill consequences of his simple choice? Will you endeavour to make an event certain misery to him, which may accidentally prove so? In a word, brother, because he hath put it out of your power to make his circumstances as affluent as you would, Will you distress them as much as you can? By the force of the true Catholic faith, St. Anthony won upon the fishes. Orpheus and Amphion went a little farther, and by the charms of music enchanted things merely inanimate, wonderful both. But neither history nor fable have ever yet ventured to record an instance of anyone who by force of argument and reason hath triumphed over habitual avarice. Mr. Nightingale the father, instead of attempting to answer his brother, contented himself with only observing that they had always differed in their sentiments concerning the education of their children.
"I wish," said he, "brother, you would have confined your care to your own daughter, and never have troubled yourself with my son, who hath, I believe, as little profited by your precepts as by your example."
For young Nightingale was his uncle's godson, and had lived more with him than with his father, so that the uncle had often declared he loved his nephew almost equally with his own child. Jones fell into raptures with this good gentleman, and when, after much persuasion, they found the father grew still more and more irritated, instead of appeased, Jones conducted the uncle to his nephew at the house of Mrs. Miller.
Chapter 9. Containing strange matters. At his return to his lodgings, Jones found the situation of affairs greatly altered from what they had been in at his departure. The mother, the two daughters, and young Mr. Nightingale were now sat down to supper together, when the uncle was, at his own desire, introduced without any ceremony into the company, to all of whom he was well known, for he had several times visited his nephew at that house. The old gentleman immediately walked up to Miss Nancy, saluted and wished her joy, as he did afterwards the mother and the other sister, and lastly, he paid the proper compliments to his nephew, with the same good humour and courtesy as if his nephew had married his equal or superior in fortune, with all the previous requisites first performed. Miss Nancy and her supposed husband both turned pale, and looked rather foolish than otherwise upon the occasion. But Mrs. Miller took the first opportunity of withdrawing, and having sent for Jones into the dining-room, she threw herself at his feet, and in a most passionate flood of tears called him her good angel, the preserver of her poor little family, with many other respectful and endearing appellations, and made him every acknowledgment which the highest benefit can extract from the most grateful heart. After the first gust of her passion was a little over, which she declared, if she had not vented, would have burst her, she proceeded to inform Mr. Jones that all matters were settled between Mr. Nightingale and her daughter, and that they were to be married the next morning, at which Mr. Jones having expressed much pleasure, the poor woman fell again into a fit of joy and thanksgiving, which he at length with difficulty silenced, and prevailed on her to return with him back to the company, whom they found in the same good humour in which they had left them. This little society now passed 2 or 3 very agreeable hours together, in which the uncle, who was a very great lover of his bottle, had so well plied his nephew, that this latter, though not drunk, began to be somewhat flustered, and now Mr. Nightingale, taking the old gentleman with him upstairs into the apartment he had lately occupied, unbosomed himself as follows. "As you have been always the best and kindest of uncles to me, and as you have shown such unparalleled goodness in forgiving this match, which to be sure may be thought a little improvident, I should never forgive myself if I attempted to deceive you in anything." He then confessed the truth, and opened the whole affair. "How, Jack," said the old gentleman, "are you really then not married to this young woman?" "No, upon my honour," answered Nightingale. "I have told you the simple truth." "My dear boy," cries the uncle, kissing him, "I am heartily glad to hear it. I never was better pleased in my life. If you had been married, I should have assisted you as much as was in my power to have made the best of a bad matter. But there is a great difference between considering a thing which is already done and irrecoverable, and that which is yet to do. Let your reason have fair play, Jack, and you will see this match in so foolish and preposterous a light that there will be no need of any dissuasive arguments." "Oh, sir," replies young Nightingale,
Is there this difference between having already done an act and being in honour engaged to do it? Pooh, said the uncle, honour is a creature of the world's making, and the world hath the power of a creator over it, and may govern and direct it as they please. Now you well know how trivial these breaches of contract are thought. Even the grossest make but the wonder and conversation of a day. Is there a man who afterwards will be more backward in giving you his sister or daughter? Or is there any sister or daughter who would be more backward to receive you? Honour is not concerned in these engagements. Pardon me, dear sir, cries Nightingale. I can never think so, and not only honour, but conscience and humanity are concerned. I am well satisfied that was I now to disappoint the young creature, her death would be the consequence, and I should look upon myself as her murderer, nay, as her murderer by the cruellest of all methods, by breaking her heart. Break her heart, indeed! No, no, Jack, cries the uncle. The hearts of women are not so soon broke. They are tough, boy, they are tough. But, sir, answered Nightingale, my own affections are engaged, and I never could be happy with any other woman. How often have I heard you say that children should be always suffered to choose for themselves, and that you would let my cousin Harriet do so? Why, I, replied the old gentleman, so I would have them, but then I would have them choose wisely. Indeed, Jack, you must and shall leave the girl. Indeed, uncle, cries the other, I must and will have her. You will, young gentleman, said the uncle. I did not expect such a word from you. I should not wonder if you had used such language to your father, who hath always treated you like a dog, and kept you at the distance which a tyrant preserves over his subjects. But I, who have lived with you upon an equal footing, might surely expect better usage. But I know how to account for it all. It is all owing to your preposterous education, in which I have had too little share. There is my daughter now, whom I have brought up as my friend, never doth anything without my advice, nor ever refuses to take it when I give it her. You have never yet given her advice in an affair of this kind, said Nightingale, for I am greatly mistaken in my cousin, if she would be very ready to obey even your most positive commands in abandoning her inclinations. Don't abuse my girl, answered the old gentleman with some emotion. Don't abuse my Harriet. I have brought her up to have no inclinations contrary to my own. By suffering her to do whatever she pleases, I have inured her to a habit of being pleased to do whatever I like. Pardon me, sir, said Nightingale. I have not the least design to reflect on my cousin, for whom I have the greatest esteem. And indeed, I am convinced you will never put her to so severe a trial, or lay such hard commands on her as you would do on me. But, dear sir, let us return to the company, for they will begin to be uneasy at our long absence. I must beg one favour of my dear uncle, which is that he would not say anything to shock the poor girl or her mother. Oh, you need not fear me, answered he. I understand myself too well to affront women, so I will readily grant you that favour, and in return I must expect another of you. There are but few of your commands, sir, said Nightingale, which I shall not very cheerfully obey. Nay, sir, I ask nothing, said the uncle, but the honour of your company home to my lodging, that I may reason the case a little more fully with you, for I would, if possible, have the satisfaction of preserving my family, notwithstanding the headstrong folly of my brother, who in his opinion is the wisest man in the world. Nightingale, who well knew his uncle to be as headstrong as his father, submitted to attend him home, and then they both returned back into the room, where the old gentleman promised to carry himself with the same decorum which he had before maintained. Chapter 10. A short chapter which concludes the book. The long absence of the uncle and nephew had occasioned some disquiet in the minds of all whom they had left behind them, and the more, as during the preceding dialogue, the uncle had more than once elevated his voice so as to be heard downstairs, which, though they could not distinguish what he said, had caused some evil foreboding in Nancy and her mother, and indeed even in Jones himself. When the good company, therefore, again assembled, there was a visible alteration in all their faces, and the good humour which, at their last meeting, universally shone forth in every countenance, was now changed into a much less agreeable aspect. It was a change, indeed, common enough to the weather in this climate, from sunshine to clouds, from June to December. This alteration was not, however, greatly remarked by any present, for as they were all now endeavouring to conceal their own thoughts, and to act a part, they became all too busily engaged in the scene to be spectators of it. Thus neither the uncle nor nephew saw any symptoms of suspicion in the mother or daughter, nor did the mother or daughter remark the overacted complacence of the old man, nor the counterfeit satisfaction which grinned in the features of the young one. Something like this, I believe, frequently happens, where the whole attention of two friends being engaged in the part which each is to act in order to impose on the other, neither sees nor suspects the arts practised against himself, and thus the thrust of both, to borrow no improper metaphor on the occasion, alike takes place. For the same reason, it is no unusual thing for both parties to be overreached in a bargain, though the one must be always the greater loser, as was he who sold a blind horse, and received a bad note in payment. Our company in about half an hour broke up, and the uncle carried off his nephew, but not before the latter had assured Miss Nancy, in a whisper, that he would attend her early in the morning, and fulfill all his engagements. Jones, who was the least concerned in this scene, saw the most. He did indeed suspect the very fact, for besides observing the great alteration in the behaviour of the uncle, the distance he assumed, and his overstrained civility to Miss Nancy, the carrying off of a bridegroom from his bride at that time of night was so extraordinary a proceeding that it could be accounted for only by imagining that young Nightingale had revealed the whole truth, which the apparent openness of his temper, and his being flustered with liquor, made too probable. While he was reasoning with himself whether he should acquaint these poor people with his suspicion, the maid of the house informed him that a gentlewoman desired to speak with him. He went immediately out, and taking the candle from the maid, ushered his visitant upstairs, who, in the person of Mrs. Honour, acquainted him with such dreadful news concerning his Sophia, that he immediately lost all consideration for every other person, and his whole stock of compassion was entirely swallowed up in reflections on his own misery, and on that of his unfortunate angel. What this dreadful matter was, the reader will be informed, after we have first related the many preceding steps which produced it, and those will be the subject of the following book.
Chapter 1. Too short to need a preface. There are a set of religious, or rather moral writers who teach that virtue is the certain road to happiness and vice to misery in this world. A very wholesome and comfortable doctrine, and to which we have but one objection, namely, that it is not true. Indeed, if by virtue these writers mean the exercise of those cardinal virtues which, like good housewives, stay at home, and mind only the business of their own family, I shall very readily concede the point. For so surely do all these contribute and lead to happiness that I could almost wish, in violation of all the ancient and modern sages, to call them rather by the name of wisdom than by that of virtue. For, with regard to this life, no system I conceive was ever wiser than that of the ancient Epicureans, who held this wisdom to constitute the chief good, nor foolisher than that of their opposites, those modern epicures who place all felicity in the abundant gratification of every sensual appetite. But if by virtue is meant, as I almost think it ought, a certain relative quality which is always busying itself with outdoors, and seems as much interested in pursuing the good of others as its own, I cannot so easily agree that this is the surest way to human happiness, because I am afraid we must then include poverty and contempt, with all the mischiefs which backbiting, envy, and ingratitude can bring on mankind, in our idea of happiness. Nay, sometimes perhaps we shall be obliged to wait upon the said happiness to a jail, since many, by the above virtue, have brought themselves thither. I have not now leisure to enter upon so large a field of speculation as here seems opening upon me. My design was to wipe off a doctrine that lay in my way. Since, while Mr. Jones was acting the most virtuous part imaginable in laboring to preserve his fellow creatures from destruction, the devil or some other evil spirit, one perhaps clothed in human flesh, was hard at work to make him completely miserable in the ruin of his Sophia. This, therefore, would seem an exception to the above rule, if indeed it was a rule. But as we have in our voyage through life seen so many other exceptions to it, we choose to dispute the doctrine on which it is founded, which we don't apprehend to be Christian, which we are convinced is not true, and which is indeed destructive of one of the noblest arguments that reason alone can furnish for the belief of immortality. But as the reader's curiosity, if he hath any, must be now awake and hungry, we shall provide to feed it as fast as we can. Chapter 2. In which is opened a very black design against Sophia. I remember a wise old gentleman who used to say, "When children are doing nothing, they are doing mischief." I will not enlarge this quaint saying to the most beautiful part of the creation in general, but so far I may be allowed that when the effects of female jealousy do not appear openly in their proper colours of rage and fury, we may suspect that mischievous passion to be at work privately, and attempting to undermine what it doth not attack above ground. This was exemplified in the conduct of Lady Bellaston, who, under all the smiles which she wore in her countenance, concealed much indignation against Sophia, and as she plainly saw that this young lady stood between her and the full indulgence of her desires, she resolved to get rid of her by some means or other. Nor was it long before a very favourable opportunity of accomplishing this presented itself to her. The reader may be pleased to remember that when Sophia was thrown into that consternation at the playhouse by the wit and humour of a set of young gentlemen who called themselves the town, we informed him that she had put herself under the protection of a young nobleman who had very safely conducted her to her chair. This nobleman, who frequently visited Lady Bellaston, had more than once seen Sophia there since her arrival in town, and had conceived a very great liking to her, which liking, as beauty never looks more amiable than in distress, Sophia had in this fright so increased that he might now, without any great impropriety, be said to be actually in love with her. It may easily be believed that he would not suffer so handsome an occasion of improving his acquaintance with the beloved object as now offered itself to elapse, when even good breeding alone might have prompted him to pay her a visit. The next morning, therefore, after this accident, he waited on Sophia with the usual compliments, and hopes that she had received no harm from her last night's adventure. As love, like fire, when once thoroughly kindled, is soon blown into a flame, Sophia in a very short time completed her conquest. Time now flew away unperceived, and the noble lord had been 2 hours in company with the lady before it entered into his head that he had made too long a visit. Though this circumstance alone would have alarmed Sophia, who was somewhat more a mistress of computation at present, she had indeed much more pregnant evidence from the eyes of her lover of what passed within his bosom. Nay, though he did not make any open declaration of his passion, yet many of his expressions were rather too warm and too tender to have been imputed to complaisance, even in the age when such complaisance was in fashion, the very reverse of which is well known to be the reigning mode at present. Lady Bellaston had been apprised of his lordship's visit at his first arrival, and the length of it very well satisfied her, that things went as she wished, and as indeed she had suspected the second time she saw this young couple together. This business she rightly, I think, concluded that she should by no means forward by mixing in the company while they were together. She therefore ordered her servants that when my lord was going they should tell him she desired to speak with him, and employed the intermediate time in meditating how best to accomplish a scheme which she made no doubt but his lordship would very readily embrace the execution of. Lord Phillimore, for that was the title of this young nobleman, was no sooner introduced to her ladyship than she attacked him in the following strain. "Bless me, my lord, are you here yet? I thought my servants had made a mistake and let you go away, and I wanted to see you about an affair of some importance." "Indeed, Lady Bellaston," said he, "I don't wonder you are astonished at the length of my visit, for I have stayed above 2 hours, and I did not think I had stayed above half a one." "What am I to conclude from thence, my lord?" said she. "The company must be very agreeable which can make time slide away so very deceitfully." Upon my honour, said he, the most agreeable I ever saw. Pray tell me, Lady Bellaston, who is this blazing star which you have produced among us all of a sudden? What blazing star, my lord? Said she, affecting a surprise. I mean, said he, the lady I saw here the other day, whom I had last night in my arms at the playhouse, and to whom I have been making that unreasonable visit. Oh, my cousin Western, said she. Why, that blazing star, my lord, is the daughter of a country booby squire, and hath been in town above a fortnight for the first time. Upon my soul, said he, I should swear she had been bred up in a court, for besides her beauty I never saw anything so genteel, so sensible, so polite. Oh, brave! cries the lady, my cousin hath you, I find. Upon my honour, answered he, I wish she had, for I am in love with her to distraction. Nay, my lord, said she, it is not wishing yourself very ill neither, for she is a very great fortune. I assure you she is an only child, and her father's estate is a good £3,000 a year. Then I can assure you, madam, answered the lord, I think her the best match in England. Indeed, my lord, replied she, if you like her, I heartily wish you had her. If you think so kindly of me, madam, said he, as she is a relation of yours, will you do me the honour to propose it to her father? And are you really then in earnest? cries the lady with an affected gravity. I hope, madam, answered he, you have a better opinion of me than to imagine I would jest with your ladyship in an affair of this kind. Indeed, then, said the lady, I will most readily propose your lordship to her father, and I can, I believe, assure you of his joyful acceptance of the proposal. But there is a bar which I am almost ashamed to mention, and yet it is one you will never be able to conquer. You have a rival, my lord, and a rival who, though I blush to name him, neither you nor all the world will ever be able to conquer. Upon my word, Lady Bellaston, cries he, you have struck a damp to my heart, which hath almost deprived me of being. Fie, my lord, said she, I should rather hope I had struck fire into you. A lover, and talk of damps in your heart. I rather imagined you would have asked your rival's name, that you might have immediately entered the lists with him. I promise you, madam, answered he, there are very few things I would not undertake for your charming cousin. But pray, who is this happy man? Why, he is, said she, what I am sorry to say most happy men with us are, one of the lowest fellows in the world. He is a beggar, a bastard, a foundling, a fellow in meaner circumstances than one of your lordship's footmen. And is it possible, cried he, that a young creature with such perfections could think of bestowing herself so unworthily? Alas, my lord, answered she, consider the country. The bane of all young women is the country. There they learn a set of romantic notions of love, and I know not what folly, which this town and good company can scarce eradicate in a whole winter. Indeed, madam, replied my lord, your cousin is of too immense a value to be thrown away. Such ruin as this must be prevented. Alas, cries she, my lord, how can it be prevented? The family have already done all in their power, but the girl is, I think, intoxicated, and nothing less than ruin will content her. And to deal more openly with you, I expect every day to hear she has run away with him. What you tell me, Lady Bellaston, answered his lordship, affects me most tenderly, and only raises my compassion instead of lessening my adoration of your cousin. Some means must be found to preserve so inestimable a jewel. Hath your ladyship endeavoured to reason with her? Here the lady affected a laugh, and cried, My dear lord, sure you know us better than to talk of reasoning a young woman out of her inclinations. These inestimable jewels are as deaf as the jewels they wear. Time, my lord, time is the only medicine to cure their folly. But this is a medicine which I am certain she will not take. Nay, I live in hourly horrors on her account. In short, nothing but violent methods will do. "What is to be done?" cries my lord. "What methods are to be taken? Is there any method upon earth? Oh, Lady Bellaston, there is nothing which I would not undertake for such a reward." "I really know not," answered the lady after a pause, and then, pausing again, she cried out, "Upon my soul, I am at my wit's end on this girl's account. If she can be preserved, something must be done immediately, and, as I say, nothing but violent methods will do. If your lordship hath really this attachment to my cousin, and to do her justice, except in this silly inclination of which she will soon see her folly, she is every way deserving. I think there may be one way, indeed, it is a very disagreeable one, and what I am almost afraid to think of. It requires a great spirit, I promise you." "I am not conscious, madam," said he, "of any defect there, nor am I hope, suspected of any such. It must be an egregious defect indeed which would make me backward on this occasion." "Nay, my lord," answered she, "I am so far from doubting you, I am much more inclined to doubt my own courage, for I must run a monstrous risk. In short, I must place such a confidence in your honour as a wise woman will scarce ever place in a man on any consideration." In this point likewise my lord very well satisfied her, for his reputation was extremely clear, and common fame did him no more than justice in speaking well of him. "Well then," said she, "my lord, I vow I can't bear the apprehension of it. No, it must not be. At least every other method shall be tried. Can you get rid of your engagements and dine here to-day? Your lordship will have an opportunity of seeing a little more of Miss Western. I promise you we have no time to lose. Here will be nobody but Lady Betty and Miss Eagle and Colonel Hampstead and Tom Edwards. They will all go soon, and I shall be at home to nobody. Then your lordship may be a little more explicit. Nay, I will contrive some method to convince you of her attachment to this fellow." My lord made proper compliments, accepted the invitation, and then they parted to dress, it being now past 3 in the morning, or to reckon by the old style, in the afternoon. Chapter 3. A further explanation of the foregoing design. Though the reader may have long since concluded Lady Bellaston to be a member, and no inconsiderable one, of the great world, she was in reality a very considerable member of the little world, by which appellation was distinguished a very worthy and honourable society which not long since flourished in this kingdom. Among other good principles upon which this society was founded, there was one very remarkable, for, as it was a rule of an honourable club of heroes who assembled at the close of the late war, that all the members should every day fight once at least, so 'twas in this, that every member should, within the 24 hours, tell at least one merry fib, which was to be propagated by all the brethren and sisterhood. Many idle stories were told about this society, which, from a certain quality, may be, perhaps not unjustly, supposed to have come from the society themselves. As that the devil was the president, and that he sat in person in an elbow-chair at the upper end of a table. But upon very strict inquiry I find there is not the least truth in any of those tales, and that the assembly consisted in reality of a set of very good sort of people, and the fibs which they propagated were of a harmless kind, intended only to produce mirth and good humour. Edwards was likewise a member of this comical society. To him, therefore, Lady Bellaston applied as a proper instrument for her purpose, and furnished him with a fib which he was to vent whenever the lady gave him her cue, and this was not to be till the evening, when all the company but Lord Fellamar and himself were gone, and while they were engaged in a rubber at whist. To this time, then, which was between 7 and 8 in the evening, we will convey our reader, when Lady Bellaston, Lord Fellamar, Miss Western, and Tom, being engaged at whist, and in the last game of their rubbers, Tom received his cue from Lady Bellaston, which was, "I protest, Tom, you are grown intolerable lately. You used to tell us all the news of the town, and now you know no more of the world than if you lived out of it." Mr. Edwards then began as follows. "The fault is not mine, madam. It lies in the dullness of the age, that doth nothing worth talking of. Oh, la! Though now I think on it, there hath a terrible accident befallen poor Colonel Wilcox. Poor Ned! You know him, my lord. Everybody knows him. Faith, I am very much concerned for him." "What is it, pray?" says Lady Bellaston. "Why, he hath killed a man this morning in a duel, that's all." His lordship, who was not in the secret, asked gravely whom he had killed, to which Edwards answered, "A young fellow we none of us know, a Somersetshire lad, just come to town, one Jones, his name is, a near relation of one Mr. Allworthy, of whom your lordship, I believe, hath heard. I saw the lad lie dead in a coffee-house. Upon my soul, he is one of the finest corpses I ever saw in my life." Sophia, who had just begun to deal as Tom had mentioned that a man was killed, stopped her hand and listened with attention, for all stories of that kind affected her, but no sooner had he arrived at the latter part of the story than she began to deal again, and having dealt 3 cards to one, and 7 to another, and 10 to a third, at last dropped the rest from her hand and fell back in her chair. The company behaved as usually on these occasions. The usual disturbance ensued, the usual assistance was summoned, and Sophia at last, as it is usual, returned again to life, and was soon after, at her earnest desire, led to her own apartment, where, at my lord's request, Lady Bellaston acquainted her with the truth, attempted to carry it off as a jest of her own, and comforted her with repeated assurances that neither his lordship nor Tom, though she had taught him the story, were in the true secret of the affair. There was no further evidence necessary to convince Lord Fellamar how justly the case had been represented to him by Lady Bellaston, and now, at her return into the room, a scheme was laid between these 2 noble persons, which, though it appeared in no very heinous light to his lordship, as he faithfully promised and faithfully resolved too to make the lady all the subsequent amends in his power by marriage, yet many of our readers, we doubt not, will see with just detestation. The next evening at 7 was appointed for the fatal purpose, when Lady Bellaston undertook that Sophia should be alone, and his lordship should be introduced to her. The whole family were to be regulated for the purpose, most of the servants dispatched out of the house, and for Mrs. Honour, who, to prevent suspicion, was to be left with her mistress till his lordship's arrival, Lady Bellaston herself was to engage her in an apartment as distant as possible from the scene of the intended mischief, and out of the hearing of Sophia. Matters being thus agreed on, his lordship took his leave, and her ladyship retired to rest, highly pleased with a project of which she had no reason to doubt the success, and which promised so effectually to remove Sophia from being any further obstruction to her amour with Jones, by a means of which she should never appear to be guilty, even if the fact appeared to the world. But this she made no doubt of preventing by huddling up a marriage to which she thought the ravished Sophia would easily be brought to consent, and at which all the rest of her family would rejoice. But affairs were not in so quiet a situation in the bosom of the other conspirator. His mind was tossed in all the distracting anxiety so nobly described by Shakespeare. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. Though the violence of his passion had made him eagerly embrace the first hint of this design, especially as it came from a relation of the lady, yet when that friend to reflection, a pillow, had placed the action itself in all its natural black colours before his eyes, with all the consequences which must, and those which might probably, attend it, his resolution began to abate, or rather indeed to go over to the other side. And after a long conflict which lasted a whole night between honour and appetite, the former at length prevailed, and he determined to wait on Lady Bellaston and to relinquish the design. Lady Bellaston was in bed, though very late in the morning, and Sophia sitting by her bedside, when the servant acquainted her that Lord Fellamar was below in the parlour, upon which her ladyship desired him to stay, and that she would see him presently. But the servant was no sooner departed than poor Sophia began to entreat her cousin not to encourage the visits of that odious lord, so she called him, though a little unjustly, upon her account. "I see his design," said she, "for he made downright love to me yesterday morning, but as I am resolved never to admit it, I beg your ladyship not to leave us alone together any more, and to order the servants that, if he inquires for me, I may be always denied to him." "La, child," says Lady Bellaston, "you country girls have nothing but sweethearts in your head. You fancy every man who is civil to you is making love. He is one of the most gallant young fellows about town, and I am convinced means no more than a little gallantry. Make love to you, indeed. I wish with all my heart he would, and you must be an arrant madwoman to refuse him. But as I shall certainly be that madwoman, cries Sophia, I hope his visits shall not be intruded upon me. Oh, child, said Lady Bellaston, you need not be so fearful. If you resolve to run away with that Jones, I know no person who can hinder you. Upon my honour, madam, cries Sophia, your ladyship injures me. I will never run away with any man, nor will I ever marry contrary to my father's inclinations. Well, Miss Western, said the lady, if you are not in a humour to see company this morning, you may retire to your own apartment, for I am not frightened at his lordship, and must send for him up into my dressing-room. Sophia thanked her ladyship and withdrew, and presently afterwards Fellamar was admitted upstairs. End of section 52.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.